Y'all, as soon as I get live, I see Miss Sheila said we early, maybe Barty's still walking. Barty has already been out, guys. Hello, everybody. And let me make an announcement before I start this live off. I was just on the phone with my cousin, Jada. Okay. Jada. Jada said, I said, I'm gonna have to call you back. I gotta get ready to get live, right? She said, oh, don't you go live in your Detroit hoodie again. I said, ma'am, that's like my favorite. That's a sweatshirt. I said, it's my favorite sweatshirt right now. She's like, mm-mm.
I'm so excited to be sharing my experience with Botox Cosmetic. My crow's feet, my 11th,
she
my
said,
forehead.
you got too many videos.
I
in
still look like myself,
sweatshirt.
just with fewer lines.
Okay, y'all.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may...
Anyway, she said, you got too many videos in that. So this is for Jada again, because I'm going to tell you what I just told you on the phone. I do have a washing machine, and this is a house sweatshirt, okay? And it's chilly sometimes. I like to wear this sweatshirt. I said, well, I do have my buffs. I have this other one. Go put the other one on. I just had to clear that up, baby, because not my cousin read me right before I got on live. Y'all, as she was saying it, tell me why I was going in the closet grabbing the sweatshirt, put it on. Folks just ain't right. Folks ain't right, and I just had to share that. So when Jada watches this, I need Jada to know this, okay? She came for me too pretty. Do you hear me? Jada, y'all, listen. Oh, now, Erica. Ash, I told her, I said, first of all, my community is a judgment-free zone, okay? I don't think they really give a damn about this sweatshirt. But let me make an announcement just in case somebody else is looking at something like, oh, like, do I have to say it again? I do not leave the house, okay? I am in the house. I'm in the house like 7 days a week, for real, okay? Y'all think I'm gonna rotate? I am in t-shirts and sweats every day. Now, hopefully, we change that. But for right now, I'm in t-shirts and sweats. She really came for me, baby. Thank you, Shawty Red. Thank you, Alice. Hey, Renee. I'm request a time zone announcement. Hey, Krona. She said I need Central and Europe time. Let me try to remember that. Y'all, not they cut the stream off already. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Jaleesa. Erica, listen, I know poor Mariah is probably wondering if she'll ever get this sweatshirt back, but it really is comfortable and it's not too thick, you know? It kind of feels like I have a little sweater on, you know? It's not too thick at all. It's perfect, okay? I never noticed. I just be happy you live. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Althea. Hi, Tasha, they definitely, and she works there too, Tasha. So we were talking about that as well, that they are definitely sending you all back to the office. So Ash, I have to read the somebody just messaged me on Instagram actually and asked me, did I see the Alley Cat posted that Lil Rod's appeal was denied. So I'm really sad to see that, but I will actually find the document, read it to everyone later after this live, because I also want to read this budget memo. People, I just want to read it for myself. I did skim over it, but I want to like read it in detail, because you may have seen that SNAP benefits, grants, loans. Right now, there's a government freeze, but I do have the memo so that we can actually read it and not guess what it says. I was watching I read a few news articles on this issue. I've had like somebody on Facebook, someone on TikTok, like say, no, SNAP won't be affected. And I was like, okay. there's a line in the document that they are reading, and from that line they are saying, they're interpreting it as like, hey, SNAP won't be affected, but it does not, like, it doesn't say that outright. The only programs that I saw it mentioned that won't be affected were Social Security and Medicare, but people are saying this, so I don't know. The Zaya case, Stephanie says the Zaya case, what's up with it? Nothing until March 7th. Too pretty. We're going to have to read it because, we like to read for understanding over here. And, people will, they're out the back, just like people with the Target and the belonging. Hey, I had some people tell me, Target good. I'm not saying you don't have to shop at Target. What I am saying is understand that belonging does not replace their DEI initiatives. In fact, if you read belonging, it actually says that they're ending some of the DEI initiatives. And we get it. People come back with DEI. They really, white women benefited the most. Okay, great. One line that stuck out to me was them saying that they're going to evaluate their goals, right? And they're ending programs that were focused on doing deals with Black and minority-based businesses. Take it for how you want to take it. I don't tell anyone to take my word for anything. Like, let's read it. And if you have something different, hell, let's read it. After all, that's what conversation is about. It's all about us really getting to an understanding both sides, trying to see both angles. You don't have to take my word for anything. But yeah. Too pretty. Remember, that's going to be a hearing. I don't think trial starts March 7th. From my understanding, they go there and work out the logistics of trial. That's what I heard. You see these two clowns looking sick as a dog. Oh my God. Alice, are you talking about the twins? Erica, yes. Most DI programs were grant sponsored along with. So Tasha, I like, this is something so new for me, and I'm telling people, we've really, I shouldn't be 37 and just getting to a point where like I want to be looking at everything, because sometimes we feel like things don't directly impact us. Child, when I tell y'all this new budget thing, child, my daughter has student loans. If they don't pay her student loans, that bill is going to increase. And I already paid $3,500 a semester. That bill is going to drastically increase. So I ain't gonna lie to you now. I do wish I had some food stamps, okay? But I don't know why Georgia didn't give them to me. But I'm worried about these student loans right now. I told Mariah this was going to be our last semester. Maybe we, her grade, she has a 3.6 this semester. We maintain that or go higher. We're getting scholarships next year. But right now, all we had, this is how we paid for school. So, ISIS, listen. Erica, let me tell you, she's going to have to come back home. If this happens, she's going to have to come back home. She already got accepted to Georgia State. There. But here we go with grants again. Yeah, so many people pay for college with Pell Grants and loans. Now, I will say this. If I'm paying for Jackson State, I can pay for community college. I just don't know. I don't know where to expect right now. Allie graduates this year. Wow, Monique. I'm way too reliant on my pension and other federal benefits right now. Krona, do you hear me? Do you hear me? I need my money. I got 2 semesters. Come on, Tasha. Jaleesa. So somebody who, if you're on the live and you sent me the YouTube, thank you. I did watch it. A lot of it was whispering and not really talking. That poor boyfriend wants out. That poor boyfriend wants out. Okay. That man said they need to go. There is no love in that relationship. Hey, India, there is no love. Hey, Missy, I do. Listen, oh my God, Krona, I didn't even think about pensions. You just really like, oh wow. Tay, I am very concerned, but I've been looking at her account. I checked it this morning. Her account still has the same balance on it. But child, I don't know what it's gonna be after today. We're gonna have to look and see. Yeah, that boyfriend walked in the door and said, "Hey, they want to talk to you." Oh, baby, them twins are little. That twin boyfriend is stressed, and I get him. He said the place he's at is convenient. He's 4 blocks from his job. He said people looking at him crazy, but the child catch. He said he messed with both twins too. He called them the nasty twins. Hey, Simply Style. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. Baby, he was Ken. Now, I did see the video yesterday. I think I got this off. Hold up, y'all. Known as, we're going to circle back, y'all.
I understand that ASAP Reli is going to be called to the stand today. Is that right? That is the plan. Yeah. All right. Reli is, I know, a very important witness to both sides.
Your Honor, so you know, he's in court. I didn't even get it off. I wanted to get it
Where? What's your first name? Terrell.
That's one R and two L's.
EPHRLN. All right. Mr. Efron is an extremely important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him, consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Efron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination is final, with no input from either side. He can be called, he's been identified as ASAP Reli. He's also been identified as Terrell Efron. Depending on how you wish to address him, you can call him either Reli or Mr. Efron. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I had told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one more thing.
Oh, you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by both parties, either Reli or Mr. Efron, whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief, a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term.
Now, wait a minute.
He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or, you're an extortionist, or, are you a drug dealer, or anything like that? That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Efron. Does Mr. Efron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you reviewed his rap sheet?
I did.
I had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his review his rap sheet. Convictions, and there was no reason for you to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction involving moral turpitude, it's off limits.
What the hell is this?
The relationship between Rocky and Reli is fair game. All personal contact between Reli and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. His seeking money from Rocky, both pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game.
Okay.
Any personal contact between Reli and Rocky of any kind, which predate the shooting by 2 years, is fair game. Statements made by Reli to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day. If Reli made statements on social media regarding Rocky, that's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Reli says he didn't make the statement. Any written statements by Reli to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Reli denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Reli is a party is not permitted under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording. Those are the parameters, and that's in stone.
Your Honor, we have just questions, not questions, we have specific questions of what they can and cannot.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection. Okay, I'm not going to do any clarifying because, it would take us forever for both sides to go through question after question. I set parameters. Both of you know, if you think that on either side of the question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic. Does the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of the now?
What witness? Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah. Yes.
Is he asking Rocky then, y'all?
While he's here, the court wanted to inquire of him on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to the defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Reli, the defense, I know, you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times. The defense would like to, question you further, get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed. Your decision. but they want to know whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline. I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right, will you step out and we'll have you come back in when we're ready for you.
Can we just make sure, I don't know.
No.
Either the witnesses are in court right now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna, sure,
So just before either the court can,
we're gonna deal with that.
no, the court started to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure they were not in here. Well, the court can talk about that.
Yeah, so Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not before. All right, all right. Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
I
Does
knew
it
it.
exist now?
I knew it.
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have it, are we gonna produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right.
I knew
well,
it.
that's that question.
I knew it.
All right, let's deal with Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
Yes.
All right, can you have him come in?
Now this case might be over by Friday.
And I don't see any reason why, no, we can't. Now, you?
I knew they weren't gonna have the prop gun, y'all.
I think that technically, obviously, we're gonna be asking questions that go to this area. Council, I don't have a problem with being, if council has an objection, I think it would be a public.
Do you see any reason why you can't be in here? I'm gonna be talking now about Levin and Phillips, so I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think you should be in here.
If you don't think he should be in here, then
I don't think Levin should be here after you're done with me.
he doesn't need to be. I just, are you Mr. Levin?
I am
Okay. What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Lewis, LWIS.
Deputy Bennett, could you give him a piece of paper? On the piece of paper, I want you to write your birthday.
Yes.
I don't want you to say it in open court because this is being recorded and, you know, the public doesn't need to know your birthday.
Thank
Once you write down your birthday on the piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett. Deputy Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can investigate it. Have you done that?
I have.
All right, Mr. Levin, the prosecutors, they want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand. It's optional. You can agree to do it, or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right. These are the prosecutors, and they just want to explore what you have to offer in this case. Are you willing to be interviewed by them?
No.
All right, step out.
Mayor, can we just be advised that the failure to.
Oh, yeah. I just want you to know, and Reli will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination that you refused to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I just want you to know of the consequences.
I understand that.
You still don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
I'm assuming he can give an answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, if he's asked,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that, we wanted to speak to you and you refused? He'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on cross-examination, you can touch on it on redirect. All right, step out, please.
Thank you.
What about Phillips?
Your before you on Mr. Phillips, we still do not have, council has never provided the date of the interview with him. How many you were?
Would you wait? I have things
Oh, okay.
in a certain order. What about Phillips? Where is Phillips? He's in New York?
He's in New York, but we contacted him and alerted him to the fact.
Okay, call. Can you call? Sure. Did you get the birth date on Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Okay. is Philip's first name?
Jamel.
Jamel.
Jamel?
Jamel.
Can you put, are you able to put on speakerphone?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Phillips is here on speakerphone.
All right. Mr. Jamel Phillips?
Hello, how you doing?
All right, Captain. All right, Mr. Phillips, I'm the judge in the case. You're aware of the case, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, two things I want to inquire of you. At some point, you're going to be coming to court to testify. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecution would like the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand, just to find out what you have to offer and what you have to say. It's optional with you. You can either you can agree to be interviewed, or you can refuse. Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you agree to be interviewed or not?
No, I do not want to be interviewed.
All right. I want you to know, though, if you refuse, then the jury is going to know that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, and it could impact your believability or credibility in the eyes of the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to have you take an off speakerphone, and the phone is going to be given to the bailiff. Mr. Phillips, I want you to give your birth date to the bailiff. No one is going to be able to hear it except her. She's going to write down your birth date, and she's going to give it to the prosecution, because the prosecution is entitled to at least look into your background, and part of that is required that you give your birth date. But it is not going to be broadcasted or publicized in any way.
Your Honor, the court also inquires whether or not he has a residence outside of New York, or has had a residence outside of New York.
Do you live here in California?
No,
Do you have a residence here in California?
no, not in my name. No,
Not what?
no,
Do you have a residence anywhere beside New York?
no.
All right, so when you were out here, were you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take it off speakerphone. All right, and Deputy Bennett, let him know when he's off speakerphone, and then have him give you the birthday. Do you want him on like 24-hour call, or is that? Yeah. Say again? All right, you have a birthday?
We did.
All right, getting back to Mr. Levin, since he's being called as a witness, how many times has he been interviewed by anybody from your office?
Twice, Your Honor.
Okay, when was the first time?
It always, Your Honor.
About 24?
24.
And where did the interview take place?
In our office in Hackett.
Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was not.
Who was present for the interview?
Mrs. Takina and Ms. Lanzoni, along with myself.
How long did the interview last?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. About an hour and a half.
Good. Hour and a half. And nobody took notes or prepared a written statement as to what Mr. Levin said?
No, Your Honor, it was a conversation.
I had said that the people are entitled to at least know the sum and substance. Since there's no written recording of what happened, the people are entitled to know the sum and substance of your conversation. So that is to be generated today.
We did it, Your Honor. We provided it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. The court, if the court recalls, Your Honor, The court made an order that they were supposed to turn over the discovery.
Did they?
What we originally got was, we got a paragraph saying he was gonna talk about his observations, not what the observations were. The day before we started the trial on the 20th, we got approximately a 15-line summary that certainly would not take an hour and a half. No dates as to when the interview occurred, nothing about who was there. By the way, even now, what they're just told the court is, there's an interview in mid-August, they can't even say what date it was. And what they gave us was simply apparently a combination of everything he said.
I know you know what date it is, so what's the date?
It would have been August 16th or 17th.
All right. When was the second time you interviewed? About? No, not about. When was the second time?
Or of course, I'd like to have questions to deal with too, right? On this. I mean, we have the same issues with some of the evidence as well, right?
All right, well, let's deal with this and then I'll listen to what you have to say. All right, when was the second time?
It was the 26th, Your Honor.
So 10 days later?
No.
No, 2 days ago, January 26th.
Oh, where did that interview take place?
That was at our hotel.
Somebody just messaged me and said the chat is disabled. Can we please get the likes to 120 likes, please? I did disable it, but the mods don't play. Please like the live. You just exit the chat and hit the like button. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How long did that interview take?
Yeah, about the same amount of time, around an hour. Yeah.
So, was that interview recorded anyway?
No.
You know, the Moscot story, our story, is really a classic immigrant story.
Now let me tell y'all something. What's the other place? Court TV. Because law and crime is they knew.
3 hours worth of interviews. We have a total of about 15 lines. The court's aware. On the 20th, the court expressed skepticism. On the 15th, the court expressed skepticism that the defense did not record it, did not write anything down, did not have any substance as to what was said.
Right.
So apparently, after the court gave that lecture, they conduct another interview 2 days ago, where again, they don't record it, they don't make any notes about it, and they don't turn anything over.
They're not required to. If they choose to do their job that way, then they do their job that way.
They are required to let us know that they have interviewed the defendant or the witness.
Yeah.
They have to let us know that the interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears that, again, I'm not gonna pull punches. It's very clear what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
Well, what I suggest is I find completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends up testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has, because we've said it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we got a discovery violation.
Who's going to be questioned? All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing that you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at least at this point,
Right.
we can't demonstrate the discovery is not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If Mr. Siegel represents to me that no notes were taken, or Mr. Tacopina represents to me that no notes were taken, I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No, but if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's gonna be inquired about is in the summary that you got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
Oh, is that what
We were just talking about that.
No,
Now let my people go now. I just went to YouTube and looked at the chat. It's 138 likes. Thank y'all so much for the likes. Let my people go.
11. We were just talking about 11. Right? We're not talking about Phillips. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we reviewed this letter.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that
In the office.
happen? Okay, and who was present for that?
Same circumstances, Mr. Tacopina, Ms. Lanzoni, and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes or no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did, at the same time, we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That was it.
That's the only time?
That's right.
just so it's clear, Your Honor, we provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not,
We're talking about Phillips now.
excuse me, Levin was 12 lines, Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not gonna cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then followed it up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we will give. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witness has said. So our concern is, we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter and the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided any.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. So if not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be doing this, Mr. Phillips.
all right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I just wanted to yes or no. All right.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other topics to go into. All right.
In terms of, on this issue of the total,
For now,
There's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of fraud. We've been focusing on the 2 witnesses that they're calling.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about fraud. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days, any email the court is talking to, are you planning on producing the gun in this
He
case?
said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the fraud information? And the court, please inquire, you've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So, any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, right? So,
All right, so it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Rossi, or just Levin and Phillips.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure, there have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason, the last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with his jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the
Give
jury.
a speech.
you are.
Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait till
what he's
he
doing.
finishes, then you will have a
Yeah,
chance.
but I know what he's doing right now.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter to the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Capipina's attempts to manipulate the media. Again, that ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Capipina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no worry of every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessitated as an example. We ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Capipina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never, okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney, okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case. We know the evidence and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than the potential issues.
Montlick is who I call if anything ever happens where I need a personal injury lawyer. I know I will receive.
Now, the last thing he said when I spoke to TMZ, again, I defied him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I did open statement to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury, and the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after a jury was impaneled. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client. So that's first and foremost. So again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talk in the normal tone of voice.
That he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He made all these accusations about that's disingenuous. I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings.
I understand.
In my view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to go over things that we've already gone over.
Well, we just did. We still have to do it.
He's asking that that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers. I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to have.
I have more things.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened.
Go.
Now, we heard all about the discovery issues about, this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially if this is a videotape. This is really detailed. Tell what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to, what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside.
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied under the circumstances that both sides have satisfied this discovery rule. So there's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizza.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a 2-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified prior to recall. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and Jack, you have the email? Here's what we have from them on Officer Zizzo. That they spoke to him on Wednesday, which the officer denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke to him on substance was the debate of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he respond to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that the receiver called the shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2, he didn't know where to look. 2 sort of important things and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in the disclosure. Not the disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in that disclosure that they interviewed him private before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday. So that was just about logistics. Right. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I was going to even raise it, Mark. Just happy. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's hold the kettle black.
Let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm gonna respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he swallows. Well, I'm swallowing back.
Well, you're a good squabbler. You're doing a good job squabbling. All right. Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write the report, Your Honor. But he obviously brought body worn video.
That's been provided.
That was provided.
All right.
Years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even gonna raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to them on Wednesday and he only spoke to them. I don't do that. It's petty.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers. It's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding I made it missed the shell cases. I didn't get a report to that or a statement.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated.
Okay, guys. I don't know if you guys are, you might be new here, okay? But we have this thing we say over here, no millionaire left behind. As you guys can see, I was a little stressed for the last 10 minutes or so on the live, okay? I was stressed because the chat is normally not off that long. Stop, Barchi. It's normally not off that long. And y'all, Erica, somehow she couldn't get it back up. She couldn't get the chat. She couldn't get the chat back up, y'all. Okay, so I am going to rewind because y'all know they take 2-hour lunches anyway. I am going to go back because I don't like to be lost. And I was going to just suck it up and keep on going. But I see it's a few of you billionaires lost too. Because, y'all, that was stressful for me, okay? I'm going to go back and we're going to walk through this together. Because, yes, I was stressed. Erica said she was going to come and take all the cursing out. So y'all give her. But I'm going to go back so that we can all be on the same page. Because I see y'all in the comments saying they squabbling. Like, look. They said, what's your first name? I'm sorry, y'all. She couldn't figure it out. And I need to learn how to do it because I never knew how to do it. So she like, okay, Mel, just go and undo it. Baby, where do I go? Where do I start? I didn't know. So we're going to go back. We're going to go back. I need to understand what's going on.
I want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wade gives that as an example when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident. There's very.
Okay, let me tell you where we're going to start, guys. We're going to start with Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips is the witness that they're saying when they got the information from the defense, they're seeing that they met with him for 3 hours, but they may only have 15 lines of things that they wrote down. And he's saying, listen, there's no way they spoke with this man for 3 hours and they only have 15 lines. So I'm going to start at Mr. Phillips, y'all. And we just going to go there, guys, because no millionaire left behind. And Melanie is definitely left behind, baby. Got my arm reaching out for somebody to come grab and save me because, baby, I am. Don't leave me behind, y'all. So we're going to go back. We're going to go back to Mr. Phillips and everything that's going on with him.
Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
So Missy, right now, no, they're not talking about Reli right now. This is a different witness, and they're talking about this witness being interviewed, I think, on 3 separate occasions, and then we'll flow into the rest of everything else.
Oh, is that one
We were just talking about 11.
No,
11. We were just talking about 11, right? We're not talking about 11. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was in?
It was a week after we reviewed the letter.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that
In the office.
happen? Okay, and who was present for that?
Same circumstances with Rakim, Ms. Lanzoni, and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes or no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did, at the same time, we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That was it.
That's the only time.
That's right.
just so it's clear, Your Honor, we provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not,
We're talking about Phillips.
excuse me, Levin was 12 lines, Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not going to cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then followed up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that will give us. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witnesses said. So our concern is we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after again.
We, the members of Family Tech Support, didn't volunteer. We were chosen.
Detail. That.
Now, YouTube being messy. Did YouTube see somebody in this chat say something about tech support? Because why did we get a tech support commercial? YouTube being messy.
When you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter and the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided it.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. So if not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be doing this.
Okay, I gotta make sure. Y'all gotta be crying laughing. Yo. Okay, I have to make sure that we're all on the same page with what's happening right now. Right now, the state is saying, based on the information that they've received from the defense, they feel like they're going to be blindsided when this witness Phillips gets up to testify. They're saying, listen, we only have 15 lines from a 3-hour interview and another interview, I think it was 2 hours, another one was an hour before that. We are not confident that when he gets up there, this is what he's going to testify. All of a sudden, he's going to remember other things. And so the judge is now asking the defense, well, when Mr. Phillips gets up there, are you going to ask him anything other than what's on this paper? Because if they stay within the bounds of that paper, then they follow the, what did they call it? The rules of evidence? No, the discovery rules. Because once he goes outside of that, the state is saying, listen, that's going to be a problem. because at that point, the defense is not following your rules. So that's what they're going back and forth on right now. The state doesn't feel the defense is being honest with everything that they're saying that they got from this witness.
All right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I just wanted to yes or no. All right.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other topics to go into. All right.
In terms of, on this issue, so
For now,
there's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of profit. We've been focusing on these two witnesses that they're calling.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about profit. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days. Any email the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this
he
case?
said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the profit information?
I'm sorry, I know we still talking about the chat, but are you guys seeing what's going on here? Somebody in the chat said they're going back and forth like Love and Steel. I don't know if Love and Steel were this dramatic, baby, because Joe can't even sit up in that seat. Joe is giving Love a run for her money. Okay. And all of this is basically about discovery. Are they sharing information the way the judge ordered them to share information? This is a mess.
And the court please inquire. We've only been told there's two witnesses to call, plus maybe the defendant.
So any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, right?
So it's either the 11 Phillips and Rossi or just 11 and Phillips.
Yeah.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason. The last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the jury.
Give a speech.
Stop.
Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance. Wait till he finishes, then you will have a chance.
I'm sorry. Brianna, do you think the backpack is why he cut up like this? Did y'all not see this man just slam his hands on that desk? Let me rewind it.
That he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the
Give a
jury.
speech. Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait
what
till
he's
he
doing.
finishes, then you will have a
Yeah,
chance.
but I know what he's doing.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter to the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Capipina's attempts to manipulate the media.
Now, I don't know about, I can't pronounce his name. I be spelling it wrong since I heard the man's name. I don't know about Joe, but I don't feel manipulated in the way I feel about the case. I feel like Joe feels like the rest of us who've kind of looked at the facts of the case. Joe feels like the rest of us, because y'all were on the live. What did we say? We said, really, this sounds like a money grab. It doesn't sound, the story doesn't look believable. Really, in them knuckle scratches? Really, in the knuckle scratches, people are, come on now. Come on. It's not Joe, sir. It's your evidence. It's your evidence, sir.
That ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Tacopina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no worry of every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity. As an example, we ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tacopina to not speak to the press during the pendency of Al Sharpton. His argument, this is necessity. As an example, we ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton.
Now, how the hell Al Sharpton get in this? How in the hell did Al Sharpton? I had to rewind it, y'all, to make sure that's what I heard. I said, Al Sharpton, did I hear that right? How did Al Sharpton get in this, baby? And I'm sorry, I don't think it, I mean, I've been following the case and I hadn't heard Al Sharpton. So I don't think he reached where you thought he reached. I just don't think so.
We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tacopina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse, John. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney.
Somebody come here. Somebody gonna have to help me. Joe said, now I had made one quote and he can't even quote me, but I got a quote for you. And the quote just happened to be him talking to Extra. Not like they're local news, y'all. Extra.
Okay, so I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case. We know the evidence and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than the potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts. I didn't speak about Mr. Efron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said when I spoke to TMZ, again, I defied him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I didn't open a statement to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after the jury was impaneled. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client. So that's first and foremost. So again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talking to.
No. Did y'all hear him say he trying to get a middle ground? No, sir. You outright yelled right there. I thought it was just me. Did y'all hear him get loud? Baby, this Lord Joe is unhinged. I'm gonna play it again.
By the lead detective in this case, that Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
Lord.
He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talking in normal tone of voice.
That he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. You know, he made all these accusations about that's disingenuous. I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case, 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings. In my view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to go over things that we've already gone over.
Well, we just did. We still have to do it.
He's asking that that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers. I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to have. Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened.
Go.
Now, we heard a little about the discovery issues about, this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially if this is a videotape. This is really detailed. Tell us what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to, what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside.
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied under the circumstances that both sides have satisfied this discovery rule. So there's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizza.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a 2-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified Friday before. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and check, you have the email? Here's what we have from them on Officer Zizzo, that they spoke to him on Wednesday, which the officer denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke to him on substance was the day of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he respond to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that they'll receive a call to shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresented. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to just say this before we start this. Joe got a little point here. Y'all remember Joe's initial argument. The reason we got here is because the state is saying they interviewed this man for 3 hours, this man for an hour, this man for another or 2 hours, and then all I get is 15 lines in notes. They have to share this information. Joe saying, listen, I looked in the discovery from that officer. Y'all know that officer, his mom is like on Real Housewives or something like that I saw. He said, listen, he just read 2 or 3 lines right there. And he said that man got on the stand and had a whole lot more to say. So is he guilty of the very thing that he's trying to accuse me of? I ain't mad at Joe. Joe, my type of guy. Wait a minute, y'all. That was me. Hold up. That was my fault.
I have to also raise an issue.
Why don't we do this? I did not hear you yell. I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence.
Yeah,
the jury. That they follow followed that rule. But what I am,
But, being that we're now throwing stones, he advised the district attorney that he responded to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that they'll receive a call to shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2, he didn't know where to look. 2 sort of important things and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in the disclosure. Not the disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in that disclosure that they interviewed Friday before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday. So that was just about logistics. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I wasn't going to even raise it, Mark. Just happened. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's hold the kettle black.
let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm going to respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he swallows. Well, I'm swallowing back.
Well, you're a good squabbler. You're doing a good job squabbling. All right. Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write the report, Your Honor. But he obviously brought body worn video, which is
That's been provided.
that was provided
All right.
years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even going to raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to him on Wednesday and he only spoke to him. I don't do that.
Now, let me tell y'all. Joe is the king. I told y'all I can't stand arguing with somebody who gonna say I ain't even mad about you doing blah 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 blah, but you brought it up, and that's exactly what Joe always. This is like my 3rd time hearing him do this. I'm not even gonna bring up about Wednesday something because I ain't that type of person, sir. You just did. You just brought it up. You just brought it up. You just did it.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers because it's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside of the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding, I may have missed the shell cases. I didn't get a report to that first thing.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated any discovery statute or any discovery rule. Regarding the press, the jury has been told not to read or watch anything about this case. I'm going to assume that they followed that rule. But what I am concerned about is someone that the jury knows is going to read or watch something about the case and then relate it to the jury. So here's the rule. I don't want any attorney in this case saying anything to the press while the case is going on. That's it. So
We will advise.
you can call it a gag order.
We will advise, obviously, of course, where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Tacopina's published report where he dared, quote, Nathan Hockman to try the case himself. But we're gonna tell the DA.
Let's move forward. Yeah, just let everybody know in your office who may say something, tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Will do, Your Honor. We had.
I don't understand why he just won't take a win is a win. The judge is saying, listen, what I'm going to do, because I'm going to just assume that even if and I like this, even if the jurors aren't watching, they have family members that may be watching. So to keep it fair, how about we just have no one say anything to the press? But no, y'all, he just doesn't want them talking to the press. It's still being streamed. And I guess, and for me, if I'm being honest, I don't have to hear from the lawyers. I hear from them every day in court. It's people like me who out here on TikTok talking about what I've seen in court that really can sway public opinion. We can hear the lawyers. We see them in court every day. We see them in court. So I don't think it's that bad just for him not to say, just don't talk to the press. He's asking the lawyers, just don't talk to the press. Baby, but the press is going to do what the press does. And that is have their opinions out there in the open. So at least the cameras aren't gone. So, I mean, at least the cameras aren't gone.
Two last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're going to request, and made this request before. Counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I forward to in advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of defense, introducing, bringing up, asking questions, we want to make sure that they have to approach and that we 402. You don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
But finally, Your Honor, the court is aware. On Friday, it doesn't really matter what circumstances were. Mr. Tacopina literally started screaming at me. So, Your Honor, I've not interrupted Mr. Tacopina. As I speak, Mr. Tacopina makes noises. Again, there's got to be a certain decorum. We're following it. But, you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So we would appreciate, as the court is respectfully instructed, when one lawyer is talking, the other lawyer not interrupt. Mr. Tacopina, as court is aware, started literally screaming at me in the courtroom. He basically appeared to challenge me to.
Oh, shit. I did it again.
First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. And he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street.
That goes for both sides.
Okay, I'm not gonna go into the amount.
Likely he'll not get along with me, but he cannot be screaming at me, whether on or off the record. The court was here. The court, I mean, everyone heard and saw it. It's not right. So I'm just asking that the court, again, Mr. Tacopina is an emotional guy, that the court advises.
And you are, both of you are zealous attorneys, aggressive attorneys, both of you are.
We are due to zealous aggressiveness. The court has not heard me yell or scream at anybody. And again, and it's not a request. I'm not going to take that.
All right. Why don't we do this? I did not hear you yell. I did not hear.
First of all, what did y'all hear what that man just said? He said, this is not a request. I'm not taking this from this man. Now, I'm sorry. Hold on, why am I coming through like that? I don't know, my laptop's being a little weird. But he said, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that. They too spicy.
If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have this relationship, why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record? And I am involved.
That train is still. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now because I can't have it always one way. He makes a record disparaging remarks, and then I got to sit here. So no one screamed. You were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. Siegel was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding, sort of bullying attitude, telling me we don't know the rules here, and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement, and so on and so forth. So I respond. I don't need a lecture from him. Okay? I'm not going to go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started.
Hold on, y'all. I don't know if that's is it YouTube or what's going on? Hold on, y'all. Hold on just a second because it just cut off.
both of you.
We are hugely self-aggressiveness. The court is not hurting me, the other is hurting anybody. And again, I just, it's not
it wasn't me. It just, I don't know if it was Chrome because I have to use Chrome on StreamYard. I'm not sure if that's what it was. It just, the web page just reloaded on its own. It wasn't me this time.
I'm not gonna take that.
All right, why don't we do this? I did not hear you yell. I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have this relationship, why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record?
Oh, that's.
And then I am involved.
That train is silly. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now, because, I can't have it always one way. He makes a record, disparaging remarks, and then I gotta sit here. So, no one screamed, you were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. Siegel was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding, sort of bullying attitude, telling me we don't know the rules here, and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement, and so on and so forth. So I responded, I don't need a lecture from him, okay? I'm not gonna go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started, from lawyers I don't even know, including lawyers inside the district attorney's office currently, okay? I'm not gonna go into it, Your Honor. I'm not petty.
No, and now you're interrupting him. Just that, you were complaining about him interrupting you, you're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it, Your Honor. I just don't want to do that, but please, there was no one yelling, you were right here. There was an argument between both sides, both of us, I agree. That's not gonna happen because I'm not gonna speak to get off the record. So you're right about that. That's number one. Number two, I have to also raise an issue, and I'm not past that. I don't want to even talk about that. Your Honor was here. That's the end of that. Mr. Lewin did something last week that was inappropriate. And the reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayer's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Lewin is his playbook apparently from the lawyers went up to my client's family and told my client's family that's not personal, but they should really, hopefully, he's really thought about taking a plea because he's facing a lot of jail time and saying things that played on the emotions of the family. He should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's right here. Well, I don't want him, I want the court to instruct him not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relatives, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was, I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said the following: listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have a kid myself, I have siblings myself, I know it's not difficult, it's not personal, and I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure.
All right.
And then I said as follows: I hope that your brother or your son, I hope that he's really evaluated what he is risking here, because he is a lot.
All right, there's nothing that prohibits.
At the time.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough. There's nothing that prohibits what Mr. Lewin did. You've heard now that the defense does not want.
Baby. So y'all said, what did he say, Mel? Baby, Joe said last week the state walked up to ASAP's, I guess his mom and sister, because he said brother or son, walked up to them and basically apologized that they're going through this, and I hope he takes a plea so you guys don't have to go through all of this, blase, whatever, right? Joe said, listen, you might see Rhianna at court this week. And what I want the state to know, you better not walk up on her or anyone else on the defense's side. He said, don't you think about walking up on Riri, okay? That is what Joe is saying to this man.
Want you to approach anyone from that side, so don't approach anyone from that side. It's as simple as that. All right.
Your Honor, again, this is one evidentiary issue we need to deal with.
Another one?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What is
Mr.
it?
Lewin brings two every moment. just want the record clear on this, but the defense doesn't need to preview our impeachment material on an eliminate motion. Mr. Lewin keeps saying, we need to bring it to the court's attention or his attention when we plan on introducing or using evidence so that he can have a 402 hearing. The law is crystal clear. If I don't need to go further, I won't, because we're on the same page. But the law is crystal clear that there's no rule of law that would require the defense to disclose evidence gathered by an investigator who may tentatively be called by the defense for impeachment purposes. That's Hubbard versus Superior Court. I'll continue. People versus Hunter. Section 105, 4.3, subdivision A1 provides that, quote, defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney his or her intended witnesses together with any relevant written or recorded statements of those persons or reports and statements of those persons which we complied with. But the court goes on, but that does not include impeachment statements. All right, go ahead. But that does not include impeachment statements a defendant obtains from prosecution witnesses. The prosecutor is not entitled to statements impeaching prosecution witnesses. That's People versus Hunter. People versus Sloan. Here, the defense, the court noted, could use the messages on the tape to impeach a witness without disclosing the tape to the prosecution. The prosecutor was wrong that using the tape for impeachment was the same as introducing it into evidence. A few more cases. People versus Ledesma. The court noted to the extent the evidence at issue was submitted to impeach, counsel may have been unwilling to give the prosecution the benefit of a preview of the defense case in order to obtain such rulings, which is what apparently Mr. Lewin is seeking to do now. But the court noted that the defense was appropriate in the way it proceeded. Two more. Izaga versus Superior Court.
This is Izaga, yes.
Right. The defense is not required to disclose any statements it obtains from prosecution witnesses it may use to refute the prosecution's case during cross-examination.
And you're going to mention Phyllis.
I'm going to mention Morrison, in which the court noted, nor did the discovery statutes obligate counsel to disclose she would impeach a witness with evidence of prior misconduct, particularly in that case, gun possession. Now, I understand, Your Honor, that the prosecution here wants us to do their homework for them, but the law doesn't require us to. For that matter, all of the impeachment material that we have arises from their own discovery.
All right, let me tell you my view on impeachment. I'm aware of this Izaga, but that's a California Supreme Court case. There's another California Supreme Court case that's called People versus Tillis, T-I-L-L-I-S. Both of them say the same thing. Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed. Impeachment witnesses, once the decision has been made to call them, does have to be disclosed. But the evidence does not. All right, we are at 5 minutes to go. I don't want the jury to wait, so let's give Kathy a break, and if anybody wants to use the facilities, they can. I want to get started right at 10:30.
Right, so don't be full of witness, just logistics. And what's logistics? Not controversial. The piece of evidence we put in on the defense.
I hope y'all know that's not me. That's Lauren crying. We haven't started yet, guys. I said shout out to them in their Fulton County breaks because they're still on break. So once they come back, we're all caught up to speed. We see that the defense and the state clearly don't like each other. Hey, Day, and it really might have a lot to do with, I've heard that Joe is really popular. I have seen this so many times on my TikTok videos. They say he represented Trump at some point. He's a very popular and highly sought after attorney. And the state just might not like that. So we are seeing them go back and forth with each other, And Missy, thank y'all for saying something about the rewind because I did need that. But we see, she said, I see still all over again. Exactly, Key. Exactly. And are we back? Are we all up to speed now? He withdrew because Trump didn't pay him. Oh, God. Did you see Blaylock appeal was denied? I did see it. I haven't read the denial, and I think Adventure was just putting something in the chat about it. I haven't personally read it, and I can't believe it was denied. I was so sure that case was they were going to win that appeal. Did y'all see the state's arguments? I don't know what that is, but Kia, I think Joe will end up in contempt if he doesn't get it together, because him smacking on that desk like that, yeah, still he lost. I didn't think he was gonna lose that though. I really did. Rhianna might be in court this week. We're probably just going to see her entering or exiting, but that's it. Did I see new charges he got while he was in jail? I did not. Hold on, y'all, just a second. I did not see any new charges that he has while he's been in jail. It is hard to win appeals in India. Oh my God, when I was listening to the facts of the case, I was like, okay, clearly they see what was going on here. Maybe something would at least get them this new trial. Man, I hate that for them. I really can't believe Blaylock case was denied. Me too. I just at least thought there was enough for a new trial I'm like, man, the detective on the case didn't do any type of research for real. The boys clearly are sending messages that these girls set them up. They didn't turn those messages over. Like, I just really thought I thought they had it. Joe versus Glenn. I actually would pay money to see Joe in a courtroom with Glanville. I would. I would pay money for that. I would pay more money for that. She said they can request a thank you adventure of appealability on those grounds. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Adventure has read it. She says the court did agree that there were judicial and prosecutorial errors that could have prejudiced the jury, and specifically noted they were not argued in this appeal. I like that. I like that.
My name is Wendy, and I get Botox Cosmetic. My treatment areas were my forehead, my crow's.
That commercial ticks me off every time because it always ends at my crow's feet. Listen, Joe versus Glanville. Hold on. Adventure, they want you to come up. Let me put the link in the chat. She can talk to us about it. I haven't read it yet. She's read it, so she can talk to us about it. It is sad, India. That is absolutely correct. Adventure, if you're in a space to come up, girl, I'm trying to hear about this this appeal because I didn't get a chance to read it. I did, like I said, somebody messaged me right before I went on live that Alley Cat posted that it was denied. Lynn said, hey y'all, we are back in the chat. I'm late and catching up. Oh, I was say no. I thought we were on here, and I didn't see that. I love that for us, Krona. We are a family over here. I love that for us. Joe versus Abate, really? I think I'd rather see Joe versus Love, honestly. Abate sometimes, I think Abate acts like he knows how to play well with people. You know? Love, not so much. Joe versus Love, I would actually like to see Joe versus Glanville. Yeah, Adventure's going to come up. She's going to talk to us about the appeal. We'll go over it later too, but she has already read it. Hi.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear her? I think let's see what the chat says. Key, I've been waiting on y'all. Said when Key sees that video. Yeah. Okay, Adventure. I'm gonna go on mute so that you can talk to us about what you read in the documents that came out regarding the appeal.
Okay, so first things first, I want to be super clear about how an appellate court actually looks at the evidence because it's in the light most favorable to the state when it comes to appellate proceedings. It's no longer in the light that is more favorable to a defendant, which frankly really sucks. In my experience, only about 7% of appeals typically get granted. Standalone ineffective assistance of counsel claims are not usually granted. It's normally alongside something like not presenting a really credible alibi or not arguing to have an illegal confession thrown out, or a Brady claim, prosecutorial misconduct, something like that. Standalone claims are not granted like ever.
Hold on, Adventure. I'm gonna ask because I say it again. Are you an attorney?
Yes, in Missouri and Kansas.
There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, period. Now we got a millionaire attorney. Okay.
And so I want to start off with that just because I know when we look at the case, we look at it a lot differently in terms of like, well, we can see that this, that, and the third happened. Those things aren't always raised on appeal. Sometimes it is better to not raise every single issue on appeal so you can preserve it for later. So that way you can hire an investigator, get more evidence, because once you make an argument in an appeal and you lose that argument, you cannot make it again. You're done.
So are you saying that there's an opportunity that they can open it up for, they can use the other things for a different appeal?
Yes.
Okay, got you.
Which is why I was like, it's really good that they noted that in the footnote that this was not argued on, and so they were not making their decision based off of these things because they were not argued, so they can argue those later. So basically, they denied it because they didn't feel like they met the burden for arguing that they prejudiced the jury, which I don't necessarily agree with. But my job is to appeal convictions, and so I will never agree with a denial. They did note that the prosecutor's comments were really concerning.
No, I've never.
I think they're back.
Since Friday.
It's audio.
Adventure, that was your TV on. I'm like, no, we're not back yet. Okay, so on the next break, if you're still in, then come up and explain it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Agreed not to in anticipation for that question. There you go. When you say you have people ask you about it, who asked you about it? Coworkers, friends, that sort of thing. Oh, curious people. Sure. But you going through it with that now. Again, just to recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for shooting, you're looking for victims, right? Correct. Damage to vehicles in this instance. Correct. Shell casings. Correct. Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen in front of you? This one doesn't work, but I'll turn it. Okay, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is East Del Mar, right? Correct. Okay. And the video starts at the end of East Del Mar, closest to Selma, right? Correct. It's right at the intersection. Right. And with the first 15 seconds of that video, you approach a homeless person and ask if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that? I don't independently recall that. Okay, let's play that part. That's it, Ryan.
Hey, Cal, did you hear any shooting over here? Yeah.
Okay, that's you, right?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, you were asking, you said, hey, Al, you hear a shooting over here, correct?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. By the way, why was your body cam not on there anymore?
I really don't remember. I don't have an answer for that.
Jordan, just for the purpose of going forward here, we have copies of the transcript of this in case we have to refer to that. I have many copies.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to all of the jurors and?
Yes, good concept.
Does anybody at council table need one of these transcripts?
We like.
I don't think so.
That's okay.
No, we have.
You want me to wait to distribute them? No, distribute them.
Yes, sir. What do you want this is gonna be?
B.
B, that's exhibit B.
If there's an extra one on, I don't want to take it from any of you. All right, Kathy, all right, I'm good with that. All right. Does anybody not have a transcript?
Take it one point down.
Let's make sure everybody has a transcript.
You know, I don't know if we formally did stipulation, I'm not sure. Both sides stipulate that if audio recording or video recording, that's on the video where we have transcripts, it's not take down what she's hearing.
Actually, the stipulation is not necessary. There's a rule of court that said that when audio tapes are played, the court reporter does not take it down.
I was referring to that rule of court, or that's what I thought.
I just learned that, about 6 months ago. Yeah, there's no stipulations required. They just don't.
Well, if it was, we would say.
So, good.
You gotta take.
Thank you for that.
For Mr. Jacobina and I.
All right. Go.
That happened once in a while. So sorry, obviously, we're looking for signs of shooting again. Yes. It's still on. And the video shows multiple officers searching for signs of the shooting on East Delmar, right? Yes. Okay. And directing your attention to 22, 35, and 54 seconds of that video, the officers are conducting a search using their flashlights aimed at the ground, right? And we'll get you right there. I said 22, 35, and 54 seconds. So, almost. Anyway, right there. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, stop sign, parking lot. You want that one right now? What's your step right here? Okay, so what's the make and model?
Obviously, everyone has their search lights out, right? Yes, sir. And obviously, I think this is something you'd agree with, that you wouldn't have wanted to do, and none of you would have wanted to overlook important evidence that seemed to let you, right? Correct. So it was careful and attentive, and obviously, were you a sergeant there as well, or since?
No, sir, I was a police officer 3, I was a training officer.
And then got promoted?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attentive officer, when performing your duty, you made it obviously a point to be careful and attentive looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially you said you thought there were 3 officers at the scene?
Correct, and that was based off of the when my body worn video that we watched.
Right, I understand, no problem. But you agree that there's more now, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there's 7.
Okay.
Well, you don't take my word, but let's go to the video. I'll direct your attention to 22, 40, and 36 seconds.
We'll stimulate council if that helps as well, if there were 7.
Yes, okay. Just want to, so simple. Okay.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
I don't dispute that there were 7 officers at scene.
Not really dispute, but you see 7 officers right there. There's 6 in the frame,
Including
the guy with the body.
Correct, including that one, yes, 7.
7, okay.
No, that's right.
And everyone, to your knowledge, was doing their job when they were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Direct your attention to 22:37:03 on that video. That's that you and Reese Del Mar on the side of the street closest to the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking, by the way, for the record, we're looking south towards Selma Avenue. So you're standing on the west side of the street, right?
Correct. I'm presently facing west in this shot, but yes, this is south in this camera.
And officers are searching that area for evidence of shooting with the flashlights, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is directly opposite, Sergeant, that orange portion of that wall there, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That where the officers are, right there,
Right.
including you, is directly opposite that orange, whatever that thing is, portion of a wall,
Correct.
right? Which is next to that adjacent lot there, right?
Yes.
A vacant lot, I should say. So that's right across from that orange, whatever, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you these two photographs. One is that, but we're going to put them juxtaposed and put them right side by side. Okay. The first one is basically the still frame of what we just looked at. You see the one on the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you guys right across from that orange wall, we'll call it.
Correct. Yes.
And then the one on the right with that single individual there. He appears to be standing in that same exact spot. You also start with that orange wall there as well. We can blow it up a little bit, can we? See that, sorry? See the orange wall on the other side?
I see orange there. I mean, based off this photo, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell much beyond that.
We'll go back out. There's that vacant lot right there, right?
Right.
You see
Okay.
that?
Yeah, and you know what, the driveway on this side, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's basically where that individual is where those officers are, correct?
Approximate, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And so just as you talked, we talked earlier about the parking lot where your body game was. Just as in the parking lot, you agree there was no sign of a shooting on the street as well?
Correct.
No blood?
No, sir.
No bullet holes?
No, sir.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
No physical evidence of shooting was recovered at all?
No, sir.
Directing your attention to 22:37 and 29 seconds. Oh, we can play this portion. Go ahead.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's hurt or anything like that.
By the way, for the transcript, what anyone what pages? Sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to believe all of those officers, they didn't see anything. And they're standing on tape. Hey, I'm checking the area. I don't see any evidence that there was a shooting. It kind of goes against Reli because how are they in the exact same spot and they don't see anything with you magically find two bullets?
Page 2, line 14 of that transcript, which is defense exhibit B, please. Sorry, do you have one?
I actually do not.
Oh, okay. So you take a look. Sorry, I'll give you this copy. It's here, page 2, line 14. Thank you, sir. Okay. Can we start playing that portion again? Maybe go back a few seconds. Okay.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's hurt or anything like that.
Okay. So that's one of your, you know who that was speaking?
I actually don't.
Okay. Well, one of the officers, right?
Yes.
And you say basically we're checking the area, doesn't look like anyone got hurt, right?
Correct.
And direct your attention to 22:38, which is basically a minute later, 21 seconds.
Got it. And check every car in the block. There's nothing, no hits. Do the second PR. Okay, because I got some friends that came up.
This is page 3, Sergeant, and line 4, please. Can you play that portion again, please?
So they were only possible. And check every car in the block. There's nothing, no hits.
Okay. And then a few seconds later, 22:38:40, which, second one, make sure we direct the right portion of the transcript, guys.
Yes, I think Reli's gonna take the
Next course, I'll direct to the same page, page 3, line 20. So there, line 20. And now we play that portion. Go ahead.
No evidence for now. We can give no evidence.
Okay. So one of the officers, you know who that was speaking, by the way?
I did.
Who's that?
So at the time, Officer John Cook, now Sergeant John Cook.
Sorry, John, okay. It says there's gonna be no evidence for now, we have no victims, no evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention, direct your attention to 22:40:04. Last page here, please.
Yeah, Joe's showing every angle he can of that area that these officers check. They say, listen, they didn't just stand around.
Page 5.
This is footage that you're moving on.
Page 5, line 2. And go ahead, you could play that when you're ready.
Yeah, it sounds like someone probably fired a shot in their hair to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an objection on hearsay. It's not coming in over matter, sir.
And lastly, direct your attention to 22:40 and 26 seconds, which would be same page, page 5, line 14, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no victims as of now, so unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, who was that speaking, do you know?
That's also.
Sergeant Cook?
Yes.
John Cook, whatever.
Yes.
Again, no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot, right?
That's what he said.
And after responding to East Del Mar and Selma Avenue, and carefully searching the scene with the fellow officers, you found no physical evidence of a shooting whatsoever.
That's correct.
And of course, to be clear, that includes no evidence of a shell casing recovery, correct?
Correct, that includes that as well.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewis, anything? Oh, Mr.
What is crossing up clear read? Well, he's
Right,
like,
so
yeah.
Yes, sir.
we were asked questions, I believe on Friday, Mr. Takina, about your conversations with the DAs on this case. Is that something that customarily happens prior to your testifying?
Yes, it is in every case.
And this incident specifically happened approximately just over 3 years ago, correct?
Correct, yeah.
When you first received a subpoena related to this case, did you immediately know what incident you were even called to testify about?
Absolutely not, no.
Was it of assistance to you in refreshing your memory to be directed to your body worn video from this specific incident?
Absolutely, yes.
In his questioning on Friday and also today, Mr. Takapina asked you questions about searching for shell casings, I believe is how he phrased them. Are you familiar with the term shells, casings, cartridge cases, things like that?
Yes, sir.
What is your personal background, training, and experience as it relates to firearms?
Well, I have the training I received from the Los Angeles Police Department. I've also attended various trainings outside on my own time. related to firearms training, different weapon systems, marksmanship, mostly related, that sort of thing.
In the course of that training that you're talking about, have you, can you even estimate how many rounds of ammunition you fired?
I cannot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Over the years, yes.
Are you familiar with, just in general, with handguns, the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
I am, yes.
And in very broad terms, what is the difference between those two types of guns?
Well, I think the biggest distinction would be that a revolver operates from a rotating cylinder where it has each individual chambers, usually typically 5 or 6 chambers, where each round, the bullet, sits inside the individual chambers. And when the trigger is pressed to the rear, the cylinder rotates, hammer comes back, strikes the round, discharges the round. And then it continues to rotate. The difference between that and a semi-automatic pistol is all of those rounds are contained in a magazine, and it's magazine fed, so there is no rotating cylinder. Revolvers do not eject those casings the same way a semi-automatic weapon does. Every trigger press with a semi-automatic weapon, a shell casing ejects. And with a revolver, it stays within that chamber, continues to rotate until the weapon is empty, and then you manually eject those casings all at once.
So when you were looking for evidence at this scene specifically of cartridge cases being on the ground, that would be in the expectation that a semi-automatic pistol was used, correct?
Correct.
Because with a semi-automatic, those cartridge cases.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you fire, just in your own personal experience, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, do those cartridge cases always come out in exactly the same trajectory, or do they kind of have a tendency to go in different directions?
The different directions.
Okay. And is it those discarded or used cartridge cases that you would have been looking for that night?
Those are the same ones we're talking about, yes.
Right. All right. Just to put a fine point on that, when you searched that entire area, the street, the parking lot, you didn't find any cartridge cases anywhere.
No, I didn't.
And none of your 6 other partners who responded there with you observed or recovered any either, correct?
That's also correct.
You were asked questions, or I'm sorry, I think you were directed to the transcript about page 3, lines 4 and 5, where one of your partners says that he checked every car in the lot and there's nothing, no hits, correct?
Correct.
In your experience responding to crime scenes throughout your entire career where a gun has been discharged, what are the types of damage that you would look for on a car, specifically related to a shooting call?
Sure, so flat tires, glass that's been spiderwebbed, right, or totally blown out, impacts to sides of doors or ricochets off of hoods. These are things that I'm just recalling from recent observations, those sorts of observations.
Are some of those observations easier to see than others?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is you have a white 4-door vehicle. It's easy to see the impact where the paint is missing and the metal is bent and distorted. And whereas if you have a vehicle with a darker colored paint job, you might miss it, right? You might not see it. It might blend in.
But also, even more generally, if a window is shattered, you're going to see a large shatter in that window, potentially.
Right, it's hard to miss.
And if a tire is flat, that's easier to see too, correct?
Yes, it is.
Versus, and I want you to assume for purposes of this that we're talking about the hole from a 9mm chambered round. If you observed a bullet hole in either plastic or metal of a car from a 9mm round, that would be a lot smaller, correct?
Comparatively speaking to other larger rounds, yes.
And even comparatively speaking to if the 9mm hit glass or a tire, correct?
Correct.
If a firearm was fired in a downward trajectory and struck the ground, would you expect the round would either ricochet up into the bottom of the car or potentially fragment into bullet fragments that would then strike the car?
I think both of those scenarios are possible.
Okay. Did you and your partners check the bottoms of cars?
No, we didn't.
And in fact, to this point of any damage on the cars, were you or any of your partners, to your knowledge at that scene, familiar with the condition of any of those cars before you responded?
No, we weren't.
So you don't know if any of those cars already had any damage on them?
That's correct, yeah.
You would have to stay.
No.
Okay. I need a video. Do you have it on a DVD or? Yeah. Oh, okay. I can do it. I can do it on my computer. Yeah.
It's not doing anything. It is not doing anything at all. I don't know what he wants us to believe. We don't believe really. And y'all remember what we say, you have to be reasonable beyond a reasonable doubt, and they are not doing that. That's not his last name, Keith. I think Ashley is funny. That is not his last name. She done said his name was Cappuccino. Hey, that's not the same.
It's more
Now,
than body
come on,
wash.
this is-
It's a rich lather, gentle
I'm
on
gonna blame
skin.
Lauren Crime,
It's
baby.
that
Lauren Crime
clean,
put on me
hydrated
every time
feeling
after
that
the
lasts.
8:43. Can you see that on the screen? Yes, sir. Just to orient the jury as far as where we're looking at here, would you agree the street on the far right of the screen would be Selma, correct?
Correct, that's Selma that runs east to west.
And then we can just barely see a stop sign. And there's kind of a street directly in front of the officer who's shooting this video, correct? And that would be Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that's Vista Del Mar.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the handicap parking stalls there. Would you agree that the one closest to the stop sign does not have a car parked in it?
Oh, God. This work, this feel just as bad as their Rico.
All right. I'm going to start this from around the beginning.
Hey, Cal, did you hear this?
One second.
I don't get the point of him going through this body cam footage because to me it shows that they really were looking around the corner. those boys ran right after it happened. They didn't have time to go find it.
Hey. My apologies, sir. I didn't mark it on the transcript, but I'm not sure where that corresponds to on the video. One second.
Are you looking at the corner there? Nobody was trying this down. So, that's one box in the hospital. Probably just a morning shop. Yeah, you gotta get it.
Sergeant, I can replay this section, but can you hear what sounds like a crowd of people in the background of this video? I'm going to play it starting at 22:40:41. I'll play it forward for a few seconds. Okay. Do you hear a number of people's voices in the background? Not officers.
Right, it's distant, but yes.
Okay. Was this a busy area of Hollywood?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Those noises that we hear, would that just kind of be people in the surrounding areas out on Saturday night?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
So now someone messed with the area. It was so busy.
Let's go.
They looked over it.
22:37:08, please, on that same video. So just take it. There's a famous orange wall over there. You see that thing on the left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And right across where you guys were searching where that individual was before, right across there. Correct. Cars right next to that, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's a bunch of cars on the other side of that orange wall, right?
The rider vans here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there's cars on the other side, I'm saying, of that orange wall, across the street where the officers are.
Right, correct.
Yes, you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you could scoot around if you want. Or,
no.
We're done. Okay. So you talked about things that you're looking for, flat tires in the car, broken glass, right? Those two. Impacts on side doors.
Yes, sir.
In any event, you found none of that, right?
That's correct.
All right. And by the way, you never received a report of a complaint at any point in this case that a car was damaged, did you?
At the time when I was at scene, I did not.
Okay. At any time after, did you become aware?
If somebody had reported it,
Yeah.
unless I handled it myself, I wouldn't have knowledge of it, right, if it was after the fact.
And one last thing, the Glock is one of those semi-automatics that does in fact eject shell cases, right?
Correct, it's a strike firearm.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant Sizzle, thank you. Thanks for coming back today. You're excused, next witness.
My next witness is Leah Robinson.
How many witnesses do you guys think they have for this?
Oh, let me mention to you about tomorrow. One of the people involved has a commitment that cannot be avoided. So we're going to start a little early and we're going to go a little longer. We're going to go 10 to 12:30, but that's going to be it. And then we'll break about 11:15. So be here tomorrow at 10, and then you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. The following day, normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
I don't think we're done, Rhianna. You talking about tomorrow's schedule? I don't think we're done. Rhianna, you know who King Jobs is? One of my old coworkers said, "Neil, I just saw you on King Jobs Live." I said, "Who the hell is King Jobs?" Hey, Michelle.
Ready, Your Honor? Yeah. You mind just raising your right hand
King
first, please?
Jobs.
Thank you. Solemnly state the testimony you may give at the cause of not living before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there. And please adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you allow me to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Please spell your name for us.
LEAHELIZABETH.
Thank you. And so Brown, common spelling.
MARTIN-Brown, common spelling.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Ms. Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling.
Yes.
All right. Try to get through it quickly. On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the TV. There is something that puts up there that should work. All C's. Yes. I'm also gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna reach over and see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor. The map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area?
Both.
And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Like around here-ish.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings there that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry. Ask the court, please. Mind deleting a little bit.
You know, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
So, read the last question. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6. 1-page document with a single photograph.
PirateShip.com just saved Mary. Up to 89% on shipping.
We, the members of Family Tech Support, didn't volunteer. We were chosen.
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. If I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
How would you want to describe that? So I would say in the photograph, there are a number of. Let's see.
Why don't you bring it up to a large circle?
I can do that.
And then put it on the projector.
That's good. Circle it. Yeah, so you have more time to Sharpie. Sharp with the ball.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Putting people 6 back up. The black mark that you made here is the exact document you're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you were living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and something, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor. So.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
3.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street were they walking towards?
Selma.
And how far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. Might be difficult to see here on People's 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red
indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that.
Okay. Thank you. What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were arguing, and they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof, and there was like some loud yelling, and then they appeared to be fine, but went around the corner into the back parking lot, and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue, and there appeared to be like allegedly a gun was drawn, and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay, I want to start at the parking garage.
Baby, I'm sorry. Is she on TikTok talking about allegedly a gun? Is she on TikTok? Because either you saw it or you didn't see it. So what she's saying is they started arguing. They went under a parking garage. She said she could hear yelling. They came back from the parking garage, seemed to be okay, but then it turned back up again. And then allegedly she saw a gun.
You said you saw these three people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective.
You keep saying
From the
that.
7th floor, did you see anything that
Not at that time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof. There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that any further.
What?
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to.
She's a Rihanna fan. She's either a Rihanna fan or she was at Complex Con looking at ASAP Rocky, because how in the hell are you a witness and you don't want to speak on that any further? What? Am I hearing this right? LV is saying what I was like. You're on the stand. What the hell do you mean you don't want to speak on that further? She said the Navy. Okay, you Rihanna fans who looking for the album will not come persecute her because she sent Rihanna's baby daddy to jail. It won't be that.
To speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any? Where on the person who was grabbed? Where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure. I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
Don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grabbed, and then they.
Y'all, is this a defense witness or a state witness? Just make sure I'm on the right page, because Sus sound like she's testifying for the defense. That lady said, I saw what I what she said? I said what I saw. I said what I saw. Okay.
Kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say, while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The three of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who. They just all looked like equal to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all three of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the three of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
When you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear any arguing as they went down Harvard?
No.
When these three were, did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that would be an accurate recollection.
Okay.
See that bedazzling on that hoodie.
When they, could you even tell the race of these people?
It was dark, I don't know.
Okay. So when these
Now, I wasn't sure if she was on the BS or not. But you couldn't see the race of the people. You couldn't see the race of the people, but you could see he clearly had. I think ASAP's hoodie was on. I don't know about the other people, but I'm sorry, y'all. I'm calling BS right now.
3 men got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left, and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay. So, I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma headed eastbound. So you were describing them walking past his building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this photograph. Correct. So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see all 3 of the men that you were describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma?
No.
You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the El Centro apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
People ran away.
The initial altercation that you're talking about, what was the first thing that you observed?
I can't recall.
Okay. The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the 2 other people?
Closer to the El Centro apartments than Selma.
I just so you know, we're gonna break in a minute. Now, why don't we take a break now? All right, folks, we're gonna break now. Please be outside the court for doors at 1:30, so that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else.
Oh, y'all couldn't even hear me. Hold up. Y'all talked about Glenville. This kind of giving Glenville. My bad, y'all. I'm glad it was on because I was trying to mute because Barchi was barking. It was already muted. But court just started. Court just started and we're already on a break. We are already on a break. Okay. Is Adventure still in here? If Adventure's still in here, we can go ahead and talk about I do want to do a formal reading. Maybe it might be better for us to do the formal reading and talk about it so we can really get down to it. I mean, the judge is 98. The judge is, he needs his meds and a nap because, so, wait a minute, y'all. I need to figure something out real quick. Hold up. Hold on just a second. Okay. All right, so they're coming back at 4:30 our time. She said, I'm also in a meeting. Adventure, let's do it later. Let's do it later. If you can message me on Instagram or TikTok, and then we can see what's a good time for your schedule, and then we can deal with that. No, Miss Chocolate, she's not there. She is not there. It's 12:08. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Alice, I had to Google it. Google what time it is. Yes, I had to Google to see what time it actually was in LA. I'm gonna see if I can see something about Joe. Because I'm sorry, y'all, Joe is a character. I can spell his name now as Taco Pina. Oh, y'all know what? I remember him now. I didn't know his name, but I remember seeing him with Trump with this shorter haircut. Okay, we saw that already. I have seen him before, guys. I have seen him. His hair wasn't like this, though. So I definitely have seen Joe before. In all that he encompasses. So let's see. I was trying to find us something to watch on break about what's going on. Oh, wait a minute. Are there people in here that were not able to see the live from Friday? Lex, you are absolutely correct. Are there people in here that weren't able to see the trial, the live stream on Friday? Because Law and Crime does have like a recap that's only 43 minutes, which would take us right into them coming back. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, guys. So we'll do the recap. I'm going to put the recap on. And we can do the recap. And if you're at home like me, take this time to get something to eat because I'm about to get something to eat too. And we'll watch the recap of Friday. Because on Friday, y'all know that was day one, and 43 minutes should recap everything that kind of happened for us, at least the big moments. So everybody's up to date. The Dolph case, Nano, I gotta go look at that. I did see they arrested someone. I don't know why they arrested them or what's going on with that, but I will have that after the ASAP trial. I'll take care of the Dolph thing. Actually, while we're watching this, because I've saw Friday, I'll look at that so that I can give you guys an update. Joe is an Aries. Look at that. She said Joe is an Aries. So this is a recap, guys, so you guys can see what happened on Friday. It's a Court TV recap.
the second person who you see who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. At the time that he was pointing.
I want to make sure everyone that's watching, Jasmine, that is all night. You know, Melly starts in September. So we've been keeping up with his motions, his hearings, and things that are going on. We do have to carve time to watch Melly, and we're going to get to Melly. What happened is all of these other trials start popping up. So we watched Naziah Harris. Now we're doing ASAP Rocky. And I'm still on the fence with Brian Stills because I know they're at jury selection right now. But we are going back to watch Melly's first trial for sure, because we can't walk into that second trial not knowing everything that happened. True story. I wasn't even here over the weekend. That's what happened. And Fulio, they pushed his back, I think, the first person to August. So yes, y'all, I always think that, and I say this to people think that this is so easy. Like, no, we have a real schedule. We have a real schedule over here. True stories, you're not gonna let me live that one down, but I did get busy this weekend with my homework and Mariah's. That's basically what happened. But I'm gonna do this recap, and I don't know what time I'm gonna be done today with the ASAP trial. Because if I'm done with ASAP trial, we can just go ahead, since we were gonna cover the Supreme Court hearing anyway tonight. Just roll on into Hilton closing, girl. Because I have not watched it. I still haven't seen it. But this is a recap, guys, of Friday.
In the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Rakim.
Counsel seeking stop whatever job, so no speaking objections.
The trial of rapper ASAP Rocky is off to a rocky start. The prosecution starting off slowly, but the defense coming out swinging. We're getting you all caught up before court resumes. And we've got a traffic stop shooting caught on camera. A man is shot by his own pistol as an officer is removing it from his pants. We'll show you the stunning video. And also this hour, a new law in Arizona is trying to prevent future gang activity, like the one police say killed 16-year-old Preston Lord. Plus, the Ponzi scheme murder trial is back this morning. Could an emotional Natalie Cochran taking the stand tip the scales for the defense? It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statements. Good Monday morning to you. I hope you had a great weekend. This is Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. I say the show's kind of like coffee and court because it's morning time. We get all warmed up together and ready to go for the big day ahead on Court TV Live. So let's start it off like we always do. Go ahead, grab that cup of coffee right now. It's time for my opening statement. A friendship, a feud, and a firearm. Those are the three things rapper ASAP Rocky's trial is about. On November 6th, 2021, the friendship between ASAP Rocky and his fellow crew member ASAP Reli turned into a feud that culminated in Hollywood, California with a firearm. Fortunately, both men are alive today. The question for the jury is whether there was anything criminal that happened during that altercation. Now, what I just did was a little sampling of the first part of an opening statement. In just a few sentences, you know the story, right? So I'm going into professor mode a little bit this morning, my friends, because I was stunned at how inefficient and ineffective the prosecutor was in telling their story. He basically tried the case in his open. He was getting into the frame by frame details of the videos in the open. It's an open. Don't overcomplicate it. When I teach opening statements to my students, I tell them to tell me what happened, tell me a great story, and do it in 10 minutes. And guess what? The students learn that it's got to grab the jury's attention fast, and it's going to be better than the other side's story. In this case, the defense, led by attorney Joe Tacopina, told a much better story than the state. I knew within 2 minutes what the story was about. He was saying it was about lies and greed. He painted the
Y'all, didn't we say that? Y'all, did we not say this? I'm supposed to be making my lunch right now. Did we not say this though? We said that he did such a great job painting the picture. I don't even know why ASAP is there. Why is ASAP there? Because when I listened to the state story, it was like, oh, really, he followed him with the weapon because he never thought he'd harm him. Who in their right mind follows a person with a gun? We didn't know anything about him following them for 2 blocks. How a person who's in fear of their life doesn't follow them for 2 blocks. But I saw an attorney say that when you're looking even at assault, the person has to be in fear. And the state kept saying he was not in fear. I love old girl already.
Alleged victim as a money-hungry liar.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't get to see much of the evidence in this case. So my friends, I'm reserving any judgments on the facts just yet. But judging only the opening statements, I say that Rocky's defense team hands down won the day. That is my opening statement this morning. Let me know if you like it. Right now, I want to give you your daily docket.
Did he like to go to hospitals?
No, he hated them.
What did he tell you about?
Okay, y'all, she kind of looked like, okay, she mixing some stuff in, but let's go here. She starts back.
Grab.
Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm gonna kill you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Rakim Mayers. That man is Terrell Efron, or you've heard the name Reli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all that the prosecution is going to rely on. He's the source of all the evidence. The 2 assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Reli. Both.
I am what I am, I followed the plan, man. I got the whole world in my hand. I'm in demand, they say I'm the man. If given the chance, I gotta expect.
All right, so let's talk about this case. Let's dig in. What did you think? Tweet us your thoughts. Whose open did you like better? And we've only heard from one witness so far, and he's got a big connection to a reality TV star. So let's talk about that as well. Let's bring in our power panel. With me, entertainment commentator Holland Reed is here. We've also got former prosecutor. He put away Susan Smith. He's also a retired SLED agent and lawmaker, now attorney Tommy Pope. And we've got retired criminal defense attorney and author, famously saved Jodi Arias' life, attorney Kirk Nurmi. Good morning to you all. Let's start a bit, if we can, with how the prosecution did. Tommy Pope, I want to go to you on this. What did you think of them on day one?
I think you were spot on. You get too much in the weeds. You know, I saw in just that little clip the defense, even though he was reading his notes and maybe his delivery wasn't the best. You know, it's about money and greed, and all the evidence come from one man. You know, if the prosecution hadn't told a different story and a believable story, they've dug a hole. Not that they can't overcome it, but as your viewers know, the prosecution's got the burden of proof. So we have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. The last thing you want to do is feel like you're digging down a hole. But I've seen, Julie, like you said, teaching, I've seen a lot of young prosecutors feel like they have to deliver the whole case. I always called it a preview of coming attractions. You know, if you're going to hear the whole preview, you don't have to watch the movie anymore, you know. And so, you know, with respect to that prosecutor, let's give him a chance to do his job. But I think he's starting in a little bit of a hole with the jury.
Exactly. I love that analogy, Tommy. It's like the preview to the movie. It's not the whole movie. It's not a screening of the entire thing. But I like that, the preview of the coming attractions. Kirk Nurmi, looking at the defense side, let's go there next. What did you think of their story? You know, they're saying that this wasn't a real gun. They're owning the fact that on that video, Rocky's seen with a gun in his hands. They're not denying that, but they're saying it was a prop gun. His buddy knew it, and he looked to sue him civilly and had to go to police in order to get that case going. What do you say to that?
Well, I think it seems that all of that is going to be supported by the evidence. At least, you know, his going to the attorney, the alleged victim going to the attorney filing a civil suit, things of that nature. But let's back up a little bit. Go to that jealousy, lies, and greed that we talked about in the opening statement. Because one of the things that I would do when I was advising young attorneys is to try to filter it down to that one sentence because and certain themes, because what does that do? That gives the jury glasses, lenses to view the evidence that's coming forward. And now this jury, based on this opening statement, is going to be looking at every piece of evidence, thinking, is it motivated by jealousy, lies, or greed? So every bit of evidence that we talk about, every bit of evidence that's going to come on the case is going to go through this filter. The state hasn't provided a filter. The state hasn't provided a theme, a hook. It was rambling. It wasn't even coming attractions, really. So, right now, the jury, and it's so important, first impressions, right? And everything's going to be filtered through those themes. And that's why I think the defense is going to come out on top in the end.
Yes, I think that's a smart prediction, Kirk. Thank you for that. Holland Reed, last but not least, saved a special question for you, the Hollywood interest. So we know there's a lot of big names in this case. We know Joe Tacopina represented President Donald Trump. We know that John Lewin, the deputy DA who's lead on this case, not the prosecutor who opened, but one of them sort of running things, Prosecutor Robert Durst, he's well known. And we know that the first witness up is the son of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane, Sergeant Thomas Zizzo, first witness up. I want to play a little clip from him because it had a lot of Real Housewives and Bravo fans excited to see him giving his testimony. Let's take a look.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right? Correct. All right. You didn't find any broken glass? No. No damaged doors? No. No bullet holes? No. You established no shell casings? Correct. No blood? Correct. In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right? Correct.
Police can only do so much. One thing I took away was he was saying we rely on the public's help. So, Holland, I would think that his mama, Erica Jane, would be very proud of him for the service work that he does and for doing his best to gather evidence after this incident. Your thoughts, please.
So my thoughts are, this is Hollywood. This happened in Hollywood, the heart of Hollywood. A$AP Rocky is partners with Rhianna. We know that these two gentlemen have been friends for 19 years. They started a collective together. And along the way, again, like everyone else on this panel has said, jealousy, money, fame, greed. This, I believe, is absolutely a money grab. That young man, A$AP Reli, walked away from A$AP Rocky during this altercation. So A$AP Rocky walked away from him and Reli went after him. So he didn't seem to be in fear of his life in any way. It didn't seem to be anything other than a feud gone wrong. And then after the fact, him texting him immediately after asking for money. And the prosecutor, like everyone else has said, laid it out honestly for the defense to just say, well, we're telling the same story here. So it's a Hollywood feud, a friendship feud, a money grab gone too far, and I think Hollywood or the entertainment community wants it to be over with. This happened almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, and it's just gone on too long, and I don't think it was as serious as they're claiming it to be.
Well, that's interesting, Holland. A follow-up here, because when we think about the injuries, right, the alleged victim has injuries to his knuckles. That's it. So it's either one of two things. It's either that A$AP Rocky's a really bad shot and the bullets grazed him, or he didn't shoot him at all. He's got a prop gun like the defense says, and this guy scraped him somehow himself. Are people talking about the injuries, Holland? Are you hearing that in the entertainment community?
Yes, they are, and they're saying it's almost like it's laughable, and not to dismiss the severity of gun violence in any way whatsoever. And if this was a situation, of course, this is what the trial is for. But it's almost a joke because they did not get into this major scuffle. This was this was just a scuffle. This wasn't some major incident where people were a shootout on Hollywood Boulevard. And it was a scuffle between two friends, and it just went too far. And I think it's gone too far with this trial.
Excellent points and insight, Holland. Thank you for all of that. Tommy Pope, let me go to you, please. You've seen a lot in your career investigating cases. You're certainly adept at firearms. What do you think about this? Do you think it's a wound from a gunshot?
I was thinking there were some forensics to be had, or at least some explanations to be given, because I was wondering, where's the gunpowder residue? Again, I'm not a defense attorney, but you often hear, there's no gunpowder residue, and there's plenty of reasons. It can be wiped off, it can be washed off, but it'd be interesting to know if it was tested. And then the casings, the first thing I'd want to know is where did the victim recover the casings? Did he document it in any way? In law enforcement, we document it before we even touch it, and then we package it, and then we keep it in a chain of custody. It'd be interesting to know where he said it came, and then to go back to the officers that were searching and say, did you look under so-and-so bush or wherever he says he located them? That would be very telling, I think, from because I'm tended to agree just on the little bit I know. It sounds like he's fishing for something, and nothing worse than being a prosecutor who's charged with seeking the truth and proving a case beyond a reasonable doubt, to have a victim that maybe even you're questioning, and that can be very difficult to prosecute. And that might be why the opening statement wasn't all fire and brimstone. Maybe the prosecutor's having some difficulty with it.
Oh, that's a really good point, Tommy. Thank you. I really appreciate your comments too about the gunshot residue. Where is that? Thank you for that. Kirk Nurmi, tell me, so we have this alleged victim who picks up the spent cartridge casings, allegedly. This is the state side of the story. He picks them up and then turns them in. And that's why we see, when we saw first witness, Sergeant Thomas Zizzo, we just talked about him, Erica Jane's son, testifies that when he responds, he doesn't see any evidence of spent cartridge casings. Kirk, how problematic do you think this is going to be from the state that this ASAP Reli recovers them allegedly and not one of the police officers who were looking to do so?
Well, I'm excited to see this morning that Tommy's got a little defense attorney in him. I think he can pull it off. He hit some of those. He hit some of those key points, because what I would be doing with the officer, every single officer, is the thoroughness of their check, how important it is to look for evidence everywhere, and how this is a serious offense or accusation. And you look for all this evidence, and you do the best you can, officer, don't you? You make sure that no stone goes unturned. And of course, the officer is going to say yes. You do that with every officer. And then ultimately, ASAP Reli is going to take the stand and say, and he's going to tell his story, and you've got fertile ground for cross-examination. Where did you get these? Where did it come from? Where did you pick these up, et cetera, et cetera? And you've got all these officers that you can potentially recall as well and say, no, we searched that area. There was nothing there. So that's going to be a key avenue. You're going to want to point the victim down. And then maybe even if you're the defense, recall those cops who really can become defense witnesses because they objectively investigated this, and Mr. Reli is instead going for this money grab.
Excellent points, Kirk. Thank you for that. Holland, I want to go back to you and talk about Rhianna, please, because there's the great Rhianna debate, right? She's beloved. She's a megastar, billionaire. She's A$AP Rocky's longtime partner, the mother of their two boys, and she wasn't there on day one. Should she be there? There's the great debate, right? Should she or shouldn't she? What do you think fans want to see from her?
I love Rhianna. The last thing I want to do is see her in a courtroom for something like this. I don't believe she had anything to do with it. I believe the only thing probably that she might have to do with it is the money grab situation. He knows, A$AP has his own money, his own businesses, in his own right, but Rhianna is a part of the jealousy aspect along the way. Again, this was a collective that everyone has been successful, but A$AP Rocky is the one that has stood out, and that has been a problem with these two, Reli and A$AP Rocky, for years. And that's why all of this boils to a head. So Rhianna needs to stay out of the way like she's done for tens of years, all these decades now. She has not put out an album. We don't want to see her unless she has an album coming out. We want her to stay in her lane. She is wonderful. She is beautiful. And she is such a woman of great stature. We want her not a part of this nonsense.
I really appreciate that. Excellent points. We'll see if she shows up just to support her man. Certainly, there's never been any allegation that she had anything to do with any of this. So I want to make that abundantly clear. You never know if she may want to show up and just be there to show her support, or maybe it's best that she stay home. Holland Reed, we love having you on this program. Thank you for weighing in. We'll have you back soon. Take good care.
Absolutely.
When we come back here on Opening Statements, here's what we've got for you.
I appreciate it, man, being very honest.
Oh, yeah. You okay? Hey. Put the gun down.
Right now.
You okay?
You got shot in the leg.
That's not really what I thought that was gonna be up. And I mean, although I enjoy her commentary regarding the case, that's not exactly what I thought that was going to be. I really thought it was going to be a breakdown of trial the other day, but this one might be. And I think we're almost. This might. Oh, this is Jesse, y'all. Jesse's actually gonna be talking about it. So this is more what I thought it was going to be. For those of you who missed it, I enjoyed their commentary though. I really did.
Was the defendant Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted.
This case is all about money. You're going to see the only reason we're in this forum is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes.
ASAP Rocky's future is on the line as he stands trial accused of firing a gun at his former friend during a 2021 showdown. While prosecutors build their case on a key witness and surveillance clips, the defense is arguing there are questionable motives behind the accusations. We're going to break all this down right now with acclaimed attorney Bradford Cohen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey, by the way, real quick before we go any further, I don't know if you know this, but the video version of Sidebar is now available on Spotify. That's right. We're so thankful for your guys' support of Sidebar, us getting the show. ASAP Rocky is now standing trial on a case that could change the course of his career and land him behind bars for years. What began as an alleged altercation in 2021 has now become a courtroom drama, with Rocky's future all hanging in the balance. Now, ASAP Rocky, born Rakim Mayers, made his name in 2011 with his smash hit Peso, and it solidified his place in hip-hop history as a founding member of the iconic ASAP Mob Collective. But beyond his music, you might know him for other things because he has become a fashion mogul. He's in a very high-profile relationship with global superstar Rhianna, the mother of his two children. But now, Rocky is at the center of a legal storm, accused of firing a gun at his former friend, Terrell ASAP Reli Efron, during a heated dispute that took place in Hollywood years ago. Now, the saga begins in the fall of 2021, when Rocky and Efron, once childhood friends and fellow members of the ASAP mob, they agreed to meet in a parking garage near the W Hotel in Hollywood to seemingly settle their differences. But according to Efron, what was supposed to be a private conversation ended up turning violent. He testified in a pre-trial hearing that during the meeting, Rocky allegedly pulled out a gun and fired it at him, the bullet grazing his knuckles. Now, surveillance footage from the scene appears to show a man wearing a black hoodie, who prosecutors later identified as Rocky, holding a gun. But the defense has cast serious doubt on that footage and suggested that the weapon wasn't a real gun. It was a prop gun. This was not a real firearm. And they argued that it was a starter pistol that only fired blanks, which Rocky had used for personal security rather than a weapon capable of actually causing real harm. Now, to be clear, though, starter pistols, if they do fire blanks, they can potentially cause harm if they're fired in close proximity to another person. But what's more, no gun was recovered from the scene. And after a police search of the area, apparently no shell casings were found. I will say, though, and this is what's really interesting, days later, I believe 2 days later, Efron allegedly returned to the scene and picked up 9mm shell casings, which he apparently brought to the police. So Rocky was arrested in April of 2022 while at a Los Angeles airport as he and Rhianna were returning from a trip to Barbados. He's pleaded not guilty to 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, was released on bond. We'll talk about if it's a real gun, a fake gun, whether or not this charge actually sticks. So to help me break all this down, I want to bring on renowned criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen, who's represented some high-profile people himself, like Kodak Black and Drake. Thanks so much for coming on, Bradford. Good to see you. So what are your initial impressions on this case?
I think there's a lot going on. Right? So you have this victim that I believe has a weird story. There's some things that he says that don't really match up to what exactly the state has as evidence, the fact that he went back, and there's a lot going on there. So if it's relying solely on just his word, I think the defense can really beat this guy up. If it's also his word and then the video, that lends itself to a little bit more of a problem. And the fact that they're saying this was a starter pistol, I mean, I have a lot of experience in firearms. I've taken courses. I've had multiple cases with firearms in terms of possession or assault. I just walked a guy last year on a federal gun charge where we were alleging at first that it wasn't a real gun, and then during the trial we kind of modified our position. But when you look at this gun itself, the fact that they're saying it's a starter pistol, that's a little bit troublesome because they don't make semi-automatic starter pistols. That's the first kind of thing that is not so great for them. But then if you say, hey, it wasn't real, maybe it's not a starter pistol, but maybe it's an airsoft or a BB gun or something else where it wouldn't leave any shells behind, you're probably headed in the right direction with that.
Let me just clarify this. Are you saying if the jury sits back and they go, wait a minute, I think he had a starter pistol, I think he fired it, maybe that's what grazed, Mr. Efron's knuckles, but is that assault with a semi-automatic firearm? Wouldn't he be found not guilty?
No. So the long story short is a starter pistol cannot be considered a firearm because it doesn't fire a projectile. And if you look at the definition of a firearm, a starter pistol won't match it. The reason why they're saying it's a starter pistol is probably because there's a loud bang or there's a flash coming from it. That's why, it would have been easier to say it was a airsoft gun or if it was a BB gun. But like I said, if there's a flash from the muzzle, if there's a loud bang, obviously you can't say that. You have to say it's a starter pistol. The problem that you have is if the state puts on experts to determine whether or not it could be a starter pistol, a semi-automatic starter pistol, I think that's kind of where it kind of gets a little bit murky for the defense.
Talk to me again, the idea that the shell casings came from the alleged victim in this case. What issues does that cause for the prosecution, and does it cause any issues for the defense?
So for the prosecution, it's massive amounts of problems. Whenever you have a alleged victim going back to the scene and collecting evidence themselves, you have so many issues. So number one is you have to establish a chain of custody. What a chain of custody means is that when you have evidence on a scene or anywhere, you want to establish where it came from, how it was collected, where it went to next, who looked at it, so that you can establish the fact that no one tampered with it, that no one placed it there, that no one put fingerprints on it, that no one put DNA on it, that they didn't collect it from another area where they knew that individual might have DNA on it from, let's say, a gun range or something of that nature, and they collected it and they dropped it on the scene. That's why you need to establish a chain of custody. That's number one. That's the worst part of it. Most judges will argue, oh, the chain of custody is important, but it goes to the weight of the evidence, meaning they're not going to eliminate that evidence just because they don't establish a chain of custody, which I happen to disagree with. But they say it goes to the weight. The jury can still look at the evidence, but they're going to determine whether or not to say, yeah, this is good evidence or bad evidence. That's number one for the state that really hurts them. Number two is it shows that either the police were incompetent and they couldn't find those shell casings, or this kid is a liar. So it's like, well, which one are you going to choose? Your cops are incompetent. They couldn't find shell casings normally they have dogs that can smell out gun casings. They also have metal detectors. I mean, cops find shell casings in the woods, in all kinds of different areas. I've never had someone say, oh, I didn't find any shell casings, and then had the alleged victim go back and say, oh, I found them. I knew where to look or whatever. Shell casings fly all over the place. So it's not like the guy would know where to look for those shell casings because they're ejected from a weapon and they can go left, right, up, down, sideways. They go all over the place. So that's why you have that choice between either incompetent police or your guy is lying, your defendant is lying, your victim is lying. So that's a real trouble for the prosecution. For the defense, I don't see the trouble in it. I actually think it's a huge.
All right, let's take a poll. Put a 1 if you want to go with the police are incompetent. 2 if Reli is lying. Because what he's saying right now is when it comes to those bullets, we're left with 2 options. Either the police are incompetent or Reli's lying. Oh, okay. I see a lot of 2s. Tiffany said 1 and 2. Tiffany, we don't play that over here. It's one or the other. And I do agree with him. The jury is they're going to be back there saying, did the police really miss something, or is this boy lying? That is exactly what is about to happen. I just can't see 7 to 8 incompetent officers. I agree, Nick. Plus, there is no 3, Crystal. There is no 3. 2, because the video shows the police searching and actually shows them searching in a lot of different areas. They're in a lot of different areas. So I think that is something the jury is definitely going to have to weigh. But did you all catch him say that the weapon is allegedly a semi-automatic weapon? He says that there is no way, and I don't know if he's basing this off of the picture where you can see ASAP with the weapon. What he is saying is, even if there were a starter pistol, if we go with what the defense is saying, they have not, there's no such thing as a starter pistol that looks like a semi-automatic weapon. So if we listen to them, he says we have to weigh that too. I didn't catch that. I wasn't even, when I thought about the starter pistol, I just kept thinking about the track weapon. I wasn't thinking to look at the weapon. If it looks like a semi-automatic, he's saying there's no way it could have been. She said if I have to choose two. Okay, Tiffany. He said there's no way it could have been a starter weapon and then be a semi-automatic weapon as well. That's it too, Key. Sassy says they should have been able to pull cameras to verify that he went back. He did go back. Remember I think it was in Joe's opening, or was Joe questioning that police officer? He actually shows him back there alone. I think it was in the opening. And Sassy, what we can do, if you remember, we can go back and look. But I want to say it was in the open. There's a steel frame of him going back, and he was alone. He was alone. Hey, Diamond. He was alone. But she said that info would give me reasonable doubt. Miranda, I already have some reasonable doubt. Okay, you remember Sassy? Okay. Hey, Day. But yeah, so we have to think about that too. I didn't recognize that with the weapon.
Huge win for the defense. The fact that this guy went back to the scene and found his own shell casings allegedly from ASAP, I think is a huge win for the defense. I think that's what they really need to hang their hat on. The starter pistol thing, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to fly or not. Maybe.
So the prosecution will come back and counter that and say, well, look, we have surveillance footage, we have the testimony of the victim. I will mention also, we'll get to this in a little bit, a 911 phone call, maybe other witnesses who heard gunshots. But talking about what could be potential weaknesses in the prosecution's case, is that why you believe ASAP Rocky, if you believe the reporting, actually rejected a plea deal from prosecutors? This is a deal that would have resulted in 6 months in jail, a 7-year suspended sentence, 3 years of probation. Because my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if he's convicted here, he could face up to 24 years in prison. That's what's being reported. Do you think that these weaknesses are why he actually chose not to move forward with the plea deal?
You know, I certainly think that that's a big portion of it. I mean, if they have a lockdown, great case, right, the state, a defense attorney would say, hey, a coming to Jesus moment, and say, hey, listen, this is what's working against us here. I think that the plea deal that was offered was a fair plea deal for the charges that are being charged. I don't know every single piece of evidence the defense is going to use, or who they're going to put on. If they have a firearms expert that's going to put on the stand and say, hey, listen, not only do I know that it's a starter pistol, here's an example of a semi-automatic starter pistol. I personally have never seen one. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So they may have a load of evidence that we don't know about, because a smart defense attorney like Joe Tocopina will not show all his cards to the public, because he doesn't want people like me.
Well, okay, guys. And Shay, I'm looking for it for you. Did y'all hear what he said? He says, to my knowledge, there is no semi-automatic starter pistol. Like, there isn't one that looks like a semi-automatic. So we're going to have to see. And for them to have that defense, he's saying that Joe is an experienced lawyer. He can't see Joe going with that defense and saying the things that he's saying without having some way to back that up. So just so we are clear on there too. Do they video of Rail going back there? Yes, I'm looking for it now.
Or like anyone else saying, oh, that doesn't sound right. Wait until the time is right. Throw on your evidence. The state, I'm sure, already knows what's coming. But I think that that's got to be what the motivating factor is here, is that they have some cards they haven't played.
Real quick, do you think he would get like up to 24 years in prison if he's convicted? Do you think it would be something on the lesser side? And he's weighing, look, if I get convicted, I know I'm not going to get that. I might as well roll the dice. I think I have a good shot at winning.
Sure. I don't think he would get 24 years in prison. That is the maximum stacked amount that he could get. It's probably for multiple charges. And people always say, oh, this person's looking at 100 years in prison because he's got 4 first-degree felonies that are 30 years apiece, whatever it is. But that never happens. No judge ever just says, okay, I'm going to consecutive.
Pause. I'm pausing so that I can show you guys this. They wanted to see if there's a video. And this is Joe, guys, showing it right here.
That's really an elevator.
Okay. He only showed the still image, guys, but he's showing that Reli is alone and he came back an hour later. So probably doing the hey Miranda, they'll probably show us during trial him walking up, whatever happens in the video, but that's him showing the still footage of it. All right, we're back. We're watching sidebar.
Sentence you to all these different things and stack them where it's 24 years. I've seen that maybe once in my career, which is almost 30 years. What I think would happen is in California, I wouldn't doubt that he would get somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 3 to 5 years, probably would be more appropriate. No one was injured. No one was hurt. If he takes the stand, that could be an aggravating circumstance. If the judge feels like he's lying on the stand, some judges take that personally offensive and say, hey, you took the stand, you lied. It happens a lot in federal cases. You took the stand, you lied. I didn't believe you. And I'm giving you a tax for that. So there's a lot of things at play. My guess, if he was convicted, would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 years, somewhere that 4 or 5 years, I think.
And that's significant. We'll see if he actually takes the stand. And I want to play you a portion of some of the opening statements. Before we even get to that, I have to get your impression on jury selection here. So you're dealing with jury selection, very high profile defendant. Then again, this is California. 3 days of jury selection. The trial officially kicked off on Friday. So we have a jury of 7 women, 5 men who are now tasked with determining A$AP Rocky's fate. During jury selection, some of the potential jurors, they were asked about whether they could remain impartial given his fame, his relationship with Rhianna. So I wanted to ask you about the jury selection process. What do you think about the selection of this jury? And also, my understanding is you do not have a diverse makeup of jurors. Let's just say that.
So a lot of things are going on, right? So when you pick a jury, generally speaking, when you have someone who is a high net worth defendant, usually they can afford having a jury consultant, which I always recommend because jury consultants are great. They give you a little bit more insight. They can see things that might not be looking at as a defense attorney, because as defense attorneys, we're asking questions, we're watching their facial reactions, we're trying to watch for what people are doing or saying or things like that. And a jury consultant, that's their only job, is to watch what a jury's reaction is. So when I ask a question like, what kind of bumper stickers do you have on the back of your car? Which a lot of people say I shouldn't ask, but I like that question. And then you can watch other people on the jury shake their head yes, or maybe like they make a face or whatever it is. And that helps you, right? And you might not be able to see all that. So number one is, I'm sure he has a jury consultant. Number two is, there's a lot of reports that say out of the 106 potential jurors, only 4 were African American. Now in LA County, in terms of the pool itself, in LA County, you have about a 10 or 11% of the population is African American. So it doesn't match the population of the county you're in. So that's kind of the argument, right? And you make that argument at the beginning of the case and you say, hey, listen, judge, we got to start all over again. We got to strike this whole panel. It doesn't
Now, I'm going to say this. Your jury is supposed to be a jury of your peers. And what he's saying is the jury pool that they selected, if the county that they're in is predominantly African American and we don't have one African American on the actual jury, then they're saying, hey, this jury is not consistent with the jury of his peers. So that's an interesting argument. I've heard people complain about the jury not having an African American on it, but this right here adds more context to like the county and the makeup of the area that they're in.
Represent the county. It doesn't represent the proper percentages. There's only 4 out of 106, and there should be 11 or 12 out of 106. So those are arguments to be made, and those might be preserved for appeal. And Joe has been to trial many, many times. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's been to battle, a lot of times. He knows what the appellate issues are. He knows what to raise, and I guarantee you, he did raise that at some portion of the trial. Might have been sidebar or something like that, but that it wasn't typical. It did not represent the county, that pool. So that's going to be interesting. I think the makeup of 7 men, of 7 women, 5 men, I think is also interesting. And it goes to the fact of whether or not you think women are a better selection than men. There's a lot that goes into that. And the women, depending on what the women answered to some of those questions, sometimes in gun cases, you don't want a heavy amount of women on your jury because you're afraid they may never shot a gun. They may have never saw a gun. Now, in this case, where they're saying it was a starter pistol, if there's no experts testifying, which I find hard to believe, but if there's no experts testifying and you got 7 women and 5 men, it could be that those 7 women never fired a weapon. I don't know. Those are questions you got to ask the jury. Maybe the 5 guys never fired a weapon. You're talking about Los Angeles, where the gun laws are much more strict than in the rest of the country. Right. So it could be that no one on that jury ever fired a weapon or ever handled a weapon or ever saw a weapon. What's interesting is I just got a text back from one of my friends at the FBI who is also a qualified firearms expert, because I'm wondering, is there a starter pistol that's semi-automatic? That's the one question in my mind because I've never seen one. I just got a text from him that says there's not a starter pistol that's semi-automatic, but there is a blank firing look-alike gun that you could use that is semi-automatic. It won't give you 9mm shells, obviously, because it's not meant to fire real projectiles, nor could you ever fire real projectiles from it. But he says there is one that projectiles.
Okay. Can you guys make out if that's even a real weapon? Because I cannot. I can't make out if this is even a real weapon. For like this lawyer to kind of distinguish between a starter pistol, a semi-automatic starter pistol, I can't even tell if it's a real weapon. And that's the problem for me. Hey, Lily, I'm glad you're over here, Lily. I can't even tell if that's a real weapon. And that's a problem for me. But Rocky's lawyers have already said, and I thought this would be an argument, but the lawyers have already said it was a weapon.
Millimeter shells, obviously, because it's not meant to fire real projectiles, nor could you ever fire real projectiles from it. But he says there is one that exists, and it is from China. So I stand corrected in regard to whether or not, like I said, the thing that threw me off was that it was a starter pistol. That was the thing that threw me off, because it's not really a starter pistol. It's more for it's like a fake prop gun. Then if the state is not putting forward an expert to say that is not a starter pistol, I am an expert in this area, maybe an FBI agent or something like that. And I can tell you just from looking at this video, they don't make semi-automatic, starter pistols. Right. Then, that obviously, then it's a battle of experts.
Yep. And let's talk about that battle. So the jury heard opening statements. And in the prosecution's opening statement, attorney Paul Przlomy argued that the video evidence is indisputable and it will establish Rocky's role in this altercation.
The second person who you see who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing.
I'm going to say this for my millionaires. This is why it's important for you to not just look at clips. And I love that, how we do things. Even me, all the stuff floating around with Shannon and her sister, it's like, I can say a lot about a clip, but I need to see the whole thing. if you guys watched, we know that this is not the start of their scuffle because it wasn't a fight. This is not the start of it. And here you see the state saying, look who's aggressive, because this frame puts Rocky. It looks like Rocky is being aggressive towards him when what actually happened was he pulled him. He pulled him that way, if we remember from the first one. So there's that too.
Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulaner, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest. When Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand.
Okay, I'm sorry, because y'all know these are opening statements. He says that he first shows this weapon when they are off camera. Someone in the chat said, I wonder if it fell out of his hoodie or something. He put it in his waistband. I don't know if it fell, but that's just the point. We don't know how the weapon got out of his pants, his hoodie, wherever. But we're supposed to just take Reli's word, the same person who found bullets after 7 to 8 trained officers didn't find bullets. It's just hard to believe. It's hard to believe.
You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. This is the location number 2, where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video.
Another lie. Who can identify who is who when you watch that video? No. No, we could not. If it wasn't for Joe, we wouldn't even know what's going on in the video. And if you guys really pay attention, the state never tried to explain this video to us. Not the way Joe explained it to us. Let me say that. Not the way Joe explained it. They never tried to do that.
I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted.
Okay, so Bradford, let me do a full breakdown of this, right? So I'm curious your thoughts on how important this surveillance footage is, how incriminating is it for Mr. Rocky. You also couple that with the idea that you're going to be hearing from the alleged victim in this case. He's going to be testifying to what we couldn't see in that video. And also you heard that what appeared to be a loud noise, what appeared to be a gunshot. But I will also tell you the prosecution introduced a 911 phone call where the caller can be heard saying she witnessed the shooting. You know, the witnesses talked about hearing the gunshots, or they will talk about hearing the gunshots. All of that together, what do you think about the prosecution's case?
What I thought was interesting with the opening statement was you will hear that it is consistent. The features are consistent with the semi-automatic weapon. To me, that means there is a expert witness, or there is someone they designated that's going to take the stand and say, I'm familiar with semi-automatic pistols. This is my experience. I've taken all these classes, tooling, and I fired guns since I'm 15 years old, and I know all about them. And this is consistent with a real semi-automatic pistol, because they're going to say it doesn't have a red, on some fake semi-automatics, it has a red barrel, on a red marking on the barrel that identifies it as a fake gun. Listening to the opening, I mean, it's a classic state attorney opening. They're going through the facts, not much emotion there. They're saying that it's a grainy video. You won't be able to see much. The good news for him is he didn't make a lot of promises during that opening statement, and that's a mistake that a lot of state attorneys make. I promise that you're going to see this, or you're going to see this, and they have a very difficult time of showing it. I think the video is very, very grainy, like he said. I looked at it before. I think it's a very grainy video. I think if you have a firearms expert that is going to come in and going to say, hey, here's a semi-automatic pistol. Here it is. I mean, you could actually bring in a dummy semi-automatic pistol. Here's what was used. Here's what's in the video. I think the state has a very difficult time overcoming that with that video, how grainy it is. You cannot tell from that video if it is in fact, a real firearm or not a real firearm, coupled with that he went back and picked up the shells himself, that I didn't hear the state address.
If you hear gunshots, whether it was in the video or witnesses,
that I didn't hear the state address.
First of all, when they put this picture up, guys, I'm yelling, he's a liar. And then I look down and I said, look at him begging the screen right now. He looked like he begging right now.
Dress.
If you hear gunshots, whether it was in the video or witnesses said, I heard gunshots, how does that change anything?
It doesn't. If they're saying it's a starter pistol, which, again, they're using the term incorrectly.
Right.
But if they're saying it's a blank firing gun, right, a prop gun per se, you'd still hear something that sounds like a gunshot. That wouldn't be unusual. So I think they do have a defense there if they can establish that. And I'm telling you, the state not addressing their weaknesses in the case, although he said, oh, the video's grainy, that's a real mistake. You should address the weaknesses. Now, I didn't hear his whole opening, but if he didn't discuss that the victim went back, picked up the shells, and here's what you're going to hear, that's a little shady.
So let me present to you now a portion of the defense's opening statement led by attorney Joe Tacopina. So this is a different take on the events, and he has suggested that Efron's jealousy and his desire for money, those were key factors in the fallout between the two men. And in his opening statement, he made it clear that the defense intends to show that Efron has a history of using legal action to profit from a situation.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Rel Efron on the other side, known as Reli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Reli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source lighted, he's a reporting artist, businessman. He wants a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
The same objection, none of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about the money grab. The truth is part of it. And you're gonna see this extravagant lifestyle that Reli wants. There's nothing more than a fraud, built on not success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Reli, so he can funding this extravagant lifestyle is. That's the law. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes.
Okay, so Bradford, one more thing I'm going to add about this is that Mr. Efron has apparently already filed a separate civil lawsuit against ASAP Rocky seeking damages for what he says played out here. The outcome of that suit on hold as this trial plays out. What do you think about the defense focusing a lot of their attention on the alleged victim in this case?
Everyone has different styles when they're doing openings. I've seen some styles that, like, I don't use notes, and I think that what would have been more effective during this opening statement is I would have had printed out the actual civil lawsuit, and I would have said, you're going to hear evidence about this civil lawsuit. You hold it up, you show it to them. Juries like that. And I've seen Joe be very animated during opening. This was a mundane opening and kind of using notes and things of that nature. Here's some inside baseball. Whenever a state attorney objects during my opening and the judge overrules it, I always have a comeback and say, of course they're objecting. They don't want to hear the bad stuff. They don't want to hear the bad stuff about their case. You know, there's different little techniques that we use during trials that kind of bring it together. I think it's important. I think that's you have to have a theme of the case. His theme of the case is that this is about money. This is a money grab. I'm sure he'll have letters from lawyers demanding money. It would be great if he had texts that this kid texted someone and says, like, ASAP's going to have to pay me.
I'm sorry, y'all. Let me ask the chat. Do they have a text with Reli saying he's going to get some money from ASAP? Or am I tripping? Because I love how I don't know, maybe he didn't watch everything. Because they definitely have a text message where he say he's going to have to pay him. Y'all remember that? Okay. I just want to make sure y'all on the same page as me.
All those things are fantastic. We didn't hear it, but maybe it's out there. But I think that every defense attorney has to have a theme to a case.
I get it, though. This lawyer is probably busy. He couldn't sit here and watch the whole thing like we did. But we heard it and we saw it.
Have no theme, then you have no case. So I think it's interesting. I think the argument is interesting that it's a money grab. It's not an unusual defense where you have a victim who's coming forward who also filed a civil lawsuit. A lot of times civil lawyers say, hey, let's not file a civil lawsuit until after the criminal trial because of this very nature, because we can use it as an impeachment or we can use it to show bias on behalf of the victim. I think it hurts it. I think it hurts the case because now he's got a civil case. He went back to the scene himself. He's got his own lawyer. His lawyer could have sent a private investigator there. But this guy was so, enamored, so close to the case, so desperate to make the case that he went back to the scene himself and searched around and allegedly found these shell casings. And don't forget, I'm sure that video, if they have video of it, is going to be very grainy. So we're not going to know if he dropped the shell casing there or didn't drop the shell casing. And by the time he went back and looked for shell casings, my guess is he already knew there was video. The police probably already told him, hey, there's a video camera over here.
That's a fair argument. And actually, it brings me to my final point, because I know your time is precious, and I don't want to waste any more of Bradford.
I always have time for you.
Well, thank you. So I'm gonna leave what is a big question on the table. The idea that we believe the defense is going to put on a case. They said they're going to intend to put on a case. It is unclear if ASAP Rocky himself is going to take the stand. Bradford, in a case like this, and I know you don't have all the details of everything going on, but would you recommend that a client like ASAP Rocky testify? Obviously, it's his choice, but would you recommend it? You think it would be beneficial in a case like this?
So let me tell you this. I prepare all my clients to take the stand, right? Whether or not they do is usually a last minute call. It is like literally you're at the line and you're making a decision based on what you see in front of you. So you got to see how the state's case develops to see if it's even worth it. And then you got to really make a list of pros and cons. What is that person going to benefit by taking the stand, and what can actually hurt me by him taking the stand? If they have an expert in firearms, if they have all these different things, why does he need to take the stand? If an expert's going to say, hey, this is a starter pistol, here's the example of it, here's what I got, and here's what it looks like. Why do you need to take the stand? What is he going to clear up? He's just going to say exactly what the expert's going to say, except he's going to be subject to cross-examination, and it's never a great idea.
I'm going to stop here to say there's this guy I follow on TikTok, love him. And he had this stance that he was scared for ASAP because ASAP turned down that deal. And I knew he didn't watch the trial or whatever, but from his point of view, he said that ASAP walking around with these expensive bags and purses, walking into court, he was like, I'm really scared because the jury is looking at these things. And for me, I said, it's not the bags that concern me. It's all the damn leaning he does in his seats every day. I want him to sit up, look attentive, look like you're taking this serious. Like his poker face, it's not like he's listening. He's there. He looks a little mean. You know, I just want him to, that, you know, women think he's beautiful. Can you smile or something? For me, it just seems arrogant. And I think it's that he be leaning back in that seat like they wasting my time, which I do get. But I mean, it's image perception. I don't care about the bags because if you're not into designer, how do you even know what kind of bags he has anyway? It's more so for me how he appears in court. And one of the things I do want him to do is sit up in his seat. She said, I mean, well, Nick, that's it. Yes, Nick. It's like I think for me, I don't care about the expensive stuff because like Nick said, he's rich. We expect it. For me, baby said leaning back. And girl, Ash said he get it from his attorney. Oh God. They said that about Karen Reed. I've got to see Karen Reed because people keep referencing this case. I got to watch that one. And she said, this LA, be for real. So you think they don't care, Rhianna? Is that what you're saying? Jaleesa. And they were on trial for murders. Okay? Jaleesa said, act like thug them boy. They were on trial for murders. No, Ash, send it to me, friend. I just want him to smile a little, you know? There are women on that jury. There are men who are looking at him too. And you think about the male ego. What if men really do understand where Reli's coming from? What if you got sympathizers who may have friends who left them behind? You know? Smile. Don't look so mean. It's all I'm saying.
If you can avoid it, then I usually say avoid it. In self-defense situations, you can't avoid it. You know, I just had a murder case in San Francisco that I just got finished with, and the defendant took the stand. But we were asserting that it was self-defense. And it came back second degree instead of first degree. But if you're asserting self-defense, the defendant always has to take the stand because how can you establish, unless there's other witnesses around, how are you going to establish self-defense? So this is not a self-defense case. So I don't think that he's going to need to take the stand just from looking at the evidence that I see. But again, if all of a sudden the state comes up with something, they go right instead of left, it may be something you need to clear up. I think it's a big risk in a case like this. That's not necessary.
Do you teach law? You're a professor of law anywhere? Because you really should. You should be. I wish you were my criminal law professor. Let me tell you that much.
I have taught criminal law once or twice in the past. I have no permanent gig because maybe my take on things are a little bit different. I have real world experience, and most professors have classroom experience.
Every time we have a conversation about this, it's like, first of all, I learned so much than I did not only about the case, but how, the background of it, and also how attorneys are thinking about these little tricks inside baseball, like you say. But my gosh, Bradford, I don't know. You're very successful, but if you wanted a side gig also as a professor, I would definitely encourage it. I think we all get a great education. But look, here's the truth. Look, the timing of ASAP Rocky's trial, it really couldn't be worse for him. I mean, yes, he's facing potentially conviction and years in prison, but for his career, he's currently riding a wave of success. He's got major projects on the rise, and he's set to headline the 2025 Rolling Loud Festival in Los Angeles, serve as a celebrity chair for the 2025 Met Gala, star alongside Denzel Washington in an upcoming Spike Lee directed film. But again, this could all come crashing down if he's convicted. So we will keep our eyes on this trial. And I know who's also going to be following it, Bradford Cohen. Thank you so much. Great seeing you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Okay, let's talk about the smile thing. No, I'm not saying sit there and take it as a joke. I guess maybe his face looks so hard and like he looks mad all the time. I'm not saying he gotta be like this, but maybe don't look so mean all the time. Like he said Rocky got shit to do. He does look like she said he looks like he smoked Black and Mild wood tips. Oh my gosh. Not the wood tip. You know what? No, Ashley. I say Ashley. Ash, this is it. This might be it. You may have just summed it up. He has resting beef. You may have just summed it up. I just think the leaning back, I just want, even if he's not smiling, because Joe ain't smiled either, baby. Joe been pissed since he got in court too. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying sit there and take it as a joke. Maybe I just want him to like soften his face a little. That's it. Maybe soften the face. They were upset with Karen Reed for smiling. I'm gonna watch Karen Reed. I gotta add that. I've got to see Karen Reed. She says it's like when people tell women to smile. Smiling isn't evidence. So what he looks like, mad, stop being silly. James, I don't think I'm saying anything silly. I think it is proven just as people are looking at the defendants. Guess what? There are actual jury, jury consultants who look at the behaviors, the body language, and they're looking at this from actual jurors too. So I'm not saying anything silly. This is real. This is real. People, when you're questioning jurors, people are looking at how they respond. What are they doing during trial? Are they paying attention? Are they looking up at the sky? So what I'm saying is the perception works both ways. Just as they are looking at the jury is looking at them too. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this coming from a silly place. I'm being absolutely serious that I do think perception plays a part into jurors as well. I'm not saying, and again, I don't want to say Mel, her lawyers. Oh, I'm gonna watch it, Tina. But yeah, I'm just. It said watch. Oh my God, y'all. I think the word smile is really, really sending the chat left. I'm not saying that he needs to be sitting at that seat and ha ha he he. No, but I think the better term for me, because Ash said the RBF, I do agree with that. I wish his face was a little calmer. He just looks mad and then leaning back in the chair. To me, it looks. They said smile is a trigger word. Okay, hold on. What they say. I know how you like to tussle, but let's not tussle in the comments. Smile is probably the wrong word, but I do wish his face was just a little more relaxed, because I do feel like what he's giving us now and the leaning back in the chairs, for me, I don't know about for you. I can only speak for Melanie. It's definitely giving arrogant to me. Like, if somebody put in the chat, like, he doesn't give a damn. This is serious. You know, I think the case is BS, but it is still serious. You heard the lawyer say, hey, he may not get 24 years, but it could be 1 to 4 years, you know? Right now, I don't even want to say cheerful. That's too close to smiling. Okay? That's too close. That's it. He needs to look more tentative. Miranda, I love you. Thank you for throwing me that life jacket. Tentative. Soften the mug. Period. I love y'all for this. Soften the mug is what I'm saying, guys. Okay? Soften the mug is all I'm saying. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking, or what I'm trying to express that I would like for him to do. It's not giving arrogant. He's going through this in his head. Maybe not for you, G Baba. Maybe not for you. For me, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I don't want to be here. Forget this. Again, everyone has their own opinion. This is just mine. I think it's the leaning back. Like, it doesn't look like he's there. She said his facial features are too defined. They be tight. You think it's just his facial features? Okay. And she said, don't be SB, but be like Jarvis. Oh God. Now, Miss Sheila, I don't know what I want to do, but I don't want him to lean so far back in that seat like Joe. Y'all saying he needs a notepad and a pen. Oh, okay, Alice, I see what y'all talking about. I saw 508 with Kayla and Shannon, and I almost spit my drink out. Y'all didn't see me type in the chat. If I see one of these jurors at a Fenty Savage event, baby, I'm going to lose it. I am going to lose it if I see a juror at a Fenty Savage event, okay? Is it Savage X Fenty? That. If I see, I am going to lose it. That's got to be the WTF moment of the week, child. I said, am I tripping? Am I tripping, or is that really her? Ash, that's not too messy, because I definitely was thrown off. I said, is that the juror? Yeah. Nana said ASAP played in a movie where he was a defendant. Maybe he's still in character. Maybe so. Girl, I saw that, Miss Sheila. That's what I was talking about in here. I said, because the witness on the stand, this is what made me say that. The witness on the stand really seems, I don't know if I believe that she really, I don't know. It's her stopping them. I said everything I saw. I said what I said. I'm stopping there. It's those type of comments. You know, she said allegedly a gun. Ma'am, he said it was a gun. He has said it was a gun. You don't have to say allegedly. But hey, the jurors are their biggest enemy. I agree. ASAP has strong bone structure, his jawbone, but he has a beautiful smile. And see, you know, they say all the women in the chat are always talking about ASAP. Oh, he's so beautiful, all of this. I wouldn't know he looks so mad in that courtroom, which I get what he's going through. But I need him to soften the face. I'm gonna stand on that. I don't want him to smile. Okay. Not smile. But I need him to soften his mug. Yes. Sassy, when she said allegedly, I said, what are we doing here? You're not gonna go to jail if you say it was a gun. You are their witness, and you could see the prosecution really trying to walk her towards that, like, hey, come on. And she was not having any part of it. Ash, because he's not red like Elmo and he doesn't giggle, okay? Point taken, point proven. Soften the mug. Someone said that in the chat. Someone said soften the mug in the chat, and I am going to do that. Do we allegedly hear it too? That's a good question. She's trying to get invited to the next Fenty show. It's 126. Let me pull it back up, guys, so that we can be on time. Oh, it hasn't started yet. It's already still up. So let me tell y'all this while we're waiting really quickly. Yeah, do you guys remember in that check the lady had about the board members from Memphis, and she said something about the man with the boosie fade? Y'all, why he has, let me tell y'all what it said. The man with the boosie fade, it says he is the subject of a Title IV harassment investigation, y'all. It's too much going on in Memphis. You know, Thaddeus Matthews, you guys might know the cussing pastor. Lord, it's a video circulating with him. He has his mouth on a dildo. Just, it's real. It ruined my day. Was it this day?
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
Key Title IV is like it could be like harassment based on disability, sex, age, origin, religion. It's up in there. Yes, y'all, that is Matthews. Y'all, let me tell you. But you know what, Miss Sheila? I remember seeing some videos on TikTok about that is from his wife. Y'all, let me tell y'all, my mama, I said, why she have to be dead? Because my mama would have been talking about this for weeks. Do you hear me? But this would have had my mama on that phone for weeks. Oh, my. Oh, Brianna, let me find it. It's a lesbian toy. So it's a Facebook status that's going around, and she my homegirl said having a lesbian towards a straight couple is insane. I did not know that. She said, I can't believe it, Kika. I just can't. I can't believe it. Y'all, I cannot believe that man. I can't believe it. But I'm telling you, I wish my mom, dang, y'all, I'm telling my mama would have had her phone calls would have gone crazy these last couple of weeks. The school board and that is, oh, baby, I'm telling you, she would have been on the phone for 12 hours a day. Thank you, Brianna, for keeping it cute. Yeah, it was terrible. And that is, I said, Lord, I am 37 years old. I am 30. I could not take it. I could not. Maybe I'm childish. I just couldn't believe that man. I could not believe that is. And I'm just, y'all, they say he's on his Facebook page today apologizing to that woman because she's married. And that he said he apologized for saying her name. I just can't. No. I just couldn't believe it. It was just, I want him to, Barchi. I want him, hold on, y'all. Come on. All right. It's all over Facebook, at least my Facebook, but I want, and he's sick, y'all. They done had the man, he's had to comment on that video from his hospital bed. He has oxygen in and everything. He's had to comment from the video. It's just a mess. Jaleesa said, huh? It's a mess. They need to fire the entire board. Lex, I'm wondering what is going to happen. What's going to happen? I said happy. What is going to happen now that they fire Fagans? And you've got to know the public is upset. You have to know that the public is upset. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. Would never ever put that comment, put that mess on my page. will not put that on my page. Now you can message me on Instagram. And my cousin sent it to me this morning, but I'm telling y'all now, it is a trigger warning. It's a trigger warning. I don't think anybody should seek it out. I'm mad she showed me. She showed me because I was on Facebook and I was saying, oh my God, I've seen some clips of it. Just allegedly what's going on. Girl, I opened my text message and boom. I said, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did not ask for it. I didn't ask for it. I could use my imagination to think about what the man was doing. And I just hated that because, you know, it's one thing. The wife was already saying it. She said she called him on the phone with someone before. And apparently this is not surprising to a lot of people in Memphis. I don't listen to daddies like that. So it's very surprising to me. It was too much. Who, Miss Sheila? You? Miss Sheila, are you talking about you? She said then he still has his glasses on. Y'all, it's sickening. It is, but I'm going to say this, though. This is why I tell people, when you out here having fun with people, you need to know who you're having fun with, because who released that video of that man? I got you, Miss Sheila. Who released that video of that man? It wasn't his wife, it was his girlfriend, Stephanie. It was his girlfriend. I ain't gonna lie, the way he been treating people for years, karma Lex, that's what everybody says. What I say, here's my bit of 2 cents in that. I don't listen to Thaddeus a lot anymore. Again, the Thaddeus I remember is from when I was younger. And I ain't gonna tell you, even when I was young, I can remember my mom saying, somebody gonna find Thaddeus and drag him out of building and whoop his. My mom has said this several times. So I think he's been messy his whole career. Now, things I have seen him do in my time, he is very messy. But damn it, nobody deserves that. They don't deserve this. He was just trying to lick it a little. No, Kika, he was licking it a lot. I'm sorry. He was licking it a lot. She said today drained me. It wasn't a picture, Shawty Red. It's the video. It's a video. I guess for me, I don't understand why he would allow someone to record him like that. Because we know a lot of people, what you do in your bedroom should be private. And I just really hate that someone, I mean, everybody in my damn near my phone book has seen it. I just was like, what? Yeah. Well, a lot. Exactly, Ash. And I'm not, Stephanie, no, listen, Stephanie, you didn't hear me well. Kink said, why are we kink shaming him? Stephanie did not hear me. Stephanie, I said, what happens in your bedroom should be private and sacred. And I hate that someone took what he does in his bedroom and blasted it out like this. That's what I hate. And goes back to my message. If you are doing anything and you allow someone to film you, know who that person is. Know who the person is. Oh, Kika, Lord, I don't even want to. I told Gretchen to respond to it on her page. I said, Gret, they tagging me, asking me what you said about it. She said this is just too much for her. She said she had to go to bed. It was too much. He did, T. He did. He did. Nobody wanted to see that. I'm telling you, I could have gone the rest of my life and not see it. But again, I saw a picture that Tasha K posted, and people in different comment sections were talking about it. So I just put 2 and 2 together and I got 4, and I said, what? Now I had no idea it was purple like Barney. I didn't know that much. I did not know it was purple like Barney. I didn't know what he was doing, but I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna have to get it together. I think I'm gonna have to get it together because I said people really go the extra mile to please their partners. I'm gonna have to get it together, child. Yeah, his ex name is Mel. She's Key. I mean Key. Key, my niece is in her 20s. You sound like her right now. She said he too freaked out. Purple like Barney. Yeah, it's it was a lot. And like I said, love him or hate him, he is a prominent figure in Memphis. And I had to tell the lady the definition of prominent. Like, this is somebody, everybody in Memphis knows who this man is. So, for me, I just hated to see it. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but I just hated to see it. I hated to see it. And my cousin, who I was talking to before the live, her grandmother is about 80 something. And she said her grandmother was trying to figure out what was going on. She said, Grandma, I'm sorry, but out of respect for you, I can't even explain to you what it is. And her
building here to the left.
Yes.
And I believe you said before lunch that the apartment you were in was closer or farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, right?
Yes, correct.
Up 7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out. Were you on the balcony or were you looking out the window?
Both. I started out on the balcony, and then as things progressed, went inside to the windows.
So at the point where you saw them then walking down Argyle after the parking garage altercation, were you inside or outside of the apartment?
Outside.
And then when the men turned onto Selma, were you still inside or outside of the apartment?
We moved inside.
Okay. So at the point where you described you saw the men arrive here at Selma and Vista Del Mar, you were inside of your apartment.
Correct.
And what is the first thing that you recall seeing when you saw the men arrive at that intersection?
They were in this parking lot, and I couldn't hear anything, but it appeared that there was some kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. You could just tell that the vibe changed, and then they appeared to argue, and then there appeared to be a gun pulled, and then 2 shots fired. It appeared that someone fell down. There were some cars, so I didn't see what happened to that person, which is why I called 911. And then people ran off. Someone ran through the El Centro apartments, another scattered. And at that point is kind of why I called, because I didn't see the third person, so I was like, I hope they're okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of go step by step through what you just said. The first part of your statement that you said, the words you used were the vibe changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you described there being an altercation. Did you see any physical contact between any of the 3 men?
No, it appeared to me that they were maybe exchanging words.
Okay. The man with how many of the men did you see produce guns?
1.
And what, if anything, did you see that man do?
He appeared to be closer to the El Centro apartments, and it was more of like a jump back and pulled out a gun and then fired twice, or appeared to fire twice. And then everyone the people that I could see dispersed very quickly.
Can you keep referencing the El Centro apartments?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to point the direction you're talking about on this exhibit where those apartments would be?
These ones here.
Okay. So the direction that you're talking about that person taking on the street, can you kind of show us with the pointer on this exhibit?
It happened inside a parking lot, so this looks different to how it did when I lived there. So, but it appeared that they could access, ran through here towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Generally, are you saying though running away from Selma?
Yes.
Okay. And that the first person that you saw heading that direction was the man with the gun?
Yes. They kind of dispersed at the same time, and one went kind of through El Centro from what I could see, and the other went, it happened very fast.
Okay. You said it appeared that the man with the gun discharged the gun twice, were your words, correct?
Yes.
What about the situation made you believe that he had discharged it?
The sound?
Could you actually hear 2 gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. The same time that you saw that man with the gun doing that jumping motion that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
I know she read it. She looks like it too.
With that, I'm going to mark my next exhibit, the DVD and the transcript.
The DVD is this is the 911 call?
Yes.
All right, that will equals 8. And the transcript is 9. Do you have enough transcript for everybody?
I believe I do.
All right, Alice, can you distribute those, please? Yes, sir. You have transcript?
Here is the mark the transcript.
The next one? Oh, I do. Oh, we're missing one.
We got it.
Everybody's got a transcript?
There's only one audio recording on this counter. I'm just going to play it all the way through.
Isis, he looked locked in today, don't he? He's sitting up straight in that seat. He looks more locked in today. I ain't seen this.
I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood. And there's a student shooting.
Did you see it or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left on Selma. So we heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro apartments, and someone pulled out the guy in the black sweater.
There's no reason to wait. This is the time. Your health is the only thing that you have. So before I joined Partner MD,
He was black. They were all black. He was wearing black. He was wearing black. A black hoodie. I was on the 7th floor, so this is just what I can see from the
Can you still know where you are, or do you know where he is?
No, they all ran away in different directions. 2 of them ran towards the El Centro apartment.
Let's focus on the guy that had the hand and the other way he went.
I think he went to the left.
I do need I just saw all the.
Yeah. 3 went towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Alright, but I really want to focus on the guy that had the hand and the other way. You said had the hand and I want to know which way he went. either this or south, or what
I
part?
think he might know,
North, okay.
I think he might know towards line, but I'm not sure.
Okay,
That's where we kind of ran inside the zone.
okay. And do we know if anyone's injured, anyone got any medical assistance?
We're not sure, I saw someone go down, but there's a building in the way, I'm not sure if they ran away.
Okay, and what's your name?
My name is Leah.
Yeah, alright, and your phone number is
Yes.
and just to confirm from where you are, from you can't see any victims down, you can't see anything in any of the belongings at all? You don't see anything there?
No, I'm on the seventh floor, so there's a building that kind of blocks it.
Okay, all right, no problem. I'll go ahead and I'll get it. Put that place, and I'll put it here to call it, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Martin Brown, in the call, have you ever heard that call before?
No.
Is that no?
That's no.
In the call, you described 4 men, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the day of this incident, as you're talking to the 911 operator, your memory was better because you were observing him?
Yes.
Okay. The only other question I want to ask you to clarify is, in the call, you said 3 of the men ran towards Hollywood Boulevard, and I put people's 1 back up on the screen. From the parking lot that you're describing, where would the men have gone to go to Hollywood Boulevard?
I assume up the middle of the apartments. This was a very long time ago.
Okay, that's fair. But I just mean generally, it would be from the parking lot here towards the top of the page, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you actually see the police arrive after you called 911?
Yes.
Did you go down and speak to the police while they were there?
No, I said I didn't want to speak to them when they called me back.
Why was it that you didn't want to speak to the police officers?
Because I absolutely did not want to be involved. I was only calling in case someone was hurt.
I should ask too, the female voice that we hear on that call, do you recognize that to be you?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for you.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Martin Brown. You and I have never spoken to each other, right?
We have not.
In fact, yesterday, you refused to speak with the investigator from the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's Exhibit number 7, which is right behind you, where's your balcony in that picture there? Can you see it from there?
Yeah.
I'm just, right there. Just about a little bit. All right, you know what? Yeah, that's. Walk around, just circle that, please.
Which exhibit is that?
7. People 7. So you were up there when you observed what you described, correct?
Correct.
And you said the vibe changed at one point?
Yes.
You felt from up there that there was the vibe shift?
Yeah, they seem to move further away from one another.
Okay. And where did the person you said you thought the person went down, where did the person go down?
From,
Take your point.
oh, sorry.
It's all right.
From where my balcony is, as you can see, there are some buildings.
Yeah.
So most of what happened was in further towards the center of the car park where there were no cars. When someone went down, they went near the cars, and that obscured my view.
Show us at that point where all the stuff happened for you.
So in the middle here, and then towards this kind of wall where the cars are parked as well. That kind of obscured a little bit at the end.
Just focus on that for a person. So it's your testimony that you observed from your 7th floor balcony all occurred inside the car park.
The last part, yeah.
Okay, the part where there was the scuffling, the sound of the gun.
Yes.
And 2 people and someone going down.
Yes.
That was inside the car park?
Yes.
Closer to the back wall of the car park where that tent is, that tent over there?
No, it was kind of in this area from what I could observe. It appeared to be
This area meaning what?
in the middle.
Middle of the car park?
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, she first indicated what looks like a blue tent towards the back of the building. That's what counsel was asking about. The witness then indicated further up, and she pointed the thing by a white pickup truck. Is that agree, counsel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But right at that point,
Yeah.
point that you know. So around here, we're talking about what you saw from the balcony here.
Directly in the middle of the area, and then we could see the tail end of the parked cars when it occurred. So that's what obscured the end when someone fell.
So they weren't over here on the street, right?
Honestly, from that vantage point, it could have appeared that that was part of it, but I thought it occurred in the car park. But again, I was on a 7th floor balcony.
Okay. Aside from that, by the way, who's with you? I heard no voice.
My ex-partner and my old roommate.
2 other people.
Yes.
And what's their names?
Do I have Joachim Unge, and then another friend of mine who does not want to be identified.
Okay, what was the first one? Sorry.
Joachim Unge. He's Swedish.
Could you spell me likely for the record?
Joakim. Unge.
Yeah, she got rules to her testifying.
There was a second one,
Yes.
and the second one,
She does not wish to be identified.
she told you that.
Yes.
So why she doesn't wish to be identified.
Probably because she doesn't want to be doing what I'm doing
So,
right now.
By the way, we talked about, and I heard on the 911 call, it said that there was a building that in part obstructed your view,
Yes.
right? Okay. Did anything else interfere with your ability to proceed that night?
Potentially.
Potentially what?
It was a Saturday evening.
Okay, what else happened on that Saturday that potentially would have impaired your ability to proceed?
So we were watching movies, and I had a hit of a joint.
Oh Lord, she was high, y'all. Oh God.
You would use the joint in marijuana?
Yeah.
You use marijuana that night?
She said, yeah.
What you saw, right?
Very lightly.
Very lightly. Did you tell that to the police that night when they called you back?
No, I just said I didn't want to speak to police.
Okay. And I think you said on that 911 call, we just heard it, so I don't want to replay it for you, but the apartment you were at the time was up on the 7th floor, right? I had that right, 7th floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it was on the corner of Argyle and Selma.
Yeah.
And let's put up People's One, right there for me.
I don't believe her either, Miranda. I think she's saying she was high too. I don't know. She's a Navy. She's in the Navy, y'all.
Okay, so that's, you saw that before people, so that's a little tricky. So just straighten it out for a second. That's people's one, correct? That's what you saw before, it's Matt behind you, right? Miss Mark Brown?
Yes.
So, before hearing what you believed to be a gunshot or 2 gunshots, you saw people fighting in the street.
Having an altercation, yes.
Um,
But I did say that part of it was obscured by the top.
I'm sorry, I just had to say that. I don't know who she's working for because not her correcting his attorney. He said fighting. She said, I said altercation.
With the car park's roof.
As a matter of fact, what you just said on that 911 call was that there were 4 men and they was kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned them on the cell, correct?
Yes, correct.
Here are the 3 main areas that I would like treatment in. The 4 headlines, the crow's feet and frown.
Your recollection obviously would have been much better.
Yes. I have not, the first I've heard of this again was literally a week and a half ago, so you can excuse me for being a little shady on the details.
No, it's normal, right? I mean, obviously, it's almost 4 years later.
Yeah.
But, what you said back then on that 911 call would have been accurate,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's your ability.
Yes.
Despite it. After you said those 4 men were kind of fighting, walking along Argyle, they turned left onto Selma. After that happened, you saw these people turn left onto Selma Avenue, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you heard yelling, according to your 911 call, right?
Okay.
And then you saw people starting to run, according to the 911, correct?
Yes, correct.
And according to your 911 call, only after you heard the yelling and saw people start to run, you saw what you believed to be a gun, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police that after seeing someone pull out the gun, he shot.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, that happened after the people turned left from Selma Avenue.
Correct.
And the street they turned left onto before you heard the shot was Vista Del Mar.
I wasn't sure what the street name was, I just knew that there was like a car park there, but yes, if according to that map, yes.
Assuming that map is right.
Correct.
Right, okay. Obviously, from your central out, you didn't see a bullet or anything come out of that gun, right? You just heard a sound.
I saw flashes,
Okay.
but I heard shots, I saw flashes, but I obviously can't see from that.
Correct. And obviously you didn't see anyone get hit, particular, and you thought you saw someone go down, right?
I saw someone go down, I didn't know if they'd been hit or not, and that's why I called 911.
Right. And you didn't know, and by the way, I think you said on the record here today, your testimony today, and again, I know it was several years later, it appeared someone may have had a gun involved, but you're not sure because you were on the 7th floor. You recall saying that this morning, maybe the right testimony?
Was that when you were talking, when they were talking about underneath the parking structure, or in the actual open? Because if we're talking about when there was the altercation on Argyle, then I couldn't have been sure because it was under a roof and I was on the 7th floor. But when it was in the car park, it appeared to be a gun. Because otherwise, why would it make noise and flash?
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that you saw someone going down with an incident.
Oh, I'm so
Your
sorry.
testimony that you saw someone going down.
Yes.
All right, and according to you, you think the person who was shot was wearing blue clothing.
I said that in the 911 call. As of this moment, I do not recall.
No, yes,
Yeah.
you'd be good to just walk around, right? No one suggested you should, as you sit here today, remember exactly what you saw back in November of 2020. I'm basing my questions and your answers on your 911 call, okay?
Okay,
So what's in
sorry.
that 911 call is really what we should be relying on, right? Yes.
Your Honor, that's an objectionable question.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, is there anything in your 911 call in which to correct today?
No, there's not. Again, I have been as accurate as possible with the time that has passed. I'm just here to give testimony and then leave, hopefully. Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Anyway, according to your 911 call, you thought that person who was shot was wearing blue coat, right?
According to my 911 call, yes.
And then you said illegal people ran in different directions.
According to my 911 call, yes.
And you can't be sure, I guess, the direction you believe the person had to go, right?
According to the 911 call, yes.
Now she's saying that.
At one point in your 911 call, you said you weren't even sure if the people ran away, right?
Correct.
And then when did they call you back? Is that what happened?
They did call me back, yes.
Okay. And basically the officers at the scene at that point already?
I can't recall if the officers were already at the scene, but I do know that they were on their way.
Okay. And that's when the 911 operator asked if you would meet the officers?
Yes.
And you declined?
Yes,
right?
correct.
All right, thank you. Mark Brown, over.
Thank you.
Baby, get her off.
No further questions. All right, Mr. Brown, thank you for coming in. You are too. Let's witness.
Now, did somebody say bye wig? Did somebody say that on one of these shows? I think it was Real Housewives. I think so, but get her gone. Get her gone. I don't care. I ain't seen ASAP lean back in their seat. Somebody probably told him that too. She was terrible. Well, not terrible. She wasn't terrible, but I didn't know what to make of her testimony because she seemed to still not really want to be involved. And when she just stuck to the script, according to my 911 call, I'm really giving you the side eye. Now I'm really going to be looking to see if somebody who looks like her pops up in a 50 pin. I'm sorry, I don't think she helped either side, which is probably good. Oh, thank you, Emmy. Man, I don't know who's up next. I know they better not take another break. Don't be messy, I'm good. Now, Paige would have cut up taking this long to have their witness on the scene. Paige said have them at the door. They need to rotate coming in this dang courtroom. Too much time to pass. Paige would have been over it. Paige would have cut up. Do you hear me? Mm-mm. Day, I hear you. They not coming out, y'all. Rocky, this is his signature in my opinion. He gets his wear out of his braids. His plaits, everything. Rocky's getting his wear out of it. Do you hear me, Jasmine? All this time that done passed by, Paige would have had a fit. Paige would have had a fit by now. Mm-mm. India said it. Look at India acting like Paige. Is the witness still parking or something? This wouldn't have happened in Paige courtroom. Not we still waiting on the witness? Mm-mm. Judge need to get this courtroom together now.
Right across from you, please. And if you just right about there, raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you've been given, the cause not to before this court, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Please take a seat of the witness.
Oh. Oh.
Please adjust the microphone and tell us your
No, don't
first
get
name.
nervous.
Tell us your name, then spell it for the record.
Terrell Efron, TERELL EPHRON.
It's a very single no session. And try to speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Wellman, the floor is yours.
Yes, come on, Mr. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Oh, now you hide. You hide. This don't look good. Now you hide. Okay. No, Joe ready. Joe gonna bust through that suit.
Good afternoon. Do you have a man seated at the table in the tan jacket?
Yes.
What's his name?
Rakim Mayers.
And do you know him by any other nicknames?
He's at Rocky.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
We grew up together.
How old were you, do you think, when you first met him?
Probably like 17, 18.
When you first met him, was he a well-known famous rapper?
No.
I want to jump ahead to November 6th, 2021, the date of this incident. Do you remember approximately, or do you remember how old you were that day? How old were you on the day that this happened? Do you remember?
Probably 33, 32.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you knew him about maybe 15 years at that point?
Yes.
Over the 15 years that you knew him, were the two of you friends?
Yeah.
Can you describe the closeness of your relationship to him?
The whole 15 years?
Yeah, over the course of your relationship, sort of how it started and then how close you were throughout the 15 years.
Well, I mean, we started a collective ASAP, which is a bunch of, how would you call it, like a bunch of people from New York that got different and yeah, I'm nervous.
It's okay. Just take a minute. Take a couple deep breaths.
You don't know what the collective is?
The relationship that you're describing in high school, were the two of you close friends? Like, would you see him every day, or was this sort of a friendship where you knew of him but didn't really know him?
No, we knew each other. We knew each other. We knew each other very well. I mean, it was probably like 6 or 7 of us. Probably like 4 of them was rappers.
Do you think you'd see him every day?
Up until he got famous, yeah.
Okay.
Like a little bit until he got famous.
How long do you think you knew him before? I know it's hard to peg down exactly when someone becomes famous, but about how long do you think you knew him before he became famous?
7 years.
And over that 7 years, it was a regular occurrence that you would be with him almost every day, correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe him at that time, the beginning of your relationship, as someone that was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about ASAP. What does ASAP stand for?
It means a lot of different things, but always strive and prosper.
Were you a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Within ASAP, did you have a nickname that you went by?
Yeah, really. ASAP Reli.
Was that something that started when you were in high school?
Yeah.
What year of high school, if you remember? Like, were you a junior, a senior?
Probably was like a senior.
Did you know someone by the name of Elijah Elanger?
Yes.
Was he also a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Did he have a nickname that he went by in ASAP?
ASAP Bills.
I'm going to ask more at my next exhibit.
10.
Do you recognize the person depicted here in People's 10?
Yeah.
And who's that?
Elijah.
Okay. Is it easier for you to refer to him as Elijah, Bills? How do you want to refer to him?
Bills.
Bills? Okay. Was he one of the kind of original members of ASAP?
Yeah.
How would you describe for the jury your relationship or your closeness with Elijah or Hills?
I mean, it was pretty good up until the incident.
Would you, up until the incident, would you have considered him a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Was he someone that you would talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, I talked to him the night before the incident. I was at his house, actually.
Okay. Is it fair to say, kind of up until the day of that incident, you've known him maybe approximately 15 years too?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know someone by the name of Jamel Phillips?
Yeah.
And is he also a member of ASAP?
Yeah.
What, if any, nicknames does he go by?
ASAP Reli.
My next exhibit.
Is anybody having trouble here? Everybody's okay? You're having some trouble?
Yeah.
Mr. Efron, could you try to speak up a little bit, please?
I'm in our People's 11 year.
Yes. What is it?
It's a one-page document, a single photograph depicting 2 people. Mr. Efron, showing you the person on the left in this photograph. Do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jamel, 12.
And kind of like the same question with Hills, what's the easiest way for you to refer to him?
I was never really that cool with him.
No, I mean, as we're talking about the different people involved in this, how do you want me to refer to him? Do you want me to call him 12? Do you want me to call him Janelle?
12.
Okay, 12. And the person who's next to him in this photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Rakim.
All right. You said regarding 12B that you were not as close to him, correct?
Is that yes?
Yes.
How would you, put it in your own words, how would you describe your relationship with 12B prior to the incident?
I mean, there was never no problems, but I never wasn't that cool with him. Like, we really didn't interact that much.
Would you,
He wasn't like
somewhere?
he came kind of like later, so like I really wasn't really in like chilling with him or chilling with anybody who came after the fact. It was ASAP.
Okay. So what you're describing is kind of you and the defendant and Hills had known each other longer, and then 12B came after that core group was formed.
Yeah, so me, Jabari, Hills, and Rocky pretty much started ASAP.
Okay.
Everybody else who came after, if they wasn't like genuinely like trying to better themselves or do something other than like fooling around, kind of distance myself.
Okay. Is that, you mentioned the name Jabari. Who's Jabari?
What do you mean by that?
What's his name?
Jabari. That's the name. ASAP Bari.
Okay. Does he have any other nicknames that you like?
Young Lord.
Would he also have been considered part of the ASAP collective that you described?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Within that collective of members of ASAP, were all the people that were members, were they all rappers?
No.
What were some of the other pursuits that members of ASAP would also pursue?
Fashion, producing, anything involved with like culture, really.
What, were you a rapper?
No.
What was your contribution to the group?
I was a manager. Not of ASAP, but I created my own company.
What was the name of your company?
Shut up.
And when you say you were a manager, what does that mean?
I was scout for talent, like I had producers, I had artists. I helped actual ASAP members with stuff.
So the managing that you're talking about is all related to the music industry?
Yes.
And you're saying you would try to find people who are talented at different areas within music, like rapping or producing, correct?
Yeah.
And would you try to help get them projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The person that you refer to as Jabari, did you also refer to him as Bari?
Yeah. Yeah, Bari.
So if we say Jabari or Bari, we're talking about the same person?
Yes.
That person, Jabari, how close were you to him?
I would say he was good.
Was he someone that you would see on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Did you have problems in the time that you knew him with him specifically? Is that no?
No.
Okay. Were you with Jabari the day before this incident on November 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
That day, November 5th, where in the country were you with Jabari?
We actually missed a flight. We were supposed to go to Chicago, but we was in LA.
Okay. So the whole time you're with him, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you live in Los Angeles at the time?
No.
What state did you live in November of 2021?
New York.
How long have you been in Los Angeles on November 5th, 2021? So if you can tell us the exact date that you flew in, that's fine, or if you can just give us an estimate of how many days you've been in Los Angeles.
Probably flew in, I think the 5th.
So that day?
Or the 4th, I don't know. Like, my artist was in town, so he was recording. So I don't know, it was a while ago. I'll have to look at text messages or something like that.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach you? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have to. Yeah, I apologize. You told us that. Refresh your recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. So days were you specifically in Los Angeles with your artist while he was recording?
Let me see, I get my data.
What did you,
Hold
hold on. What did you attempt to refresh his recollection?
A text message.
Is it a screenshot?
Yes.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. It's just used to refresh his recollection. It doesn't have to be an exception.
Let me see the date. I was just reading.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what days were you in Los Angeles with your artist?
Probably got here the third day.
Okay.
Probably flew on the third. Because I got on the Airbnb. That's pretty close to my hotel.
Okay, Troy, you gotta keep your voice. Try to, your voice is soft, so try to speak into it.
So what I think you're saying is you arrived in Los Angeles, to the best of your recollection, November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yeah.
And your artist, the artist that you were managing was recording music the 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you get to Los Angeles on the 3rd?
What do you mean?
Meaning you're from New York, how did you get here?
Oh,
When you say you flew, did you fly on a private plane or on a commercial jet?
on Delta. Commercial.
Did you have to go through airport security?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you met up with Jabari on November 5th in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you met him?
When I first met Jabari?
Yeah, well, I
When I
mean,
first met him?
that day, November 5th, where did you meet him?
In his apartment. I mean, in his house.
And is that in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
While you were with Jabari that day, did you overhear a conversation between Jabari and the defendant, Mr. Mayers?
Yeah, we was on our way back from the airport, and he got a call from Rocky.
So the defendant called Jabari?
Yeah.
And can you describe for the jury how it was that you were able to hear
Yes, he had no
the
speaker.
defendant on that call?
We was in the back of the SUV, and he got a call from Rocky, and he put the phone on his stomach. So he was laying back in the truck, and he put his phone on his stomach, and just was like listening, like talking to him. I'm on the chair.
Was the phone on speaker?
Yeah.
So you could hear both sides of the conversation?
Yeah.
What was the nature of the call between Jabari and the defendant?
It started off first, I believe, like Rocky was trying to get Barbie to come to this complex con, 10-year anniversary thing. And Jabari declined, and the conversation got kind of weird. Like, and then Jabari said it was something like, "Oh, I see you got bills and 12 you on the jet," and it became like an inside joke because Rocky hasn't hit them, and it just became an inside joke, kind of. So then Rocky's like, "Oh yeah, you know I got my niggas with me, boom, 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 whatever." And then instantly after that, he says, "Fuck that nigga Reli." And I'm like, I'm sitting in the back of the chair, and I kind of get up, and I'm like, and then Barbie like stops him. He's like, and then I'm listening, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't fuck with." Can I say what I want to say?
Yes.
Say it.
So he pretty much was like, "Oh, I don't fuck with that nigga. He mad emotional, like this, that, and the third." Pretty much. It was so long ago, but it was, and the contents of that. And then Jabari was like, "What you mean you don't fuck with him?" And he's like, "I just don't fuck with him. I don't like that nigga, like this, that, and the third." And after he said something about like, it's so long ago, but he was like, I'll beat him up or something like that. So, you want to keep going?
Let me stop you.
Is there more?
You said that You keep saying he said. Were those all things that the defendant said specifically?
Yeah.
So he was the one that said he doesn't fuck with you, correct?
Yeah.
Had you said anything at that point in the car that would have alerted him to the fact that you were actually in the car?
No, he didn't know I was there.
Did
I wanted to say something, but Ari was like how put his hand to the side to like my leg. You know what I mean? And I was just listening.
I'm assuming then that Jabari didn't tell him, I'm in the car with.
Oh, no.
Okay, so as far as you knew, the defendant had no idea that you were in the car.
No, he had no idea.
Other than the specific things that you already said about you, is there anything else that you can recall that the defendant said about you on that call?
Not at the moment. It was like 3 years ago. So like, I got anxiety. I got anxiety right now. So it's like,
He got anxiety right now. Did y'all hear him? Oh God. Where's ISIS? Oh brother.
Are you tired of your 9 to 5? I have a secret. Oprah Higgedesk.
He's a bitch. At that moment, on November 5th of 2021, were you aware of tension between you and the defense? At the point that the defendant is saying those things about you on the phone, were you also feeling tension in your relationship with him?
I mean, it's kind of always been like that. So it's really hard having a relationship with Rocky.
Can you explain that?
I mean, you want to tell me my personal experience? Or?
Yes.
I feel like he's fake.
How so?
He lies a lot. Like, I don't see him, so it's like, how are we gonna have a relationship? You know what I mean?
Is there anything specific that you can think of?
Yeah, with like my companies or just anything, like overall. Like, you know what I mean? Like I had this one job I call him Mr. 6 month man, because I would see him every 6 months. You know what I mean? But then when he come around, it's like, it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to be in this ASAP thing for? It's all smoking mirrors.
Did you actually voice your displeasure
Oh,
to
yeah.
him?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Through text messages, but nothing ever like threatening him or anything. Just mostly telling him like, you gotta tighten up, this shit fake.
But you would text message him and say,
And he won't text me back. He would never text me back.
Okay.
I'll probably see him and we'll have a conversation. He'll be like, he'll laugh like, oh bro, you emotional or something like that. And intense like, you know, shit like that.
When he calls you emotional, you heard that as an insult to you, correct?
Not really.
Okay, how did you take it?
Like he's trying to shoot me off. Like using that as like leverage to be like, not get business done, I guess.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the very next day, so November 6th, 2021, the day of this incident. Where were you staying at that night in Los Angeles?
Staying at the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
And that evening, did you have any plans to meet up with the defendant at all?
No, I haven't spoken to him in months, probably prior to that. I texted him, but he never answered me back.
You mentioned in your earlier answer that there was this event called Complex Conference going on that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said the defendant was actually performing at that concert series, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to go with the defendant to Complex Con?
No. I wasn't on that jet. I didn't get no phone call, so why would I, you know what I mean?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking you to explain. As far as complex crime, you had no plans to go there, and certainly not to go with him.
Right.
Did you have plans to go with Hills or with 12?
No.
What was your business in Los Angeles at that time?
Working with my artists.
And if you can recall, what are the hours that you're working with your artists?
I'm booked pretty much all day sessions. We was finishing up a mixtape for, I believe one of these labels wanted me to like show them like something like better than, because I had a couple songs, so they just wanted to see like a compilation of the work that I'm doing.
Okay. How long? You're saying hours. How many hours would these sessions?
I don't know. I would be in and out. I would never stay in the studio that long.
Okay.
I'm looking for the artist.
At around 9:23 that evening, did you receive a series of calls and text messages from the defendant, Hills, and 12B?
Oh yeah.
At the time that you were receiving those communications, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
Mark my next exhibit counter. 12. It is a single photograph, a screenshot of a call log.
No. Let me see. Right.
I'm going to show it to you. You recognize what's here?
Yeah.
And what is this?
This is my whole house.
And is this a photograph that you specifically took? Like a screenshot?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is reflected in your call log here?
What do you mean?
Okay, all these numbers are in red. Does that mean anything to you?
Missed call.
And who were the people that you were missing calls from? Starting at the top.
Rocky. That's the largest number. That's 12B. Elijah, Rocky.
Okay. And did you receive those missed calls kind of in quick succession? Meaning like right after each other?
I don't know. I woke up to a FaceTime call from Rocky. So then after I noticed I had all those missed calls, I didn't even like wake up and notice the calls.
Prior to you waking up, did you receive any text messages from the defendant? So you're saying you received a bunch of missed calls while you were asleep. You woke up, you answered your phone, talked to him, and then you kind of went back and looked at your phone afterwards. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And that's when you saw you had a bunch of missed calls from him and Elijah at 12. You also have text messages from him.
Yeah.
Okay. We mark my next turn as 13. If I may approach with people's 13. This, you recognize what you see here?
Yeah.
And just in general, what is this photograph?
This is a screenshot.
Of your phone?
Mm-hmm. Me and Rocky's text message. Yes.
And is this screenshots, text messages that you received from him that day?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Every time you say that, or he's going to ask you, Yeah, but if you can, try to say yes or no.
Yes.
So there are 3 messages at the top that are in gray. Are those from you or are those from the defendant?
That's from Rakim.
And if you would read them one after another, what do they say?
Where you at? Question mark. Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. When he texted you, specifically the phrase "let's get to it," did you know what he was referring to?
I mean, I had kind of an idea that he wanted to probably fight or something, or just argue or something. I don't know.
What gave you that idea?
The day before his conversation.
So you still have that conversation that he had with you already in your head at the time you read that text message?
Yeah, that conversation spoke volumes because I never heard him talk like that. And over the whole, many years I know him, I told him a bunch of times, if you ever had a problem with me, let me know, because shit's not adding up.
Okay. When you said that you thought he wanted to fight you, what do you specifically mean by that phrase, fight?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Do you mean physical violence? Do you mean an argument? What do you
Like an argument, maybe like a physical, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
Did, at that point, were you wanting to have a physical fight with him?
No.
Those text messages that you read from him, when you read those, did you perceive those to be aggressive towards you?
Yeah.
Now, you said also when you woke up, you talked to him on FaceTime, correct?
Yeah.
What was your conversation with him about?
He was just more so like, okay, so he was like, where you at? And I'm like, huh? And then he's like, where are you? Like, kind of like broke it down. And I'm like, instantly, I don't know, for some reason, I just told him the W. You know what I mean? And then he's like, no, you're not. That's a bum ass hotel. So I'm like, and then he's like, show me where you at. So then I got up to bed and I kind of.
Yeah.
The Lowe's Hotel is on Hollywood. The W is in Hollywood. So everything kind of looked the same. So when I showed him outside, I think that was good enough to the point he believed I was at the W.
Okay.
But I took him.
You received this call. Were you full?
I love the racks. Racks on racks on racks on racks on racks.
And you said he first asked you where are you at, and you said, I think you said
Yeah, I said
And then you said he broke it down, where you at?
No, where are you? Like, where you at? Where are you? Like, kind of like with force the second time. Like,
okay, that was even my question. What was his tone of voice when he said, where are you?
okay, so the first one was like kind of regular. After I said whatever. The second one was just like, wait, like, it was a problem. Like, where are you? Like, where you at? Like, you know what I mean?
And you said that after you told him you were staying at the W, he called your room a bum-ass room?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess it's what they look like a W.
Like, not as nice?
I don't know.
How did you receive it?
Yeah, pretty. Like, I was still sleeping. I didn't care. I just wanted to show him outside the window to figure out what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? What's the purpose of this call?
At the moment you're talking to him, did you have any idea why you wanted to meet up with him?
No.
I can't believe him. in your bed. Nobody's
Okay,
forcing
you
you
said
to
you
show him.
showed him Hollywood Boulevard outside of your hotel. What was the next thing that happened in your phone call after that?
I think he said he'd be right there. And then that's when I text Elijah, like, because then I'm looking at my phone and I'm noticing I got all these text messages. And like I said, Jamel texted me too and called me, but I don't like Jamel like that. So I like ills. I know ills, you know what I mean? So text ills. I'm like, what's going on? Pretty much.
Hold on.
I don't remember exactly what I said from that day because it was 3 years ago, but I hit ills to like kind of confirm like what's going on.
Yeah, and that's fine. At that point, did you know that 12B and Ills were with the defendant?
What do you mean? Like,
did you know the
come in
and work together?
Like, come to link me?
No, I mean in general.
Oh yeah, because it was on the plane.
Okay. And so when you received the messages from Ills and from 12B, you understood at that time that they were with the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
After your conversation let me clarify that. When you say you're on FaceTime, was that FaceTime that also had video associated with it?
Yes.
So he could see you through the phone, correct?
Yes.
After your conversation with him, did the two of you make plans to meet up?
I mean, I didn't really make plans. It was kind of like link up, and I wanted to. Though we just gonna talk and like really hash things out. Because this happened before, not like this, but like where we talk shit out. You know what I mean? And like I said, I call him Mr. 6 months, and I haven't seen him in a very long time. So maybe he hasn't read the room. You know what I mean? Like okay, yeah.
You said in the past when you had problems with him, you felt comfortable just expressing that to him verbally and talking, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And was that sort of something that had happened on multiple occasions where the two of you would talk and work out your problems verbally?
And I'm going to ask the meeting to be curtailed a little bit, please.
Your Honor, we can go.
Can you say that again, please?
Was that something that had happened multiple times where the two of you would talk and work out your problems, or was that something that only happened once before?
I mean, if we worked out our problems, we wouldn't be here. So this was an ongoing thing, just like open-ended, you know, like promises or anything, you know what I mean? But I didn't care really. I was always working towards my goals at the end of the day, what I wanted to do.
Sure.
Situation.
I guess what I'm trying to listen or ask you about is, have you had problems in your relationship with the defendant prior to this?
I wouldn't say problem. I don't know. Me personally, I never had a problem with him, but I think he had a problem with me.
Okay. You say, I think the words that you used to describe what
I actually do know he had a problem with me because in the text message, he says that I got cut, like I let him get cut. And that happened a year something. So that means you're holding on a grudge and something I didn't even had nothing to do with.
Okay, we'll get there. Hold on.
I feel like that was our whole relationship. Like just weird grudges.
This is over. This is over.
Okay.
You don't hang around.
Are you saying that you felt like he had a problem with you and you didn't have a problem with him?
Yeah, of course I didn't have a problem with him.
But you had sent in messages in the past where you had expressed, you know, your disappointment. You already said that. Right?
Yeah.
So then
I think we have those text messages. The text messages, I always still like, how you say it, like complimented him or picked him up for his success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you. I probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like I don't know, some, you know. But I never really got responses back.
Yes, if he's loving you.
I'm trying to understand, if you can, what your state of mind is as you're going to this meeting with him, or as you said, to link up.
My state of mind?
Yeah.
I was feeling real confident because like I said, I don't think he read the room. I'm doing really good for myself. So I felt like this is a time for me and him to like actually come to common grounds and be like, fuck the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because what are we doing here? Like, you talk to everybody else like that. You're not talking to me like that. Nor am I accepting of this. You know what I mean?
When you say read the room, what do you mean by that phrase?
Because why would you do what you did if you're not under? I say read the room is just because like you're not reading the room, like you're not knowing who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking you could just. He knows of me, but he didn't know what I was up to. So you're probably thinking I'm a bum or I'm not like this person, somebody you could just have your way with.
Did you feel personally like your music career was becoming more successful?
Yeah, for sure. I was going in and out of the label meetings.
Would you say at that point that was essentially the height of your career in the music business? Have you been more successful? Okay.
Yeah. In the music industry, yeah. Yeah, I was at my highest I ever been because I finally figured it out. I figured out how to make money back into everything. So I made my own way.
Sorry, and I don't mean to talk over you. My apologies for that. You said that going into this meeting, you were confident. Is that what you mean by?
It wasn't even a meeting. I wouldn't even call it a meeting. It was just like I'm linking up with Rocky. I haven't seen the dude in dumb long. Yeah. Like anytime you want, like you're gonna go link him. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't see the dude.
What does that phrase "link with him" mean to you? Are you saying something less, like more informal than?
Like for instance, if we had a problem, I felt like it could have been hashed out the moment he seen me, but instead it was like it got nasty. You know what I mean? Like he didn't read the room. He didn't take a second to think.
Where is it specifically that you ultimately linked up with?
Well, when I was walking from the Lowe's, because it's kind of far away, I was texting Elijah, and then I told him I'm like next to Trader Joe's or something because I know the area of the W. So then when I don't really know the streets, so the top of the W that I just, instead of being on the side of the W, I cross the street for some reason. And then I see Rocky walking, well I don't see him yet, walking down the block. Then I hear him. I hear him first before I even see him. He has a hoodie on.
Okay. Is there any kind of landmark in the area that where you ultimately linked up with?
What do you mean?
Meaning, you're saying I don't remember what the streets were called. That's okay, but was there something on the street where you met him that you could say we were outside of this?
Oh, it was directly across from the entrance to the W. Like, there's a parking lot, like where we stopped at. Kind of.
I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
14.
Mr. F, I'm showing you equals 14. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And do you see the entrance of the parking lot that we were talking about?
Yeah, so I was walking like right here.
There's a pointer. You see a wooden pointer anywhere?
So I was walking on this block, coming straight here, and then he was like somewhere right here, and then I heard him. You want me to check what out?
Well, I'm just asking, do you recognize this area?
Oh yeah.
And is that specifically the parking lot that you met him in front of?
Yeah.
All right. You said you don't know the streets in that area very well, but did you know where Hollywood Boulevard was?
Yeah.
And were you at all close to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, the main like strip, I believe.
Would that have been like?
Looking to get stronger? Join Planet Fitness today.
We're stepping it up.
We're not slowing down.
We're going to feel this.
Where Hollywood Boulevard is labeled here at the top. You see that?
See what now?
Is the screen in front of you working? Just so you don't have to turn around.
No, it's not.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Along the top of this page, I know there's a lot going on here, but you see, can you recognize this to be Hollywood Boulevard at the top?
I'm not from LA, so
Okay.
I wouldn't open really, but that's Hollywood Boulevard.
Let's go to Eagles Exhibit 2. This is clearly marked there.
Oh
Hollywood
yeah,
Boulevard.
yo.
Sorry, People's One. Thank you, Joe. The street that you came down was next to the W Hotel, correct? I know it's not marked on here, but
Yeah, where's the hotel?
did you come down the street that was right next to the W Hotel?
Yes.
And you came from Hollywood Boulevard down the street?
Yeah. I traveled from the Lobes, so I took up Hollywood Boulevard.
Did you walk pretty much Hollywood Boulevard the entire way?
Yeah.
And you said then at the W, then you turned and came down the street next to the.
Yeah, Argyle.
Okay. If you don't remember the name of the street, that's fine. Just you can tell us by the landmarks. But what you're saying is you came Hollywood Boulevard to the W, and then you turned down a small street that was next to the W.
Mm-hmm. Is that yes? Yes.
And I believe you said in your prior answer that the street that you were on had the entrance to the ballet area of the W, correct?
No, I wasn't on the side of the W.
No, I'm saying that street is where you would enter the W Hotel.
Oh yeah.
And, but you said you were specifically on the other side of the street from the W.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the parking garage. You described it before on People's 14, coming this way, so from the lower left-hand corner towards the top right-hand corner of the page in that direction on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
So would the W have been on the opposite side of the street?
Yeah, right inside.
And as you were walking down that street, what was the next thing that you remembered that caught your attention?
I didn't see nobody. I heard Rocky though. I heard him say, "What now, pussy?" But it's been so long, so I don't. What now, pussy? Or what now? Like, something along the lines of that. Like he was like, "What now?"
And what was his tone of voice?
Oh, he was loud. Like that's what caught my attention. And then I seen Elijah, and then Jamel, and then that's when I'm walking. Like, cause I was continuing walking. I wasn't like stopping or waiting around anywhere. I was already walking. They was already there. So I guess they was already on Argyle because they was calling me still. Elijah was calling me to see where I'm at. Mind you, I was far. That hotel was far. So when I got there, I'm walking down the block. I wasn't like waiting, holding him like anything. I'm still en route pretty much. So I hear him as I'm en route still. And then that's when we meet up and then we see the altercation.
But you're saying the first thing that caught your attention was his voice, correct?
Yeah.
Saying, "What now, pussy?"
Yeah, what now, pussy?
And it was loud.
Yeah.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay, after that, hearing that, did you see him?
Yeah, truthfully, it was all like a movie. It was like literally like a movie.
Explain that.
No, it wasn't.
Just the way he was walking, the whole thing, like the hoodie, like it would just caught me off guard. You know what I mean? Like it was no time to talk, no time for nothing.
Right. These people don't know what you're talking about with the hoodie, though. Can you explain what you mean when you say with the hoodie?
Oh, because he had a hoodie on.
Up over his head?
Yeah.
Okay. And was he walking straight towards you?
Yeah.
Was, you said Hills and 12 people were with him. How close were they to him?
Oh, it was right behind him.
Were they facing you too?
My eyes was on Rocky at that point. Like when he said, "What now, pussy?" I was like, he's right there. You know what I mean?
You're focused on him.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see in your first read that the two other guys are
Yeah, for sure.
close.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you know why I keep saying that?
No.
All right, see this lady right here, she's a work reporter, and she's taking down every word that
No,
everybody's.
he's like really nervous.
No,
So I'm like,
it's okay, a lot of people get nervous when they're right there. I just wanted, I didn't want you to think I'm messing with you when I say, is that yes or no? She has to take down every word that everybody says, and when you say or it's not clear what you mean. So that's why I'm saying yes or no. It's so the court reporters.
like a verse.
What?
Verse.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. As best you can, if you can take yourself back to that moment, as you're walking up towards him, were you expecting to get in a physical fight with him?
I mean, at that moment, the way, before then, no, I thought maybe we was going to talk. Or even when he did bring them, I thought maybe he was bringing them to like make a statement or something to like let them think that he's like tough or something. I don't know. That's what I kind of thought like after.
No, I'm not talking about.
Sir.
I'm just talking about the defendant.
Okay.
Were you approaching him of the state of mind that you were going to have a physical fight with him?
No, I the whole time, to be honest, I would never fight Rocky. And that's God's honest truth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a reason to fight him. We're in an industry where you get blackballed really easy. I'm obviously on the lower end of the stick here. You get what I'm saying? So that's why in the video, you notice I'm a lefty. I pushed him away with my left. He grabbed me with two hands. If I wanted to fight him, and mind you, we're walking. If I wanted to fight him, I would have hit him with the right. You get what I'm saying? And it would have been fighting. Like I stopped him with my left. And in the video, that's when you see Elijah like kind of like breaking it up after.
Before we talk about the video, we get there. I want, if there's any other way that you can explain that to the jury, what it would mean for you to get in a physical fight, specifically with the defendant at that moment.
The only thing that would make me fight Rocky is if I'm physically like hurt, like if he punched me. Then I would consider hitting him or fighting him. But I would give him, just because who he is, like I wanted, and I think he uses that to his benefits or like whoever famous that whatever that shit is. But like I wasn't gonna fight him.
What would it mean? What would it mean for your career if you got in a physical fight?
Oh, it would be over.
How so?
It would be over.
Can you
Literally
explain
over.
that?
You don't have a career.
Was that in your head?
I'm like part of a conglomerate, like a group. So if I fight Rocky and I beat him up, or if we fight or something, I'm already not liked, and people don't like me and shit like that. So I'm fighting him. I'm definitely getting blackballed, and all the labels like him and work with him and do this. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to swither my way in. You know what I mean? So if that comes to like light that we fought or something like that, I'm pretty sure it won't go good. Like nobody would do business with me or other things like that. You know what I mean?
Okay. I want to ask you just about a couple of things you just said in your answer. You mentioned ASAP in that. Was the defendant kind of the most successful member of ASAP at that point?
Oh yeah, for sure.
By far?
By far.
Would he have been kind of the leader of ASAP, even if not formally?
I wouldn't call him the leader, but
You both can't talk at the same time. That's the question again.
Would other members of ASAP kind of turn to him when they have projects or things like that?
not too many people. It wasn't real motion. Like they didn't, it was pretty much whatever Rocky got going on. Like people would try things, but it kind of got to like what Rocky's doing, or like stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, what I hear is you're saying he was like really the only highly successful member of this.
No, because then you got Jabari that creeped through the doors, through his beat alone, you know what I mean? You got Ferg who did music, but everybody else, good luck.
Okay.
And I mean,
including yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I was definitely down and out.
Let's take a break now.
Okay.
Folks, we'll take 15 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 3:15, at which time we will resume. And please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
Yeah, I just put the link in the chat. I'm gonna let y'all do the yelling. I just can't even take it anymore. I don't even know what more to say. When I say I'm so annoyed with this man, I am so annoyed with this man. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Honestly, I don't understand what we're doing, where we're going with this. He seems to have been the worst witness so far on the stand, and he's the star witness. So let's keep that in mind. He's the star witness. He is the star witness of this trial. And I don't understand how he's just, you can't even understand basic questions. You're not answering those. He continues to say, I know it's for show. Anxiety, nervousness. I know all that is for show. Because you caused all of this. For him to sit up here and say that he could get blackballed, and I wouldn't have fought Rocky because I don't want to get blackballed. People love him, but you're suing him. You could potentially send him to jail. Tell me.
The industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
We, the members of family. Okay. Make that make sense for me. It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense to me because on one hand, you're saying, oh, I could have gotten blackballed, but you are literally suing him. And now it explains why the man talking about he disabled and he can't work because this is his only shot, taking this money, using it to invest in the business or something because he has no business in the music career anymore. I mean, he has no career in the music business anymore. It's not adding up. Not to mention, are you guys catching that he keeps trying to call Rocky the B word? Are you guys catching that? He keeps it. Key. Why don't people like you, Davia? He keeps saying it. Do y'all see how he keeps talking about Rocky? I would never fight him. He brought them, I guess, to look tough in front of them. You guys were a collective. You guys were a collective. Jaleesa, y'all are not hearing how he keeps saying little things about Rocky's character. He's soft. That's not him. You talk to them like that, not me. You wouldn't do that to me. And I guess he brought 12E and eels with him so he can look a certain way. What way is it going to look? All of y'all are friends. All of you guys are friends. So exactly what way is it going to look for him to pop up? First of all, too, they were with him. They were with him on the flight. So they're all hanging together. Don't stand on business. Thank you. He is very much giving that little boy is the B word. Okay. He's giving that. But here's another thing. If it was like that, why are you in the same sentence saying when he FaceTimed you, you got so nervous, you flipped the camera to show him where you were? But I thought he don't talk to you like he talks to everyone else. Make that make sense for me. I don't understand that. He does seem very, very jealous, Kristen. That's the way it sounds to me. And they saying he wonders why Rocky was backing out of business ventures with him. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how, y'all, what is up with this? I call him Mr. 6 months. What's up with the I call him Mr. 6 months? That right there is very telling to me. Because if you're really friends, right? I have friends, best friends, right? I've got a friend I just talked to last night. I don't get to talk to my friends as much as I want. Part of it is me. I've discussed that, what I'm going through, right? And then another part is I'm always streaming, or I'm doing something, I'm doing my videos, something, right? But it doesn't make me any less of your friend. I haven't, y'all, one of my friends before my mom passed, I would come to Memphis all the time and I wouldn't be able to see my friend, but we talked all the time. She never held that against me. It sounds like he did hold it against Rocky if he wasn't able to see him. And that's not a friend. You expected Rocky, which, listen, you shouldn't put expectations on people. That's my thing. I do not think you should put expectations on people, because when you put expectations on people, they will let you down every time. Every time they will let you down. And he sounds like he felt like me and Rocky, we friends. Rocky's going to take me where he went. We don't know what this man was showing in the background that made Rocky say, I can't take him everywhere. Clearly, he's not liked. Ken said he doesn't seem stable. Clearly, he is not liked. Listen, true story. Okay? I don't understand. He's really giving baby boy. He is. Let me tell you, it's a sad, sad world when you are friends with people who secretly despise you. They can't understand why you and not me. And that's what it's giving up there. Did you hear him? Like, as a collective, right? Once this collective, his attitude does seem horrible. Rocky caught him doing crack. You know what Tree said? When I think of a collective, I think of a group of individuals that are moving towards a common goal. But did you guys not hear this man say? He called certain people's names and he said, and if you're not those people, good luck. Why is that the mindset if everyone is moving towards one common goal? You're not even a team player. Did you guys also catch where he said he was only concerned about the 4 people that were there when the collective started? You're not even a team player for real. You are not even a team player for real. And when we talk, it's like we never missed a day. That's because y'all are really friends. Reli was never ASAP's friend for real. And maybe ASAP picked up on that. Because what I'm hearing from this man right now, this man said their whole friendship, they were friends for 15 years. He said their whole friendship was a friendship of broken promises. Ooh. Who stay friends with somebody for that long and then your friend that terrible? Hey, Faith, who stays friends with? He needs to pimp slap him. Like, and that's my question. What is it going to be like for Reli now? What has it been like for Reli since 2021? I'd love to know. I'd love to know what's been going on in his life. What's been going on in this man's life? Because Rocky was the money. He's very, 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 very. Oh, God, y'all. Oh, hold up. People in Atlanta. Mayor Andre Dickens has asked the White House to unfreeze grant funding. Who was that told me certain? I forgot what somebody was trying to argue with me in the comments, but I'm going to post this on my story if you just so happen to be in here. Baby, not if the mayor has to say something. Come on, y'all. This is not just something fly by night, but come on. I'm going to go to his page, y'all. I want to see if he got anything. And I know he's not still calling himself ASAP Reli. Oh, he's not. I don't even know his Instagram page. Child, I'm trying to find ASAP Reli, and not Anthony Edwards has another baby. Lord Jesus. And his baby mama's from Memphis. Shout out to her, but baby, she is strong. Strong, baby. Because I know he's had like 4 or 5 babies in the last couple months. He's in love with Rocky. I don't even see his Instagram. I want to see what he had going on. I ain't staying 14 days with a man that breaks promises. Baby, you strict over there. I ain't mad at it. Yes, y'all. They said it's another baby. I don't know. Y'all know I was on Instagram looking for ASAP's Reli's page. His first baby mama, Rhianna. Anthony Edwards. She's like your age, Rhianna. Because isn't he like 21, 22? She's like your age, Rhianna. Wait a minute, I don't know how old you are. I may be making you too old. She's about 30, 31 or something like that. 31, 32, somewhere up in there. She said, I'm not that young. She's like 31 or 32. That's young. And he might be 22. She has a baby with Chief Keef too. I remember seeing her years ago. So I don't know. She's strong, I guess, because this boy got a lot of babies. But anyway, I don't know what to say with Reli. I just uploaded on my TikTok and said, please get him off the stand. To me, he is hurting. And can y'all tell the prosecutor is not expecting him to do all this talking? Do y'all remember how they kept trying to redirect Viverito? They're not expecting him to get up there and do all this talking. You know what? I didn't want to say it, friend, but that's what I said. It sounds like they are he felt like he treated this man like they were in some relationship, like he was required to take care of him. Did you hear the disgust that he was on a private jet and he wasn't there? He talks about that. It does sound like a sour breakup. Okay, true story. See, you just went too far. By LV. Ain't nothing key. What's the Instagram? Because I couldn't find the man's Instagram. Maybe y'all can't see his Instagram. He's on Instagram buying Louis. Well, Joe said he's a fraud. Joe said he's a fraud and he likes to sit on sites like Instagram, social media in general. And he likes to portray that he's living a certain lifestyle, a certain lifestyle. Okay, let me try this. Key, thank you. Key gave me his Instagram. Let's see what he's got going on. Well, I guess he finding himself, y'all. He out here working out. And I'm sorry. This is why I'm glad this will be evidence. This will be evidence for me. Look at this man. Look how big he is. Yeah. Look at him. If I was ASAP, Joe needs to go ahead and screen capture that. He needs to screen capture that. That man don't look like he doesn't. He looks like he could take ASAP, Eels, and 12. The body is too. Look at his legs, girl. Now I'm not normally. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to him. He looks like he could take ASAP, 12 and Eels. Baby, I'll be using it. I'll be showing it to the jury. Does this look like a man? Baby, I will be all in their face. Do you hear me? And Kate. He said, I'll be sending this to the disability folks ASAP. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I don't see nothing wrong with him. But he may say he has a mental impairment because you see he keeps mentioning that on the stand. He keeps saying it on the stand, guys. Have you guys caught the stopping because he has anxiety? Not only is he saying anxiety, he's saying that he's nervous. Do you see the sweating? He keeps doing this like he's doing breath work up there. I don't know if he's doing it I don't know if this is real or not. I just have a hard time believing him. He's not a believable witness to me. So I have a hard time. Believing him. Yeah, I have a hard time. That's what I'm thinking, Melody. Melody said, I know a personality disorder when I see one. he is. Let's say he show is sassy on the weight machines. I don't know, girl. I still got the video up, and it's not him. He actually look like he in that gym. He got little muscles. He got little muscles and everything. It's not him. It's not him because he will never. I don't know how he'll ever live this down. You are on this stand whining like a little girl. You're whining like a little girl about another grown man. Not and let me say this because I don't want to sound like a shitty friend. I just think as a friend, you have to understand what your friends have going on. And if you play this, if you're a manager, then you know how this music business works. And I mean, was it that he didn't always travel with you? Because I mean, most people they do travel with their besties, put them in, but something had to be going on with you. He had to have thought that you just didn't have the personality or the reputation, something to be around him all the time. There was something there. Hold on, y'all. He told me to watch his highlights. Let me go watch his highlights. I wish I could pull up my Instagram on here, but I don't know if I can show highlights. Oh, let me show y'all. See, this what Joe was talking about right here. This is what Joe was talking about right here. He's online. He said he wants to look like he's popping it. Let me see. Cause why do you have to show us your whole outfit like it's the first day of school? Oh, look at him now. Here we go again, y'all. Listen, check out his comments. Oh, Althea, I'll do that next. Okay, let's see what he's doing. Oh, look at him, y'all. Is this a Louis Vuitton? What? See what they say. Really out here trying to look like he got it. Why you got to show your clothes all the time, really? Now, what is that, y'all? Oh, do y'all know what that picture was? Him getting into a Maybach. He took a picture of that. Oh, God. I hate to say Joe is right. Joe is exactly right. Oh, hold up, y'all. I can do this. There we go. He's going through a bag again. Another shopping bag. Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to skip through this. Okay. Maybe this is what they do in the collective, y'all. This might be what he does in the collective. Maybe this is, I don't know. He loved that car. Maybe this is the collective, guys. Hold up. They want me to look at his comments, y'all. He only has 84. Oh, somebody said, square ass boy, you mad Rocky surpassed you. I mean, he had to know this was coming. Yo, dude. Literally handed the boys a piece of evidence on the scene, like no jokes. The cop didn't find evidence, but what he do? He said, here y'all go. I found a bullet. Shaking my head. Flexing money all the time, but still asking for Rocky's money for a funeral. Change your username. They said he needs to change his username to Reli Ratatouille. Somebody called him broke. Of course, the rat emoji, rat emoji. Somebody now being from New York, this one had to crack him up. Not a rat on the subway. Okay, we got a rat on the subway. Then it's more rat emojis. Oh Lord, it's so crazy because why would you put yourself in this whole rat situation over this case? Lord Jesus. They said, why were you making my boy ASAP Rocky mad? But you should have stopped following him. True, I agree. That you went the Gunna route. No, he didn't. Gunna didn't even take the stand. They didn't even use his stuff in anything. Y'all got to leave Gunna alone. They said someone USA is opening up. What the hell is that about? Somebody said, what did he shoot you with? Nothing. They said Rat got to run to the feds over some BS. A rapist and a rat. I don't know nothing about that now, y'all. Let's see. Working out with Air Force Ones is wow. They got a lot of these rats. Y'all, they have crowded his comments with rats. Jealousy, envy, and hate. They just put this. Is this somebody from my chat? They said Rocky is not your boyfriend or your man. You got on that stand whining like a little girl. You're a sad case for real. Sean Almighty, are you in my chat? No, you don't. Are you in my chat, Sean Almighty? Because this is hilarious. You gotta be in this chat. You just said exactly what we're thinking. Shit, Sean has got to be in here. Okay, guys, let's read the bio. His bio said, life's lit when you mind the business that pays you. But you got to change that one. You got to change that one. Now, who I know follow Reli? Oh, okay. Nothing but workout videos on here, y'all. And they just started in October. He got a nice little place. Y'all, I hate it. He's got to mind the business that pays you. They said I told y'all to get him a pacifier. And listen, I think everybody thinks that Reli is up there acting like a little girl. Everybody thinks he's acting like a little girl, and it's not becoming. It is not becoming. He said, let me see what's under the other comments. And the crazy part is he doesn't have that many comments, so it's easy to be seen by him. Y'all, now he playing. So he has this workout video, and the song on it is him all alone. Gunna. Somebody said a Gunna song at that shoe fits real perfectly. Red. You a victim. He got about 6 people that say something. Somebody just called him a hating ass hoe. You want to see Rocky go down so bad. I mean, why they don't turn his comments off? It's not even like he's getting a lot of comments anyway. Why don't they just cut him off? Now this one, somebody put an ASAP Rocky. Y'all, this is what they put under there. ASAP. Okay, it's more rat emojis. More rat emojis. He have about 6 good. He got a couple good comments under here, but about 40% of them is rats. Somebody said, did Rocky make you start working out? He gonna have to turn those comments off. He can't even display his workouts. This is my thing though. Someone said this before, even with our kids, you have to pick your battles. And when choosing to pick his battles, what told him that this was the route to go? If you really want to pursue a career in the music business, what about what you're doing right now is going to help you in the music business? And I'm going to put the rat stuff aside. Think about all of this influence he's saying that Rocky has. How does you suing him, you getting on the stand, help you? Okay, they're back, guys.
Mr. Efron, I had asked you before how you traveled to Los Angeles. You said you took a commercial Delta flight, correct? Yeah. Did you bring any weapons with you when you took that flight to Los Angeles?
No.
Specifically, did you bring a handgun with you?
No.
All right, right before we broke, you were talking about what it would mean for your career, or as you understood what it would mean for your career if you got into a physical fight or physically attacked the defendant. And you talked about ASAP already, but in your earlier answer, you said there would also be a consequence with record labels. Is that correct?
Yes.
What can you explain that just in more detail for the jury so they understand what you're talking about?
I mean, I wouldn't know if there would be direct consequences, like, but I'm pretty sure it would be out there that we fought and people would just pick sides. Like right now, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, he's famous, I'm nobody, pretty much.
Have you had meetings with record labels before this incident?
Oh yeah.
And since this incident, have you continued to have meetings with record labels?
No, the moment the moment it became public, everything changed.
How so?
I mean,
Use your word.
like everything changed. Like people knew it was me that pressed charges against Rakim. So everybody looked at me like I'm doing wrong for pressing charges.
And did some of the deals that you had set up, did those go away?
Oh yeah, I had to like pretty much vacate my label and everything because my artists, they no longer wanted to work with me because of the decisions I chose to make.
This spray slays. I knew that pH mattered, and it has mattered for Lumi since the beginning. It took us
In the parking lot, that something like that would happen if you got into a physical fight with him?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, did you know going into this incident that if you got into a physical fight, that it would likely be the end of your music career?
Yeah, that's why I want to fight Rakim.
As you were walking to the street where you ultimately linked up with him, did you have any weapons?
No.
Did you have any handguns with you?
No.
Did you have any knives, folding knives, anything like that?
Nothing of the sort.
I'm gonna mark your next exhibit 15. And exhibit 15 is an external hard drive or what they call thumb drive. Containing surveillance data. Terraria. There is on one of the surveillance videos, but it's not spoken word. Noise? Yeah, it's. just so the record is clear, we mark this as match 15.
The thumb drive?
Yes.
15.
On equals 15, it's the file that I'm playing is labeled sequence surveillance video. All right, Mr. Efron, I'm going to play just a few seconds of this video, then I'll ask you some questions. And I'm stopping that. That is really small. It's at 30 seconds on the video player. Did you recognize the what was captured on that video in those 30 seconds? Did you recognize what we saw there?
Yeah.
And did you specifically recognize that to be the first incident that happened when you first linked up with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Let's play it again from the beginning, and I'll stop it. Okay. I think I stopped it at 6 seconds, if I can read that from here. The first person that we saw walking down the sidewalk on the screen, who was that?
Wait, the person
Play
that
it again?
the person that I seen?
Yes.
Yeah, that was right.
No, the first person that we saw coming down.
Oh, that's me.
That's you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll play it forward a little bit from here. And pause it at 11 seconds on the video. Now, the second person that we see in the screen looks like they're, physically right in front of you. Who is that?
That's right.
And when you first approached him, can you describe what happened in your own words? Whether we saw it in the video or not, just in your own words, describe what happened.
So when he came up to me, like from the video, from what I can see, because he's saying shot all over, it was like 3 years ago. For another video, but I was stopping a little. I could see I was stopping a little. And like I said, I'm lefty. I'm righty. I stopped him with my left, trying to like back him up.
He said the opposite last time.
And then
Let me stop you for 1 second. That interaction that we see, would that have been right after he said, I don't remember what your exact words were, but
what's up now, pussy?
What's up now, pussy?
Probably like 10 seconds later. He was still walking.
Okay. And could you see his face as he was walking towards you?
Yeah.
How did he look?
Oh, angry.
So could you tell as he was approaching you that you were headed for a physical confrontation with him?
His hands wasn't up. It was more so walking. So then when we got to each other, he initiated. He like try to like grab me or try to like grab me by my collar. That's why you see like that, and then I like grabbed him off. You know what I mean?
So as best you can remember it, he was the first one who grabbed you by the collar.
Then he grabbed me by my collar.
And then you raised which of your hands to
my left.
Your left hand to separate from him.
Yeah.
Okay, and as he grabbed the collar of your sweatshirt, what did he do?
I think he's just trying to tug at me and like talking and going back and forth. And then Elijah, everything happens so fast. And Elijah gets in the middle.
Okay. When you say he's talking at you, do you remember anything that he said?
Like I said, it was 3 years ago. When I could see what I said. Hopefully, I don't want to say something that I don't like vaguely remember.
That's fair. But so as you sit here right now, today, 3 years later, you don't specifically remember the words he said. Is that what you're saying?
Not the words so much, except for like towards the ending when the gun came out. I remember that.
Okay.
I remember the words that came out when the gun came out.
As best we can, I'd like to go through it step by step. So when he first approaches you, you're saying he's saying words, but you can't remember the words?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the tone that he had said these words with?
Oh, at that point, like, we pretty much damn near fighting. Like, he's saying what he's trying to get, I don't know.
Did he sound angry to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Were you saying anything back to him?
Yeah.
I
don't remember.
You don't remember your words?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember your tone?
I was angry because he touched me. I was just like, the fuck off me, or probably like. But then, mind you, the gun came out seconds later, so then my tone got really angry after. Because, what the fuck you got a gun for? And that's what I said.
Okay, so you kind of move forward. You remember being angry because he's tugging at your sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had a gun in his hand. Did you see where the gun came from?
Came from his waistline.
Okay, so
Came from his waistline.
This might be clear to everybody except me, but can you have Mr. Efron identify on the screen?
Yes, please.
I'm the one on the right, and it's around here with the black hoodie.
Thank you. For the record, you quoted on the left side. Yeah, a sweatshirt with some type of graphic on it?
Yeah.
Here I have some photographs of his clothing.
If your house gets its water from a well, you may be experiencing some issues, such as
Marking the features 16,
16A through C.
Okay. I'm going to show you 16A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, that's my hoodie.
Is that the same hoodie that you were wearing that day?
Yes, it is.
And is that the back of the hoodie?
Yes.
And then 16B, do you recognize that?
Yes, in front of my hoodie.
Same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And then 16C,
Yes, my sweatpants.
same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. So your sweatshirt or hoodie had that graphic on the back, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go back to the video. If I can remember where we left off. So you, so you're saying that you were upset that he grabbed you by the collar, but then he produced the gun with his from his waistband, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember which hand he was holding the gun in? His left or his right?
Probably his right.
Do you remember? Or?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, you just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Yeah, I just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Did you? And I don't mean the incident that you saw it, but throughout this incident, could you see the gun clearly?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol and a revolver?
Yes.
What is the difference between those two you?
One of them have a clip and the other one you just load up bullets.
Do you, if I told you that a revolver had a wheel,
Right.
does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And the gun that you saw him with, was it a semi-automatic, as you say, with a clip, or was it a revolver that has a wheel?
It's a semi-automatic with a clip.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
Black.
And do you remember anything else about it?
No.
Have you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Did you know the defendant to carry guns regularly?
Not really. I think one time he said I seen like on his wallet he had like a firearms in New York one time or something like that, but I don't remember ever seeing like or knowing like physically knowing.
Okay. I mean, like, did you personally see him with a gun on occasions before this?
No, he has a lot of security.
Okay. Did you, if someone said that the defendant was known to carry a prop gun or fake guns, would that have been knowledge that you personally had?
No, you don't carry fake guns. You don't prop guns?
Yes.
No.
You never knew him to carry a prop?
No.
Did you ever know him to have any guns? And I don't mean, now I want to kind of broaden it. So not that he would carry in public, but guns that he would have either at his house or anywhere else.
Not to my knowledge. I never physically seen any guns on Rocky.
Okay. Except for that day when
Yeah, that night.
Okay. Now, from what we see on the video, the two of you move off screen off the video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And when the two of you move off of the screen, is that where he first pulled the gun out of his waistband?
Yeah.
What was the first thing that you saw him do with the gun?
Oh, he pointed at me, and then that's when Elijah was like in between, and he's like, "I'll kill you right now, pussy," or like whatever, like just was. And then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying, "If you brought a gun, use it then." Like, the fuck you brought a gun for, pussy? That's the words I was saying to him.
When you said he pointed it at you, where on your body was it pointing?
Like towards my stomach, like towards like my headish a little. Like everything was happening so fast. You know what I mean?
And from what you're describing, was it moving?
Yeah, it was moving. He had it up.
Okay, so he didn't just hold it at your stomach. It was kind of
No, he was looking for a spot to shoot.
Okay.
Like if Elijah wasn't there, I don't know what would have happened.
Y'all.
And you said as he was pointing it at you, what did he say?
I'll kill you right now.
And was that in an angry tone?
Yeah, he was livid.
Was his voice elevated? Like, was he yelling this at you, or was this something he was saying quiet?
Yeah, because we was yelling back and forth at this point.
All right. And you said that after he pointed the gun at you, you became angry, correct?
Yeah, I became furious.
So what did you say back to him?
I told him to use it.
Why?
Because mentally, like, I couldn't believe he just pulled the gun out on me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you better use that shit. What you got a gun for?
Can you explain? I want as best you can to the jury. Explain to them what you mean by I can't believe you just pulled the gun out. What is that? What do you mean by that?
Like, I physically cannot believe there was a gun in my face. Like, that was the breaking point for me. Because like what I said, I told this kid numerous times, if you have a problem with me, let me know. You know what I mean? I feel like this got to the max. Like, this was like no return. So if I was willing to die for my respect at this point, I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is what you want to do, I still have my dignity. That's how I felt.
You're saying I can't believe he did this to me, though. Did you ever think that he would actually shoot you?
At that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad. I seen the gun. I didn't care.
And so when you told him something to the effect of to shoot you, I mean, did you have a death wish at that moment? Did you want him to actually shoot you?
Oh, of course not.
So why did you say that to him?
Because I was just so mad. I seen this man just pull a gun out. You know what I mean? Like, I was furious. Like, what the fuck is a gun? What are you doing with a gun?
Were you mad because specifically it was the defendant? Or do you think you would have also been mad had this been, say, just a stranger?
What do you mean?
So if a stranger had pulled a gun on you the same way that he did, how do you think you would feel?
Oh, I would try to run. Or try to, like, if a regular person pulled a gun out on me,
yes.
I'd probably be dead. I don't know. I'd probably run, probably get shot.
Do you think you'd respond the same way and said, shoot me?
No. Stranger? No.
Do you think you'd be scared in that scenario?
The only reason why I said that is because I know Rakim. I know him. You know what I mean? So I felt at the moment that was the right thing to do. Especially, it goes back to Mr. 6-month man. I'm not going to let you feel like you come around and do what the fuck you want. You get what I'm saying? Like,
No.
I'm not going to pull a gun out on me. It's not happening.
Why you ain't take the gun?
I mean, you already did, but I'm going to let you know in front of your two little minions you brought with you that, because I'm pretty sure he would have ran back to his crib and told everybody else, oh, I just pulled the gun on Relly or did this. Like, no. If they're going to go back to his house, they're going to say, Relly stood up for himself. You know what I mean?
What? Oh, I bet they want him to.
Okay. Yes. So I believe you said that Hills was the one who got between you, correct?
Say what now?
Hills was the one that got between you and the defendant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me play this forward a little bit more. And I'm going to pause it here. I think we're at 14 seconds. That person that we see in the blue jacket, who's that?
That's Hills.
All right, and what is Hills doing at this point in the video?
He's breaking up. He's trying to de-escalate the situation.
Physically get between the
Yeah, physically. Yeah.
all right, I'll play it forward. Now, I can go back if you need me to. I can pause it at 23 seconds on this video. The very bottom left-hand corner, we saw someone with a red kind of jacket. You agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Who was that?
That's Jamal 12.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was 12 doing during this interaction?
He was off to the side the whole time. He was not trying to, like, everything happened so fast, like, from what I can remember, he was just, like, looking. That's why I said, like, even after everything, like, I don't care if he was on talk, I still love the kid because he put himself in between everything, you know what I mean? At 12, he was off on the side. He was just looking, like, and then when I definitely seen the ills into me, that's when he kind of intervened, but I don't think he would have did anything.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you're having this interaction with the defendant, you're focusing much more attention on him?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Very far less so than whatever 12 is doing. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll just kind of play it through here. And I'll stop it where this video stops. So right at the end of that video, we saw someone, a part of their body, their lower part of their body, come back into the frame. Did you recognize who that was? I can go back if you need me to. Just a few seconds. Okay, great. Let's stop it right there. That is at 25 seconds on the video player there. That person that we can see Just the lower half of their body. Who's that?
That's right.
Okay. And can you see the gun in his hand there?
Yeah.
That's the same gun he pointed at you?
Yeah.
What did he do with the gun after Bill separated the two of you?
He put it back away, but I think from what I remember that day, those people that walked by, they kind of like stopped everything because once he seen them, he kind of like, because I'm yelling, I'm literally yelling. And that was like, I feel like that was one of the ways that like, I didn't get shot too, because I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. You know what I mean? I'm making a scene. You know what I mean? So once he seen like those people walk by, he put it away, and that's when he started like kind of walking away.
The people that we see walk by, they had nothing to do with.
No, that was just a couple, I believe. That was just a couple walking by. Like I briefly seen them off my peripheral.
Okay. So after he puts the gun back in his waistband, you said he walked away. Where did he go?
He was going down the same block that he came from.
Now, the landmark street that you know is Hollywood Boulevard, was he walking towards Hollywood or
Argyle? I guess that's Argyle down.
He's walking down Argyle?
Yeah.
But away from Hollywood Boulevard?
Yeah, away from Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay. 1 second. Just check that. Do you remember the clothing that Hills was wearing at all?
I think he had like a varsity on and like had something like that.
The varsity, was it a blue jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a Stussy jacket, like a custom one.
Before I move on from this, at the first point where the defendant is pointing the gun at you, how far away from your body was the end of the gun?
Oh, it was getting pressed up against me. Like,
did it actually touch you?
I don't remember everything happening so fast.
But if it wasn't actually touching you, it was very close.
It was very close. If anything, I'm pretty sure it probably touched Hills. That's how close it was.
Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away?
No.
Is that something that you would say to him?
No, well, why would I say put that fake gun away?
Or why, does that confuse you because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun?
You're just confusing me all around.
The incident that we see as it's captured on the surveillance video, from the time that the two of you first come to each other to the time where he puts the gun away and walks away, is that the total amount of time that this incident took?
What do you mean?
Meaning, after you all walk off camera at the end of this clip, was there anything else that you remember that happened at the parking garage, or was that he just walked away?
Okay, so right after Elijah's still next to me, and I look off to the right, and I see Jamel putting like kind of kneeling down, which is 12E, ASAP 12E. And I see him putting away a knife. So at this point, mentally, I'm already fucking furious, right? I see Jamel putting a knife away. So I'm like, what the fuck you got a knife for? That's exactly what I say. I see Jamel putting out, what the fuck you got a knife for? Because I'm thinking this is okay, if me and Rocky got a problem, it's a white flag situation. The other two should not be interacting. If anything, they're going to be de-escalating or breaking it up. So to my knowledge, I'm like, oh, hell no. So now I'm walking with them. And I'm literally screaming out at the top of my lungs, damn near, on how Rocky failed us and how Jamel went on tour with Rocky for about 8 or 9 years. And he's back in the projects. Not that it's his fault, but this is the type of things that occur. You know what I mean? You pull the blanket away and there's nothing there.
Okay.
And then I'm like saying other things too. I'm just verbally.
No. I know the prosecutor pissed because every time he goes on a rant, is always a hater. I'm screaming. He followed them. What did he follow them for? You riding with him. He got you back in the projects. He don't mess with you. He ain't really that. The whole time, he makes himself look like a fucking hater. Like, I know they want him to shut up.
Expressing how I feel. You know what I mean? Because I know I will never see this dude again. You just pulled a gun out. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have walked away if I didn't see Jamel with the knife. Because I'm still with ills, like right here, kind of. But when I seen that, I'm like, oh, fuck.
So the knife make you want to go harder? You talking about they almost took you from your daughter, but you're following people with a gun and a knife, and you want it. Make it make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
I'm just going to talk whatever the fuck I want to say.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on that, break it down a little bit.
Okay.
From what you're describing, the additional interactions that you had at the parking garage were seeing 12, correct? With the knife?
Oh, yeah.
But had the defense...
I wouldn't know. Unless I look at the video timestamps and stuff like that.
Is it fair to say that it was quick?
Oh yeah, it was quick.
Okay. Then he went walking, you said, away from Hollywood Boulevard on our right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he was about 15 feet away from you. The defendant was about 15 feet away, and that's when you saw 12B.
Yeah, his back was turned though. He was like kind of walking already. 12B, no. Rocky was kind of walking away already. It was just still next to me, like, because you know we just broke up the situation, and 12 he was putting the knife away.
How close to you was 12?
I wasn't, probably like about, if I was to skip, probably like 3 skips away, because after I said what the fuck you got a knife for, 12 he kind of kind of walked a little faster to Rocky.
I've had a lot of people estimate using different things. I've never had anyone estimate with skips. How far do you think a skip is? Or
because that's what I was thinking, because I was physically thinking, I was thinking about punching 12. You know what I mean? Like, what do you got a knife for?
But how close was he? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He was about 3 or 4 skips away.
What does skip mean? Like, how far is a skip?
You know what I mean?
No. How far is a skip?
You can point to something in the court.
Like into the middle of where that line is at, not too,
like here?
Approximately
yeah, a little bit
7 feet from
like right there.
Okay.
About 7 to 8 feet.
Yeah. A little further actually, because he's bending down, so I'm like, he's putting the knife away, so then when I see that, I'm like fuck, like what the fuck am I gonna do right now?
Let me stop you though. The knife specifically, what did the knife look like?
I don't know. I just seen it quick. Everything happened quick. I just seen him put away the knife, and then he said it's not like that. He said, no, it's not like that. And then he's walking towards Rocky.
What is putting a knife away mean to you? Like, is it a folding knife or he's holding?
I guess it was a folding knife.
Okay, not like he's wearing a sheath and he's tucking it in his waist.
No.
All right. So he's folding the knife. He puts it in his pocket.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think he put it in his coat. Like, he kind of like, as soon as he seen me, observed him putting the knife away, he kind of like put it away. Kind of scurried off to Rocky, like towards Rocky.
All right. So if the defendant was the first person to walk away, is 12 the second person to walk after him?
Yeah.
And then you're standing with Ills.
And I'm walking with Ills pretty much, and Ills is still telling me, yo, okay, go, and I'm just letting them have it, like just telling them whatever I feel like. You know what I mean?
But you're kind of side by side with Ills.
Yeah, I'm side by side with Ills. Because that's why I was able to like grab him or whatever.
You used a couple terms in your answer before. You said this was like a white flag situation.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Meaning we're all ASAP members. So if one person has a problem with another, I'm not expecting anybody else to intervene, or like, you know what I mean? Other than like supporting the person they came with, which they did. They supported Rocky. It was in LA for the couples come.
Did you feel like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so this isn't how you felt, let us know, but did you feel like this whole situation, this whole link up, as you described it, was a setup?
Oh yeah, for sure. And nothing. I don't think the other two. I think they were just because Rocky had everybody in his house. I was looking on social media later, and I noticed everybody was in his house. So, and if he's flying them to LA, I'm pretty sure he's not getting them a hotel. So I'm pretty sure they're still in his house.
I am going to object. That was leading the question.
It was leading and it was also non-responsive. Let's take the break now, folks. We're going to resume. Remember, tomorrow's 10, not 10:30. So please be outside the courtroom doors as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Mr. Efron's testimony. Go ahead and leave all your materials on your chairs. Don't discuss the case or yourself or anybody else. Please don't look at anything in print media or electronic media. See you tomorrow at 10.
I swear to God, that testimony got worse and worse and worse. Hey, K Tally. Hey, friend. I'm sorry that you done walked in and we're all drained in this chat. No, not another break. Court is over until tomorrow. It is over until tomorrow. If you guys are here, please like the live. Whether you're leaving because we're done with court, whatever, please like the live on your way out. If you're entering, like the live. And thank you guys for being here with me. We've been on 6.5 hours. And he's still not done, Tay. He's still not done. Someone said we were going to be probably doing the cross tomorrow. Something tells me we're going to have another hour or two of him. Another hour or two of him. True story. I can't do that right now. I wish I could, though. Y'all know it's Tuesday. I have homework due Sundays and Tuesdays. But I am going to do my stuff and come back, though. It's just... The man, I don't know if anybody wants to come up before we do this, before we let go. This man has worked my nerve so bad. It's so much that I feel like we need to be talking about. I do have to hop off when I get through, do what I need to do and come back, because I just saw somebody just send me a post that like federal employees are being told that they can take an 8-month severance package or deal with the fact that their jobs they're going to be like deal with the fact that their jobs aren't secure. So I need to read up on that. It's just too much going on. I'm disgusted. I am disgusted. I'm disgusted. After we finish this, probably it's 7:00 right now. It's probably like 10. Y'all know I don't go to sleep. Y'all know I'll be up till like 1. Y'all, everything is just too much going on. And again, like having so many family members that will be impacted, it's a little stressful for me because, man, everybody works in the one organization that they want to get rid of. It's too much. She has to be back in the workplace in 30 days. Yep, Sassy. They told them that this week they have to be back to working in the office. Ty, he gonna talk until he's done. He's gonna talk until he's done. I told you guys our side project is our side project over here is we really need to go through. We need to go through everything that's going on. We need to make sure we're reading it. I already got the memo down for the budget freeze today. Not the budget freeze, the government spending freeze. I already have that memo saved. Quit with 8 months. Yep, too pretty. That's it. Oh, Unique, I'm sorry, but I promise I understand. I told y'all I'm nervous because I just was working something out with them, and now I'm just kind of like, what if they say, fuck you and what you got going on? Because it's kind of feeling like where it's going. We're gonna see today if SNAP benefits really are on freeze, because I've seen people, oh, it says it's not going to change anything that directly impacts people. We're going to see. The only thing I saw specifically mentioned was Social Security and Medicare, but I do feel like, and maybe I can create something separate for us, where we can just keep up on politics. And y'all know if I'm over there, we're talking about politics, I can do that. Because I do feel like if we are uninformed, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. We need to know. We just need to know, but we need to be informed. And I don't care what you guys do. The media is installing fear and chaos. I would agree with that if I wasn't seeing it for myself. If I wasn't reading these memos for myself, then I'd be like, oh, okay. But when you go to, like, I try to verify the stuff that people are saying. And when I saw the remote working was going to end, I remember last year them saying this, right? I know so many people who work in the government who literally got those emails. So I would believe that that the media is instilling fear if I didn't see this stuff myself, and if I didn't have people directly connected to me that were being impacted by these things. Like somebody in here said someone in their parent group, they removed their student loans from their child. Now my baby hasn't had that happen yet, but I'm a little bothered. We'll see what's going to happen. That's me. You know, my baby goes to school and we have to deal with those things. So I would Tracy, I saw someone say that too. So I just think, we all use our minds together. Everybody being here working together. So for us, I just want us to be informed. If it's going to happen, let's be informed, and let's also look at other options. Let's look at options of things that we have, because after all, this is a community, and that's what we're supposed to be doing here. Yeah, Kay Tally, me too. Tasha, I've been seeing it. I have been seeing it. Hillman, listen, Too Pretty. Hillman Talk have me going crazy because there's so many classes that I have signed up for. And I say I'm just going to choose a day out of the week when I'm not doing anything and just sit on there and learn. See, it feels like we're living in a movie. It does, Jasmine. But I'm gonna say this. I do love that we have this community, and there's so many smart and intelligent people here. So many. So this is something that we can take on together, with just making sure we're informed about, and when people are going through things, helping find resources, whatever. Nobody knows how any of this is going to play out. I do know that a big goal is for them to decrease the amount of government involvement in things, and nobody likes the IRS. Okay, so I can see all that happening. So we don't know how it's going to play out. So definitely sending my love to government employees, because it's very, very uncertain right now what's going to happen. It is very uncertain, but like I said, we are resourceful over here. We are resourceful. And the one thing I think I told you guys that I had to get to 37. And it's just like, girl, we need to be involved. We need to know what's going on. And I don't feel like I'm going to be there. I don't know what God is doing in my life right now, but I just don't feel like I'm going to be the person that can just sit by and not say anything. Maybe I'm on my Melanie Luther X shit. I don't know. But I can't be that person. I do want to make sure that we're informed on how this stuff is affecting us. Y'all know we'll pull a dictionary out in a minute and figure out what some words mean. If we gotta go, if we can read court documents, we can figure out these rules and regulations. Okay, we can figure that out. She said, I watched the press conference and not on food stamps and such, they said. Okay, Jenny. If that's true, that's because people have said that too. I've seen mixed articles, but I'm not seeing any articles that say it's not going to be affected. But I've seen people who that's the interpretation that they have of it. So if they said in the press conference, listen, we'll roll with it, but I definitely will make sure that I find something more concrete for us, because I don't. If I was wrong in the article that I read, baby, I'll go do another video and say, hey, this is what's actually going on. So we just have to make sure we're paying attention. That's all I want us to do, is make sure we're paying attention to what's going on. She said, I don't want to be informed. Take me out the world group chat. No, ma'am, we can't do that because you're in school. This affects you too. So we need to be telling your mama, your grandma, what's going on, baby. No. So Rhianna, I see the mayor of Atlanta. He actually just had a post, and that's what his post is saying. That's exactly what he's asking for the president to reconsider this freeze, because it's estimated it could go on for 30 to 90 days. Yes, Jenny, we're gonna be informed over here. We do know that too, Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila said, they say one thing and they do another. That's true. Oh, let's see. Hold up. Let's see what Destiny said. Destiny said that the Department of Education made a statement. So let's see what is going on. Another parent group, they were waiting on the school to say something to kind of help us figure out what's going on. Yeah. The first thing that popped out. Okay, y'all, we got something. It says Department of Education launches an investigation into DPS for all gender restrooms. Okay, now this is something from USA Today, guys. It says federal student loans, Pell Grants not tied up in funding pause, but will be reviewed. Okay. The but will be reviewed is at least kids should be good this semester. It says students across the country express relief Tuesday. Oh, y'all know what? Hold up, y'all. This is why we have this here. Sorry. Oh, why am I doing out here? My bad. I forgot I could just send it to myself. Now this article came out six hours ago. And this is on USA Today. And let me just share the screen if anybody wants to see it. So it says that students across the country expressed relief Tuesday after U.S. Department of Education confirmed direct student loans and Pell Grants won't be stopped amid a broad federal funding pause ordered by President Donald Trump. The White House Office of Management and Budget issued a memo Monday directing federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance, Reuters reported. The sweeping announcement triggered widespread confusion and panic among government bureaucrats and everyday Americans scrambling to figure out the implications before the 5:00 p.m. deadline on Tuesday, when federal agencies would freeze certain funds. So Madison Biederman, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Communication Strategy in the Education Department, said in a statement to USA Today Tuesday that the temporary pause will not impact assistance received directly by individuals, including federal direct student loans and Pell Grants, which are government subsidies that help low-income students pay for college. The programs are still included. So this post right here, the person who worded on my TikTok used this, so maybe they looked at her statement, because I didn't see that in the actual memo, but that was her statement. Those programs will still include a massive list of government funding streams that Trump administration is reviewing to ensure they comply with his suite of recent executive orders, according to a set of instructions provided by agencies. The federal agencies have until, February 7th to respond to a list of questions about whether certain programs support or provide services, either directly or indirectly, to removable illegal aliens. Child. The instructions also ask whether the programs promote gender ideology, promote or support abortion in any way, what the hell? Or provide funding that is implicated by the directive to end discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI and diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates. Well, there we got it. There we have it. Dr. Phil, Tasha, I know you lying to me. I know you lied to me. Okay, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and do what I need to do. And then we can watch later on. I'm gonna go take care of what I need to take care of, but you guys do your own research. I told y'all don't trust what I say. Do your own research, and I'm sure I have the videos up shortly about what's his name, about Mr. Reli too. But thank y'all for streaming with me. We went almost 7 hours today. Thank you guys so much. Hold on, Adventure, I want to text you, and then I'm going to send my information. Okay, Adventure's on here too. So Adventure, we want to do later, but I'm going to get a time. Let me get with you first, and then y'all, I'm going to put it on my Insta story so she and I can work something out, okay? But thank y'all. I'm going to see y'all later. Thanks so much. I just had to leave y'all with Big Kia before I got off here. Big Kia said goodbye.